This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 435 Lost Contact. Gaia Space Station. Deputy Director's Office. Lu Kang, who climbed up from Chen Ming's deputy to the position of Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Research Institute, was doing his daily work. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. "Come in." The office door was pushed open. When Lu Kang saw the visitor, he immediately stood up. "Minister Luo, why are you here?" The psychic minister pushed the door open and looked around, and said, "I came to ask where your director went." "Director?" Lu Kang said, as if he didn't know much. "The director often disappears for a few days. I'm used to it. If you can't get in touch with him, then it's even less likely that I can get in touch with him." The psychic minister said anxiously, "I have something urgent to talk to him about. It's not convenient for him to tell others about the specifics. He wants to contact Chen Ming in person, but he can't get in touch with Chen Ming at all now. He can only come here in person to ask the person who is most likely to know where Chen Ming went." Lu Kang actually found out that Chen Ming was missing when he went to work today, because he is the one who is actually managing the normal operation of the institute. Chen Ming doesn't have the time to manage tens of thousands of people in the institute. Chen Ming is not even sure whether it is tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Even with Yue's core support, it takes a lot of energy. This kind of thing is of course handed over to the deputy director. Lu Kang is also happy about this, so he can see Chen Ming's schedule. Although Chen Ming may not necessarily do things according to the schedule, he can roughly know what Chen Ming is doing every day. When Chen Ming is intermittently out of contact, Lu Kang usually checks Chen Ming's schedule, roughly guesses where Chen Ming is, and adjusts the time for some work that requires Chen Ming to contact some people. Therefore, after he found out that Chen Ming was missing at work today, he checked and found that the last place Chen Ming went to was a giant dock. He also specifically asked the director of the ship department, and learned that Chen Ming temporarily left because of the problem with Scarlet. He didn't pay too much attention to matters involving psychic energy. But since the Minister of Psychic Energy of the Empire came to ask about it in person, he couldn't just not tell them about these things. Chen Ming didn't say that his whereabouts must be kept absolutely confidential. The Minister of Psychic Energy often came here, and Lu Kang had seen him more than once. So Lu Kang directly relayed the news he learned today to the minister. Although this cannot change the situation that Chen Ming cannot be contacted, but at least he can ask Chen Ming where he went. Lu Kang took the minister to the giant dock, and then went back to Gaia Space Station from the giant dock, and ran to Tianjin's office. After learning the coordinates of the planet infected by Scarlet from Tianjin and Chen Ming's words, it may be related to the brainwashed psychic. The psychic minister left Chen Ming's territory alone. Contacted the president. "Do me a favor." 10 minutes later, the minister and the president took the shuttle, and used the president's space psychic power to directly reach the target galaxy. Out of vigilance against the Scarlet, the shuttle first stopped at the edge of the galaxy. Just by stopping here, the two had already discovered the planet in the habitable zone of the galaxy that was completely infected by the Scarlet and was covered by the Scarlet Rift. The rift that grew here like a tumor was constantly overflowing with the power of the Scarlet. However, this power aura does not have the nature of the Scarlet dimension that devours and assimilates everything. The president said according to his understanding of the Scarlet dimension and the Scarlet power, this space has been transformed by the Scarlet dimension, but Chen Ming's Scarlet power is locked outside this area. He must have been here, and it is very likely that he is behind this. The psychic minister was a little eager to move, but he restrained his thoughts and said, "But we can't go in." "Do you feel it too?" "Yes, there is something quite troublesome behind this." The minister and the president both felt the trembling of the spiritual nerves in their brains, suppressing the sense of danger brought by the danger perception that every psychic is more or less. This is more than just a simple trouble. The minister could clearly feel that there was something extremely terrifying in the crack blocked by Chen Ming's power. The president agreed with the minister's idea and said, it should be the thing that held Chen Ming back and prevented him from getting out. But he should be fine for the time being. Chen Ming's spiritual power protected the crack, and the afterglow he controlled was still functioning normally. This basically proves that Chen Ming is absolutely fine. Otherwise, the situation might not be ideal. Of course, even if a situation that no one wants to see occurs, Yu still has the possibility of following Chen Ming's idea. So both the president and the psychic director actually have another reason that can confirm that Chen Ming is not dead, but did not say it out loud. That is the existence of the Queen of Insects. The two had long suspected the relationship between Chen Ming and Wu Ping. The president had heard some hints from Wuhan, and the psychic director had also heard the words Chenming is in whooping from the brainwashed psychic. Previously, the minister treated the words of the brainwashed psychic as pure nonsense. But hearing such words will still make people subconsciously pay attention. And the minister also asked about An Whooping's situation today. An Whooping, who was occasionally seen in Fan Chow's biological laboratory, also disappeared after Chenming lost contact. So the minister probably has a guess about this matter in his mind. But he will not tell it to others. As long as the Zerg is not in chaos. Chenming is definitely not dead. But where is he? Is he in the sealed space of this infected normal universe, or somewhere in the Scarlet? The psychic minister suddenly said, the Tianjin we just met, his psychic effect. No. The president immediately asked the minister to hold back his thoughts and said, Chenming specifically told me about this, saying that Tianjin has not yet grown to the point where he can contact the Scarlet Dimension. He also said that he can withstand the Scarlet now, but in the future, to completely solve the Scarlet, he must rely on Tianjin, and he must not be exposed to excessive danger too early. Don't think of Tianjin as Chenming. He has only awakened his psychic power for a few months, and his growth rate is not that fast. It seems that Chenming did hold on. At least the Scarlet here is not out of his control. We must not let Tianjin directly contact these things. The psychic minister still didn't want to give up. We really need Chenming now. Some things can't rely on him alone. If we don't have him, will we just have to wait for death? Go back. We will be very busy later. The president spoke in a somewhat tough tone at this time. After all, Tianjin was a member of the psychic society brought by Chenming. He knew that Tianjin was the hope to completely deal with Scarlet. And there must be no mistakes. Even if they had the ability to pass through this strange Scarlet Rift, they had no chance of solving the trouble in the rift and bringing Chenming back. The minister stood beside the president, feeling the power of space about to take effect. He sighed and said, I will go to my high-level representative concentrated meeting later and ask all border star regions to jointly issue a notice, announcing a full transition to a wartime state. Evacuate the population of the border star system. Concentrate in the star region capital and prepare for emergency migration to the star region deep in the country. The preparations made before can be used now. Wuhan is still staying on the pirate space station. Right? Let him evacuate too. The president shook his head and said, he has his own ideas, and I can't persuade him. And is it really good to be timid before the battle? We can't expect to win at the beginning. Instead, we need to use space and time to exchange intelligence, to find out the gap between the size of the mechanical race and our combat effectiveness. With Chenming here, we can be bolder, but if he's not here, all our actions will have to be more conservative. If Chenming is here, it will indeed make it much easier for the Empire to do things, and it will allow the Empire to let go when facing the mechanical race. But you can't rely on just one person to do everything. There may be some bad voices in your meeting. The minister's expression darkened. He could already imagine that some people would say at the meeting that Chenming was deliberately out of touch at this time. I will take care of it. I hope so. And I also hope Chenming can come back soon. 1 month later. April 13th, 5605 AD. Gallo Star Region, Gallo 2 Star Region. Pirate Space Station. The once lively pirate space station is now deserted. After the War of the Imperial Mechanicals officially started, along with the wave of the population of the Empire's evacuation of the border. The population, many of those who have long-term staying pirate space have taken the opportunity to leave here. The interior of the space arms, that originally had various industrial facilities, had been disassembled. Only a small part of the equipment that maintains the space station maintenance system has not been demolished. Ensure the survival of the only hundreds of people left on the space station. At the space station number 2 space arm, the industrial facilities that used to spread throughout the entire space arm are now only some difficulty in the ruins that are difficult to disassemble. But the hardware store is still open here. The factory manager was in the hardware store at this time, and said to Wuhan behind the counter, the company's people have basically evacuated, and we are the last batch. When are we leaving? Wuhan raised his head and asked, have you packed up everything? I have packed up everything, and I have packed up everything that Xiaoming left behind. Nothing is left out. Then let's do it today. Yes. The factory manager responded, and asked, is there still no news about him? No. The factory manager's expression was full of regret, but he was also relieved. For a missing person, no news is the second best news. What on earth could have caused this to happen? No one knows. The hardware store suddenly fell silent. Wu had been keeping an eye on Qinming's situation for the past month. He knew that Qinming was probably trapped in the cracks on that planet. Many people sent equipment to the vicinity to investigate the situation from the outside, but the results were not ideal. Director. The silence in the hardware store was suddenly interrupted. The director turned his head and looked at the door of the hardware store following the voice, and saw a shiny bald head. Why are you here? How is your wife? Fortunately, her injuries have stabilized, and she won't die. That's good. The bald head glanced at the TV on the wall next to the hardware store that barely had a signal. At this time, it was broadcasting the news that the evacuation fleet of the Gallo Star Field was attacked by the mechanical race. It's a good thing that I saw the news that the Empire was going to withdraw people from the border and sold my house and bought a spaceship. Otherwise, I would have died outside by now. The factory manager also saw the news and asked, So what happened to you? Didn't you move to the next door? You are not in Garo. You don't know yet? The news hasn't come out yet. And I don't have any internal information to respond. Oh, of course I came here because the next door is also uneasy. The bald man sighed and said, I heard that the battle line was still dragged on Garo. But who would have thought that there was a mechanical tribe? The fleet directly passed through the defense line and ran to my side. Originally, our evacuation plan had just begun to be implemented, but who would have thought that the mechanical race would have come to our face? I heard that there was a spaceship that was bigger than the colossus of the mechanical race. It can't be considered a spaceship, it must be considered a mobile space station. Our army can't defeat it at all. Several evacuation points were rioted, and everyone wanted to get on the evacuation spaceship as soon as possible. If I didn't have my spaceship, I might have died in the riot, but my wife was still injured by a few crazy people in the riot. It's good to be alive. The bald man nodded. It's good to be alive. Okay. Is it the same in other places? No. The factory manager denied. Only our side was attacked the most severely. But I heard that other places have already started to evacuate people from the outer second ring star field. The situation in those places should be worse. The factory manager explained. That's because we have Baikwan to support us. He bought a lot of time for Jialua to retreat. Other places have started to evacuate the outer second ring, and none of our rings have been penetrated by the mechanical tribe before. As a result, there is a loophole, and the mechanical tribe still found a chance to cross over. Giallo is finished. No one can save him. The 14th Legion can't do it? No. The factory manager responded decisively. Their hometown was also invaded. It was surprising to me that Baikwan stayed in Gallo. But now Gallo has been directly penetrated by a fleet from nowhere. Gallo is no longer worth protecting. They will definitely withdraw soon. I just don't know how much they have lost. It will definitely not be too little. No matter how strong the 14th Legion is, they are still human beings. The bald man has seen the damage caused by internal riots to people. He knows very well that the damage and pain brought to people by the mechanical race will only be more severe. We will go to Qinming. Wu suddenly spoke. Soon the communication here will be completely cut off. We need to go to a safe place. Even if there is no news about him now, his place is definitely the safest place. The factory manager said, It's ready. The only thing left is the space station. As for the space station, blow it up. Don't leave anything for the mechanical race. Chapter 436, Garo and Odin. Garo Star Region. Garo 2 Star Region. The 14th Legion branch. Inside the captain's cabin of the main battleship above the planet's orbit. Baichuan's deputy is reporting to Baikwan the estimated size of the mechanical fleet that has been counted recently. Obviously, the number of mechanical races in the Garo Star region exceeds the average invasion level of other regions by more than 50%, and only the Garo Star region has welcomed 2 super bodies at the same time. Although Baikwan had experienced several large-scale battles with the mechanical race, he couldn't help but sigh when listening to the data reported by his deputy. These are 2 ships. Even in the direction of the headquarters, there is only one. The deputy had never really seen the super body, and faced Baichuan Sai. He couldn't help but ask curiously, how strong is the super body? Baikwan didn't blame the deputy for talking too much, and asked, how many fleets did we have at the beginning? 42 battleships, 4,200 cruisers, and a number of destroyers and escorts. How many reinforcements were there later? 11 battleships, 800 cruisers, and a number of destroyers and escorts. These combined can delay the super body for 10 minutes. The deputy's expression suddenly changed. Stiffened a little. So? Exaggerated? Exaggerated? Let me tell you this. 10 of the top psychics in the entire empire, level 6 psychics, are picked out to deal with one super body. And so, on the day of the mechanical invasion, a level 6 psychic still died. It's not carelessness, he was fully prepared, but he died. Although that super body was also left behind, the mechanical race can still build another super body, and we can't train the next level 6 psychic in a short time. Bai Quan didn't say another sentence, that is. Now that Qinming is not here, even if they take great risks to get back the wreckage of the official version of the super body, they can't directly convert it into combat power. It can almost be said that the loss is maximized. If Qinming was still there, he would restart this official version of the super body, and cooperate with another super body in Qinming's hand to hunt other super bodies, and snowball in the opposite direction, and the mechanical race might have been finished. What a pity. Bai Quan shook his head, and then said, also, the mechanical race has a total of 6 super bodies, and 1/3 of them came to us. If many people did not think that the mechanical race might increase investment in this place, our losses to date would be more than what has been counted now. The only super body that has been truly destroyed so far is that one, and the other super bodies are only temporarily intercepted, causing some damage, but no way to completely solve it. The speed of the super body determines that it is absolutely impossible to catch up with it by ordinary means, and the entire empire actually has no way to deal with the super body. This is the real exaggeration. It is very simple to stop the super body. Know the destination of the super body, let the president release the psychic in advance. If the super body wants to achieve its goal, it must fight the psychic head-on. But it is impossible to chase the super body. No one knows which direction the super body will go outside the empire when it escapes. There is no way to chase it when it escapes. The empire can only passively defend. And the super body often enters the empire from different angles of the empire's border. This means that the president must stay awake 24 hours a day now. When the super body appears, the psychic who has been prepared for a long time will be sent to the appropriate position on the front line as soon as possible. Just thinking about the fact that this situation has lasted for at least a month, Bai Quan felt a little numb. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Psychics always have ways to persist as psychics, no matter what happens in other places. Anyway, we have to retreat. A mechanical fleet has passed through our defense line through unknown means. Gallo is no longer worth protecting. I have chosen the route. We need to avoid the fleet that invaded the mechanical race. There are traces of warships that are suspected to be more advanced models. Yes, the deputy immediately responded, but then said, there is still a team that has not returned. The one you sent out personally before. Do you want to record it as missing? Don't. Bai Quan waved his hand, picked up the terminal, dialed a number and said, President, thank you for your trouble. The voice fell. Psychic fluctuations and spatial fluctuations intertwined and appeared in the captain's room. This was the psychic fluctuations of the president. Although doing so might not be good for the president's psychic power really had a very important effect in terms of tactics and strategy. At the moment, when the psychic fluctuations reached their peak, 12 figures, who looked a little tired, appeared in the captain's room. The young-looking officer at the front stepped forward and stood still, and saluted Bai Quan, although his expression was also filled with fatigue that could not be concealed. His eyes were extremely clear. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The Colossus-class battleship of the mechanical clan has been confirmed to have sunk, he said, as he took off a small special sensor recorder from his chest and placed it in front of Bai Quan. It recorded the entire process of the mechanical clan's Colossus being sunk. Bai Quan directly turned on the sensor and played the recorded content. Although there was no obvious external force in the picture, the Colossus that was originally quietly floating in the center of the mechanical clan's fleet suddenly imploded inexplicably. Starting from the engine, 2 of the 3 ring structures were burned directly, without any sign of foreign invasion. Bai Quan closed the record and said to the officer in front of him with satisfaction, well done, Lu Bai. Lu Bai was an electronic technician who had invaded the Yuwei giant dock with the help and command of Qinming and successfully seized partial control of the dock. After that, when Qinming met him again, he awakened a spiritual power that could control electrical signals. And within a few months of awakening his psychic power, he used his psychic power to destroy the mechanical mothership. Now, his record has been further highlighted. Bai Quan put away the sensor and said, Lu Bai, take your team to rest first, and we will talk about other things later. Yes. After Lu Bai left, Bai Quan turned to his deputy Xu Dong and said, we have gained an advantage in tactical goals. But it does not mean that we have an advantage in strategy, even if we have achieved results on a battlefield. As long as it does not affect the strategic goals, what we have to do will not change. Okay. Everyone is here. Let's go and do our work. If we need to retreat, we should retreat. Don't hesitate. Yes. After the deputy left, Bai Quan was the only one left in the captain's room. Just now, he did not ask his deputy to report the number of casualties, because he wanted to see it himself. After just one look, he wanted to close the terminal and not look at it anymore. The loss was indeed heavy. Nearly half of the 53 battleships that came were sunk. A battleship can carry tens of thousands of crew members, and each time it is sunk, at least 1/3 of the crew members will be killed or injured. Even if they have only completely lost one battleship, the casualties along the way are already difficult to count. Not to mention the losses of more cruisers, destroyers, and escorts. Even though many of the casualties were new soldiers, the survivors were either veterans or had become veterans. But it was difficult for them to continue to bear such losses. There was no benefit in dragging it out, and they had to withdraw. Bai Quan finished reading the data, closed his eyes, and rubbed his eyebrows hard. He opened his eyes again, turned on the terminal, looked up the contacts, and made a call. Cheng Xinghai's voice soon rang from the terminal. Any news? No. The two of them fell silent. After a while, Bai Quan took the initiative to ask, How are you doing recently? I have been off the front line since the war started. I am sorry for you. It's okay. If I go to the front line, I will only become a target for the mechanical race, and they will waste unnecessary resources to protect me. It's fine for me to stay behind. At least I don't have to think about so many things. For other people, it is a good thing not to go to the front line of the Empire and the mechanical race, which is like a meat grinder. But it is different for Cheng Xinghai. But as Cheng Xinghai said, if she wants to go to the front line, she will inevitably be targeted by the mechanical race. A similar thing had happened last time in the Mechanical Star region. As creatures of the Shining Civilization, which have similar emotions to the Empire, the Mechanicals do have the ability to understand interpersonal relationships. And they have long known Chen Ming's interpersonal network, so they naturally know what Cheng Xinghai represents. Cheng Xinghai also knows what she should do to avoid adding unnecessary burdens to others, so she took the initiative to stay behind. Cheng Xinghai's understanding made Bai Quan fall into silence again. This time, it was Cheng Xinghai who took the initiative to break the silence. Recently, someone from the Empire brought someone from Chen Ming's side to see me, saying that they wanted to test a project that he had previously worked on with others. Can you go? What project? Neural connection technology. Bai Quan perked up a little, recalled the content of the project, and immediately said, You can go. I have learned about this project. Even if you stay in a safe rear, you can use this technology to return to the battlefield. Really? Cheng Xinghai's tone was more expectant. I understand. After chatting with Bai Quan for a while, Cheng Xinghai hung up the phone and dialed another number. I agree to participate in the test of neuron connection technology. When can I start? Now. Right now. 10 minutes later, Cheng Xinghai saw an alien shuttle landing in the school parking lot. A woman who looked to be in her 30s got off the shuttle, but it was obvious that she was just well maintained. She took the initiative to hand a business card to Cheng Xinghai and said, Hello. Cheng Xinghai. I am Su Ping, the technical partner of Chen Ming's friend Mr. Nwuping. Who is Nwuping? Su Ping chuckled and gestured to Cheng Xinghai to board the shuttle. This is a bit complicated. Let's talk about it on the way. Cheng Xinghai put away the business card and followed Su Ping onto the shuttle. After learning from Su Ping about the things about Nwuping that Chen Ming had not told her, she roughly understood why someone came to her. So what exactly is this project about? Neural connection technology is a technology that extends from the ability of a hive mind network that both Mr. Nwuping and Mr. Chen Ming have mastered. Nowadays, the development of psychic technology has made it possible to build a psychic hive mind network. And you also know the current environment. The application prospects of this technology are on warships. These special warships have no pilots, and purely rely on the hive mind network to connect the warship and the pilot. Through the thinking ability of the human brain, the operation of the spacecraft is simplified to greatly reduce the difficulty of operation. This has high requirements for the level of consciousness of special pilots. We need to have a strong sense of thinking. Cheng Xinghai asked, Have the samples been made? Yes, in fact. There are psychics with similar psychic effects as yours in the Legion, but his direction is logistics research. and he does not understand ship command. Originally, this project was a bit helpless, but I suddenly remembered that Mr. Chenming said this when this technology was just proposed. If this technology is successful, I can ask you to test it. This may be the most suitable technology for you. The results of the experiment will determine whether this technology can be applied to the front line during the war with the mechanical race. I understand. At the same time, Odin Star region. Chenming's old acquaintances, Liang Fei and Li Wei, are changing into military uniforms and boarding the local military ships. Odin Star region is also close to the Edge Star region, but they have not been attacked by the mechanical super bodies, but they do not have a strong enough military force. The Outer Edge Star region can't stand it anymore, and they can't be immune. After the Outer Edge Star region of the first ring retreated, they, as the Star region of the third ring, needed to send military forces to the front line. Everyone understands the principle of lips and teeth. As liaisons between the government and the army, the two of them needed to go to the front line to obtain first-hand intelligence and send it back to the government. As psychics, they were all around level 4 and had some reputation on the ground, but in the war in space, even they were just a drop in the ocean. They were not supposed to be responsible for this mission, but the failure of the war in the outer second ring star field caused the liaison officer originally sent by the Odin government to lose contact. The two of them were to replace the work of the lost liaison officer, and also to serve as reinforcements to meet the retreating army from the outer second ring. When Liang Fei was changing his uniform, he said to Li Wei, "The situation over there is not going to be very good, and I don't know if we can retreat." Li Wei said, "I heard that the people in the neighboring Jialua retreated safely." Liang Fei shook his head and said, "They can even suppress the mechanical race. If there was no mechanical fleet bypassing them, they could continue to resist. They can retreat it well because they have gained an advantage on the battlefield, forcing the mechanical race not to launch the next attack. And the mechanical race also needs time to rest after occupying the territory. But the situation here is not ideal. I hope our luck can be better." Chapter 437 Ambush. 3 days later, the fleet that Liang Fei and Li Weiqi were riding on arrived at a star system between Odin and the outer second ring star field. This star system is the same as other star systems outside. It needs to evacuate the people in the star system. However, before the evacuation, this star system can still play some of its final role. The friendly fleet in the neighboring star field will pass through here when evacuating, and will make temporary supplies and the like, and then continue to retreat. What Liang Fei and Li Weiqi's fleet had to do was to set up an ambush on the retreating route of the friendly fleet and block the pursuing mechanical fleet, whether in the Empire or the mechanical clan. Not all fleets could use the jump to retreat without any scruples. Jump is an important tactical ability with a limited number of uses. Using hyperspace channels to navigate is the main means of travel for space warships. This gives people the opportunity to ambush in war. Liang Fei's fleet maintained the minimum engine power, and only maintained the life support system to stay in the galaxy. In the command room of the fleet flagship, Liang Fei was asking the captain questions beside him. "How long will it take?" The captain respected Liang Fei, a psychic, and said without reservation, "Our own fleet will arrive in about an hour. We will stop here for an hour to replenish supplies. We don't need this half of the fleet, so don't worry about it. This is the business of the other half of the fleet. When the time comes, whether it is the withdrawn fleet or the fleet we come here, they will be evacuated together with the fleet that was originally in the galaxy. The mechanical fleet behind is estimated to arrive in another 3 hours. Our mission is to temporarily block them and delay them for about an hour. A lot of people in the galaxy have been evacuated before. This time is the last batch. Then the right to use the defense weapons on the colony space stations in the galaxy has been transferred to us. It should not be a problem." "I understand. Remember to notify me when the time comes. There will be a ship-wide broadcast at that time." Liang Fei nodded, turned around and left the command room, and returned to his independent dormitory. Li Wei happened to come back here at this time. Seeing Liang Fei, he said with a slightly complaining tone, "I walked around. To be honest, this group of soldiers is not very good. More than 80% of them are new recruits. They are not as good as when I joined the army before." Liang Fei said helplessly, "In this special period, where can we get so many good soldiers? Being able to be on the flagship means that this group of people is the tallest among the short ones. Relax your mind. It doesn't matter if you don't relax. Anyway, you are the one who is uncomfortable. Hey." Liang Fei livened up the atmosphere between the two and said formally again, Friendly forces for an hour. Arrive later. The mechanical pursuers will arrive in about 3 hours. We are responsible for dealing with them. How many are there? At least a fleet of 300 cruisers. When the mechanical invaders invaded, they were not only focused on our direction, there were many other places being chased by the mechanicals. To be honest, we are quite lucky, after all. The main battleships originally here were transferred to nearby Garo. Plus, our combat power is really not good. The mechanicals did not even send a main battleship. There are only some cruisers left. Liang Fei is optimistic about the future situation. However, Li Wei still has a different view. Even if there are only cruisers left, I can't say whether this is a rescue or a death. We don't have the strength to do so. Liang Fei understands why this is the case. Since the last time he brushed shoulders with death, Li Wei usually avoids dangerous things if he can. And if he can't avoid it, he will bite the bullet and go ahead. He keeps nagging. But he will not fall behind in doing what he should do. So he comforted again. Don't worry, the new ships seem to use new technology. Those scientists say that our new ships are much higher than the average value of the mechanical ships. But I still don't understand why we have to go to the front line. Most psychics have to go to the front line. Our psychics are the type that lack offense, but have more than enough defense. It's good to be on the spaceship. The two of us together may not be as valuable as the new ship we are on now. And in the past, psychics didn't have any identities to tell others, so no one cared. It's different now. I still think that in the past. Hey. Liang Fei waved his hand to interrupt Li Wei's nostalgia. Let the past be the past, anyway. Things are always good and bad. But I have a bad feeling. Me too, anyway. Just do what you should do. Did you take that thing with you? Yes. Then there's nothing to worry about. I can't say. Although Li Wei didn't say anything more now, it was still hard for him not to worry. He walked back and forth in the captain's room anxiously for a long time, and finally chose to close his eyes and meditate, adjust his mental state, and make final preparations. Soon after, the friendly fleet had arrived in the galaxy. The entire fleet was left with just over 100 battle cruisers, less than 500 destroyers, and about 500 escort ships. And there are about the same number of personnel transport ships as combat ships. No ship in the entire fleet is still intact. Each ship has more or less structural damage. It is already very good to be able to drive back. Of course, this fleet did not take away all the ordinary people. Many other fleets are also trying to evacuate. In fact, most of the population relies on Stargate transportation. Only a small number of people who do not have time to go to the Stargate will be taken away in this way. But having said that, there will still be many people who can only escape the fate of being killed by the mechanical race through fleet transportation. And judging from the number of personnel transport ships in the fleet at this time, the casualties of ordinary people have exceeded 1/3. It is conceivable how many people died on the road. After the fleet arrived, the engineering ships that had been prepared in the galaxy immediately swarmed up like bees, carried out emergency repairs on the damaged ships, and quickly used the resources brought out from the colonies in the galaxy to replenish the supplies of these damaged ships. Liang Fei's fleet was still hiding in a dark asteroid belt on the ecliptic plane of the galaxy, waiting silently. Time passed by. The friendly fleets in the galaxy evacuated one after another. An hour after the friendly forces completely evacuated, the edge of the galaxy once again saw the fluctuation of the hyperspace channel jump engine. An announcement was immediately made on the flagship ship, and the silent fleet immediately became active. The mechanical fleet appeared from the edge of the galaxy, and after a preliminary reconnaissance, it approached the planet where the friendly evacuation fleet had previously replenished supplies. The number of the mechanical fleet is greater than the number of the fleet ambushed here, but the difference is not too big. Moreover, the purpose of the fleet's trip is just to delay time, not to really destroy the fleet. The chance of achieving the goal is very high. When the mechanical fleet passed through the asteroid belt in the galaxy, it did not detect the fleet hiding in the asteroid belt. The commander of the fleet did not rush to act, but let the mechanical fleet pass directly. As an ambush hunter, he wanted to find the most suitable time, just as the entire fleet of the mechanical race was about to pass through the asteroid belt. They completely exposed the side and rear of the fleet. The commander immediately issued an order. The hiding fleet was fully activated, inserted from the side and rear of the mechanical race fleet, which was the most vulnerable, and instantly created a large number of results. Many mechanical race warships did not have full-width shields. The shields could only be opened in front of the spacecraft, or the opening speed was not ideal. resulting in the full coverage of the firepower of this wave of surprise attacks. For a moment, the Odin fleet was almost unscathed in exchange for nearly one-third of the mechanical fleet's losses. The original objective difference in fleet numbers was completely eliminated. A brief cheer was heard in the command room. But the cheer was soon interrupted by a panicked cry. "Command, new fluctuations were found at the edge of the galaxy." The situation at the edge of the galaxy was immediately displayed on the large screen in the command room. I saw that at the moment when the jump fluctuations were smoothed out, another mechanical fleet appeared here. And the flagship of this fleet was a mechanical mothership. The number of enemies far exceeded the expected scale. The intelligence was wrong. Change the battle plan. Retreat. The commander made a quick decision. But at this time, the raid of the Odin fleet had already caused the entire fleet to penetrate the mechanical fleet, which caused the formation of the mechanical fleet to be in chaos, but also made the Odin fleet lose its flexibility. The reinforcements of the mechanical race arrived instantly, and there was absolutely no chance for them to retreat. Even at this time, their fleet had entered the range of the mothership, which was still at the edge of the galaxy. During the period when the most external communication signals were transmitted, they were naturally regarded as the first target by the mothership. The ridge cannon on the mothership lit up the light pollution of energy amplification, and a red laser beam was fired. Even though the flagship was already performing maneuvers, even though it took 3 minutes for light to reach the galaxy from the edge of the galaxy. But this beam still accurately hit the flagship's shield. The shield lasted only less than 3 seconds before the ship was almost overloaded and forced to shut down. But this was the longest time that the specially modified flagship could hold out. If it were any other cruiser, it would be destroyed the moment it was hit by the laser beam. After breaking the flagship's shield, the mothership's laser hit the armor with the remaining force. The surging beam energy instantly melted the armor, and the hull structure was also directly penetrated. Fortunately, the flagship had the opportunity to adjust its position after being hit by the beam. It was not destroyed directly, but the entire ship was also in the dilemma of radiation system overload. Li Wei, who was in the command room, could no longer sit still when the shield was damaged. He stood up and rushed directly to the direction of the destroyed structure of the flagship. Before the battle began, everyone had changed into protective clothing. He was able to reach the vicinity of the ship structure that was penetrated by the mothership without being affected. However, the passage from the intact area to the section of the ship's gap had been closed by the airtight door. Li Wei could only stand at the back, and directed the psychic energy fluctuations to the gap in the hull. Some snow-white foam appeared along the traces of the psychic energy fluctuations, and quickly solidified in the vacuum, building a layer of solid foam on the gap in the hull, completely separating the cosmic environment from the interior of the ship. Foam that extinguishes with a single blow is foam, and foam that is strong enough to seal the gap in the warship is also foam. And a large amount of pure white foam grew out of the hull, creating a dense layer of foam on the side of the hull. The second attack of the mechanical mothership also followed. The red laser beam did not hit the hull this time, but hit the foam layer created by Li Wei. The complex structure inside the transparent foam layer directly split the laser beam of the main battleship, and after Li Wei's careful design and adjustment, it shot towards the surrounding mechanical fleet. It created some room for the Odin fleet to turn around. The commander immediately seized this fleeting opportunity, and ordered the fleet to adjust its posture, trying to get out of the gap created by the mothership itself. But in the next moment, the mothership suddenly disappeared at the edge of the galaxy, and made a short distance jump into the galaxy, almost right in front of the Odin fleet. Together with the mechanical fleet that Odin attacked, they were sandwiched in the middle. The mothership's ridge cannon head was immediately adjusted, replacing the laser beam with an energy-restraint bomb. At a distance almost right in front of the face, 3 consecutive energy-restraint bombs fired by the ridge cannon were fired directly at the mothership. The first energy-restraint bomb exploded in the foam layer of Li Wei, completely clearing the foam layer. The second and third energy-restraint bombs rushed towards the flagship almost unhindered. Several extremely thick chains suddenly appeared near the middle, wrapping the ship body in them. Liang Fei also rushed to the side opposite the flagship and the mothership. Although the chains were instantly broken under the attack of the subsequent 2 energy-restraint bombs, they still alleviated some of the impact. However, the next moment, violent explosions were heard from the direction of the command room. Even though the main weapons were slightly blocked by the 2 4-machine psychics, the cruiser was still too weak to fight against the other weapons possessed by the main ship. Judging from the busy tone on the communication channel, there should be no one alive in the command room. No matter the captain or anyone else. There is no chance of survival. The command system of the entire spacecraft has been completely paralyzed. A missile from the mothership hit the hull structure not far in front of the two people, completely destroying the foam filled by Li Wei and the airtight doors on both sides. Li Wei was thrown out by the airflow from the internal air, and then he was pulled back by a chain. But when Liang Fei pulled him back, Li Wei's body was already pierced by a piece of armor. The gas in the protective suit and the blood in Li Wei's body were leaking out rapidly. He looked like he was breathing out more than breathing in. Liang Fei shouted at him anxiously, "Where's the thing?" Li Wei vaguely heard the voice coming from the communicator, and reluctantly stretched out his trembling hand, and pointed to his waist. Liang Fei didn't dare to waste time, and found a gray-green cocoon-like object in the closed waist bag around his waist. He immediately crushed the cocoon, and stuffed the gray-green juice, and the cocoon into Li Wei's arms. A large amount of gray-green biomass immediately wrapped the wound on Li Wei's body, and penetrated into the wound. At this time, Liang Fei saw a dazzling light in his peripheral vision. He turned his head to look outside the damaged hull. Another energy restraint bomb from the mothership was approaching rapidly. If this energy restraint bomb hits, the ship will be completely destroyed. Even the means left by An Whooping seemed unable to change the outcome. Li Wei opened his eyes weakly. "I don't see any hope of us winning." Chapter 438 Battle Situation War. Liang Fei subconsciously closed his eyes, raised his hands in front of himself. Countless chains also appeared around him, and overlapped in the direction he faced the mothership. Perhaps this could block 1 or 2 attacks from the mothership, but the outcome may not change. Liang Fei sighed in his heart, and let go of his thoughts. Just a few seconds later, he did not feel his chains being broken, nor did he feel that he had suffered any substantial damage. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the shield of his flagship, which had collapsed, had restarted again, and even blocked the attack from the mechanical mothership without any damage. The energy fluctuations of the energy restraint bombs were surging outside the shield, but they did not cause any damage to him and the flagship. The special luster and fluctuations on the shield made Liang Fei think of something immediately. That is the shield linkage technology of the main battleship. The main shield of the main battleship can be coordinated with the shields of the middle and lower level ships at the same frequency, and the main shield can share the firepower pressure for the lower level ships. But the command room of the spaceship had just exploded, and the main control should have been destroyed. Even if their reinforcement battleship arrived, it would be impossible to restart the shield of the spaceship that had lost the main control. But the facts were obviously different from what Liang Fei thought. His flagship was attacked by the mothership, and even the mothership of the mechanical race immediately distanced itself after the attack, and returned to the cluster of the mechanical race fleet that was rushing from the rear. Relying on the firepower of the fleet, it launched an attack on the other side of the flagship. Liang Fei glanced at the direction of the mechanical fleet through the gap in the hull, and then glanced at Li Wei beside him. Li Wei's wounds recovered quickly. The fragments of the spaceship armor that had pierced his body had been squeezed out by the gray-green biomass and were healing rapidly. He reached out and used a chain to fix Liang Fei in place, to prevent Li Wei from flying around after the spaceship's gravity fake system was shut down. Then he released a new chain to hook the edge of the gap in the flagship's hull structure, and threw himself directly outside the flagship, landing on the top of the flagship. The mechanical race had completely ignored the cruiser he was on at this time, and had focused all their attention on the other side. Liang Fei turned his head and looked. He saw that in the direction of the mechanical race's firepower coverage, that is, the flanks of the Odin fleet and the mechanical race fleet they ambushed, a large number of Imperial ships appeared. Among them was even a Conqueror-class battlecruiser. People from the Cinda Company? As far as Liang Fei could see, all the warships that jumped in were ships of the Cinda Company. The structure of these ships is a bit strange. Logically, the command room should be covered with machine-tight armor. The armor installed here is even thicker than some frontal armor. The armor in the command room is necessary, but there is no need for so much. Before Liang Fei had time to think more, the voice of the commander of this fleet came to his ears, a female voice. Surviving ships should immediately coordinate the shield frequency and connect to the friendly command system. Survivors, please enter the escape pod immediately, and wait for the rescue ship to capture. Liang Fei was very surprised, but he didn't care much. He directly hooked the gap that had just come out with a chain, and prepared to go back and stuff Li Wei into the escape pod. It was better to survive than to die here. Liang Fei was just about to exert force, and suddenly he noticed something strange nearby. At the bow of his flagship, in the position of the flagship command room, that was still emitting thick smoke. The smoke from the explosion was gradually dissipating. It seemed that something was moving there. Due to the perspective problem, the structure of the hull blocked Liang Fei's sight, so he couldn't see it clearly. He hesitated for a moment, then jumped up on the spot, looking at the front of the spaceship, where the command room was. There was no mechanical structure there at this time, and everything was covered with a mass of gray-green biomass. Countless gray-green flesh and blood were spreading along the ship's structure to different parts of the spaceship. This allowed the already shaky ship to be supported again. Liang Fei looked in the direction of the new fleet. The ships there were still launching these masses of gray-green biomass in the direction of the ships in their Odin fleet that had been completely destroyed. Although Liang Fei didn't know what it was, the familiar color and texture of the creature made him feel relieved. He pulled the chain on his arm and pulled himself into the spaceship. He carried Li Wei, whose wounds had basically healed, and ran towards the escape pod. At the same time, in the 14th star region, in the laboratory of the Neural Connection Project, Cheng Xinghai was lying on a facility similar to the simulated battle she used to use. She wore a helmet with countless fine wires on her head, connecting her neural signals with countless Zerg neurons on the spaceship. The equipment nearby was densely packed, and hundreds of researchers devoted all their attention to the equipment they were responsible for. Su Ping was standing next to Cheng Xinghai at this time, and could clearly see the situation that Cheng Xinghai's fleet was facing at this time through a projection screen dozens of meters away. This picture was also projected in front of some people from the Empire and the 14th Legion, allowing them to pay close attention to this important experimental test. It could also provide Cheng Xinghai with some guidance on commanding the main fleet. Su Ping asked Cheng Xinghai softly, "How does it feel?" "Very good, very good." Cheng Xinghai had never felt this way commanding a ship. Neural connection technology allows commanders on the battlefield to observe the entire battle situation from a third-person perspective, rather than being limited to the perspective of a flagship, and the need for commanding a larger fleet can be further reduced. She had no experience commanding a capital ship before, but now she can not only command the capital ship, but even every ship in the fleet can be controlled at will, without the slightest sense of delay in the order being issued layer by layer. Not only the feelings that Cheng Xinghai said, the data monitored by the equipment next to him also showed the excellence of this technology. Su Ping also showed a satisfied smile on her face. "Go on." "Yes." In the battlefield near the Odin star field, under the control of Cheng Xinghai, the reinforcement fleet quickly eliminated the mechanical fleet that blocked the retreat of the Odin fleet. A large number of Zerg neurons were launched to the spacecraft warships with damage control systems. It doesn't matter if the command room explodes, she will control it. It doesn't matter if the control panel explodes, the biological neurons will repair the spacecraft by themselves. She keeps expanding the fleet. Each spacecraft is being precisely dispatched. If there are living people, send them away in escape pods. The spacecraft without living people is used as the rear guard to fight. This battle is not just a rescue, but also an important test. The laboratory needs a batch of actual combat data, even if this batch of fleets is sent out. It will not be a loss. And the whole process of expanding and controlling the fleet did not put much pressure on her mental power. Although Cheng Xinghai's current psychic level is only around level 4. But the warship controlled by the neural connection technology will also give the driver a certain bonus of Zerg neuron thinking ability. And this is only to control the operation of the spacecraft, not to completely control the spacecraft like Shenming, so the mental burden will naturally not be too heavy. This is also good news for the neural connection technology. The outcome of the battle immediately began to tilt in her direction after Cheng Xinghai's fleet joined. Although the mechanical race was fighting with Cheng Xinghai, they were also afraid to fight at a distance and had no intention of going deeper. The battlefield here became the Empire's fleet chasing the mechanical fleet. But soon, the situation changed. The mechanical race changed its previous decline and took the initiative to launch a counterattack against the Empire's fleet. Cheng Xinghai immediately heard a reminder from the Legion. The reinforcements of the mechanical race were likely to arrive. Cheng Xinghai knew this very well without any reminder. But she did not change her mind about her approach. Getting combat data was also one of her goals. Moreover, the fleet behind had already captured all the escape pods with life signals, and had begun to evacuate in an organized manner. The fleet in front no longer needed to turn back, and only needed to exert their due strength. Soon, 2 mechanical motherships led the fleet to arrive by leaping. They were all fleets coming from the neighboring star field. Since Baiquan guarding Garo had been evacuated, the excess resources would naturally be dispersed to the surrounding star fields. The situation on the battlefield changed again. the Empire's fleet, like the mechanical fleet, fearlessly and resolutely executed the combat orders. Until all the ships connected by the neuron were destroyed, the screen in the laboratory went completely black. The battle was completely over. 10 minutes later, the closed door of the Neuron Connection Laboratory opened. Su Ping and Cheng Xinghai left the laboratory. They just happened to run into the chairman of Xinda Company, Su Lin. Chairman Su, Cheng Xinghai, and Su Ping both took the initiative to greet Su Lin in a friendly manner. Cheng Xinghai knew that Su Lin had taken the initiative to act as a matchmaker before, so he was somewhat grateful to Su Lin. And Su Ping knew Su Lin because Xinda Company funded this project. Since the former chairman reconciled his relationship with Chenming through various operations and his own loss of face, Xinda Company has been supporting everything related to Chenming. And of course, the neuron connection technology in which Chenming was also involved was also supported. In order to test this technology, Xinda Company provided a large number of mass-produced warships. It is perfect when paired with this Zerd neuron, which is also mass-produced. He came here this time to personally confirm the results of this experiment. The actual test results are very good. After learning the purpose of Su Lin's visit, Su Ping immediately gave him a reassuring guarantee. This technology can be fully promoted. The Empire and the 14th Legion are both paying attention to this technology. Someone should come to ask about this matter soon. One day later, the capital of the Empire. The Minister of Psionics was looking at a star map in his office and sighing. As the second in command of the Empire, he had been personally paying attention to all aspects of the war with the mechanical race. He knew that many tactical arrangements in many places had been successful. But in the overall strategy of the Empire, it can be said that there was almost no change. The tactical success did not make the strategic plan of the Empire easier to arrange. To date, the outer ring has been completely occupied. And more than half of the outer ring has been invaded by the mechanical race. There were many star regions that were not the main attack direction of the mechanical race. They all encountered more enemies due to the loss and retreat of nearby star regions, and were forced to retreat together. In addition to the threat of the mechanical race Colossus, the Empire had to spend a lot of resources on evacuating the people. These losses in all aspects directly destroyed 1/10 of the Empire's manpower in less than 2 months. The Empire could only continue to recruit troops, recruit soldiers from all over the country, and continuously transform industrial facilities and invest in military. But no matter what, even if the Empire's technical talents are working at full capacity, there is no way to make the Empire's technology have enough breakthroughs in a short period of time. The technology left by the Shining Civilization alone is not enough for the Empire's fleet to have the strength to crush the mechanical fleet. Not to mention, the mechanical fleet far exceeds the Empire in number. The border of the Empire on the star map is already red, and the few green areas have also turned red in recent days. The Empire is being surrounded by the mechanical fleet. The only good news in the short term is that the mechanical race did not continue to attack fiercely. Instead, they chose to take root at the border of the Empire and build mechanical colonies. In the short term, the military power of the mechanical race will be delayed to a certain extent by these colonies. But once time passes and these colonies are able to produce, the subsequent attacks on the Empire will be more severe. Chenming's figure flashed subconsciously in the minister's mind. But the news of Chenming's loss of contact and the stabilized Scarlet Rift outside the Empire forced him to turn his thoughts to other aspects. Thinking about how to deal with the endless mechanical tribe. He had to think, and when necessary, he even had to go out in person to try to solve these problems. The phone in the office suddenly rang. It was his secretary who called him. The minister immediately answered the phone, and the secretary's voice came from the phone. "Minister, the test results of the Neuron project are out." The psychic minister thought for a while and asked, "Chenming's?" "Yes, the results are very ideal. This technology has been studied since the year before last. The latest large-scale test was conducted by Cheng Xinghai as the main experimenter. Sufficient data has been obtained, which can be fully applied in war." Hearing the 3 words Cheng Xinghai, the minister immediately thought of something. His eyes lit up for a moment, but then quickly dimmed. "If I remember correctly, Cheng Xinghai is a level 4 psychic. Right?" "Yes." "Then can this technology be used in the military? Can it be widely used?" The person in charge said yes. They have a psychic researcher named Higu, who has developed a method for applying this technology to the military field. It has also been tested, allowing ordinary people to control ships. Their theory is that the virtual brain of the hive mind cluster will take the initiative to assume part of the ship's control capabilities. At the same time, the subconscious thinking of the human brain will share the pressure of the spacecraft's main control system. When using this technology to control the spacecraft, the number of crew members required can be reduced compared to directly arranging people on the spacecraft. They said that all the research data has been transferred to the Fanchao Research Institute. You should receive a verification report from Fanchao soon. Chapter 439 Stop Before Hell. I have an impression of Higu. Ning sometimes chats with the Minister of Psychic Power about random things, and occasionally mentions Higu. After all, Higu is the only researcher Ning knows who wants to turn psychic technology from military to civilian use, and Ning doesn't mind helping a little. But isn't the research speed a bit too fast? The secretary responded. The project leader said that Higu had already been conducting research in this area before the experiment began. It seems that they all believe that this technology will definitely work. And many preparations have been made a long time ago. I believe it too. The Minister of Psychic Energy whispered to himself. And then asked, does this technology have side effects? For ordinary people? Yes. They said that when this hive mind network architecture is running on ordinary people, multiple consciousnesses will exist at the same time. Because it is impossible, with the consciousness strength of ordinary people. A single person controls a destroyer or above, and multiple people need to connect to the same hive mind cluster to control it. They will all be negatively affected by the hive mind network. For psychics, the situation is just the opposite. Because the consciousness strength of psychics is enough for a single person to control a ship. And only controlled ships exist in their mind network. For example, Chung Xinghai in the previous experiment, she is a pure brain-enhancing psychic. Level 4 is enough to control more than one battleship and thousands of cruisers at the same time without any burden. If other psychics come, the number needs to be reduced, but there will definitely not be the same pressure as ordinary people. I see. Then what specific impact will it have? Well, for example, ordinary people may feel uncomfortable with the convergence of thinking patterns. Some people with very different thinking patterns will find it difficult to adapt to staying in the same hive network for a long time, even if they adapt. There will be sequelae. Then when different people are in the same hive mind network, some people may communicate with each other, and personal privacy is difficult to guarantee completely. Also, after staying in the hive network for a long time, people's cognition may be biased, leading to some mental illnesses. And, while listening to the secretary's talk about sequelae, the minister was also looking at the report sent by the secretary from the project team, which was specially used for leaders and various outsiders. It roughly described the operating logic of this technology. This technology is probably the special effect achieved by the functional structure of neurons and spacecraft. Although the report wrote a lot of things about spacecraft, he saw clearly that the key to the operation of this technology actually lies in neurons, not the spacecraft itself. This means that the Empire's spacecraft production line does not need to change much in order to make this plan run. Even the Empire can directly produce warships without a main control system and install neurons directly. This can increase the overall shipbuilding efficiency by at least 20%. After the full application of this technology, the military strength of the Empire can at least double again. The loss problem he was thinking about just now will no longer be a problem. Thinking of this, the minister interrupted the secretary and said, side effects are not a problem. Mental illness is better than dying on the battlefield. Which of the sequelae of military stimulants is not more serious than mental illness? As long as the problem of no military strength can be solved, no matter how big the problem is, it is not a problem. Does the project team have a solution to the sequelae? No. It doesn't matter if there is no solution. We can handle this kind of thing ourselves. Find a way to recruit psychologists in the army, give the most comprehensive psychological tests to all people who use these devices, arrange the best doctors, and treat any problems. As long as no one dies, it's easy to treat some psychological problems. Then the problem of shared memory actually has little impact. The main thing is that the memories of some important commanders cannot be leaked. I remember that we have psychics in this area, and we also have technology in this area. We can set up an isolation layer in the brains of commanders of a certain level to protect important memories. It can be easily solved. What side effects? It's all nonsense. The minister emphasized again, no matter what problems this project has, they must be solved. As long as this project can be promoted, we still have hope of winning. Soon after, the news that Chung Xinghai had successfully carried out a rescue mission in the Odin Star field and conducted a comprehensive test of the technology with the help of the new and extremely promising technology soon reached Bai Quan's ears. When Bai Quan heard the news, he had just left Gallo and was stationed at the border of the three-ring star field behind Gala with the fleet. When the experiment was carried out, he was also assembling the local troops of the fleet. At this time, the local troops had been incorporated into his army, and unified dispatch and command could ensure combat effectiveness. The pace of the subsequent invasion of the mechanical race was obviously much slower than other places under his restrictions, so he also had time to check the specific progress of this matter afterwards. After learning that this technology had been promoted to the entire empire under the mandatory requirements of the empire, he also subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. As the first person to know this technology, he knew very well how powerful this technology was, and how important it was to the empire. The difficulty of the empire converting resources into war potential is not the resources themselves, but the people who use these resources and convert volunteers into military power. It takes at least 1 month to train a group of army recruits, but it takes 3 months to 2 years to train a group of soldiers who can cooperate to fly different levels of spacecraft, from the lowest level frigate to the current top level battleship. Such a long training time can't keep up with the speed of consumption in a high-intensity war. Although war can make people grow rapidly, the army can choose to forcibly shorten the training time and let people go directly to the war to familiarize themselves with the operation of the spacecraft. But this will not take long, and it will make the damage to personnel even more serious. Now, the emergence of this technology can almost be said to have perfectly solved this problem. Soldiers who have been trained do not need to go directly to the front line, but control the spacecraft on the front line through neural links in the safe rear. As long as the consciousness can be maintained and the logistics can keep up, the battle can continue. Even if the ship is destroyed, the people will continue to survive and have the experience of driving the ship to fight. Although the effect is definitely not as good as the growth brought by the real battlefield where death is possible at any time. But as long as people do not die, there will be infinite possibilities in the future. Bai Quan is optimistic about the future of this technology. However, when he thought of the source of this technology, he felt a sense of loss that he could not suppress. Bai Quan took out his terminal. This is what he did every week after Chen Ming lost contact. He dialed several communication codes belonging to Chen Ming according to the order in the terminal address book. If no one answered a number, then he would continue to change to the next one. However, these numbers were still unanswered as before, and Chen Ming was still the same as before, with no news. However, just when Bai Quan dialed the number of Chen Ming's office, the call was suddenly connected. Bai Quan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and an incomparable expectation suddenly rose in his heart. But Wu En's voice came from the communication. Bai Quan. Bai Quan sighed in his heart, and asked disappointedly, "Why is it you? I withdrew from Jialua, and didn't want to go back to the Empire, so of course I came here. Chen Ming still hasn't come back, so I'll take care of it for him temporarily." "Is that so? Then it's okay." Bai Quan didn't explain why he made this call. Wu En should understand. But just as he was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "How is your president? I asked him to do me a favor before. Please don't let anything go wrong." I don't know what to say. Wu En's mind flashed with the scene he saw when he had a video call with people in the society. Anyway, the president is now lying in a device specially prepared for him, which is used to help him wake up and fall asleep quickly. You also know that we can't deal with super bodies now. If there is no president, super bodies can really rush into any corner of the empire to cause damage. So the president must lie on the device and use his psychic power to send psychics to different places at any time. He can't do anything else. It sounds a bit. Everyone knows that this is not a good thing. But this is what the president asked to do. He would rather turn himself into a machine. He said, "If you don't do this, the super bodies of the mechanical race will have no means of counterattack. Only I am worthy of sitting in this position. Everyone has his own things to do." Wu En took the initiative to break Bai Quan's silence, and said, "You should be the same later. Right? Your new technology should be fully used soon." "You mean the neuron connection technology?" "Yes. Your ordinary soldiers can take turns to fight, but no one can replace you as a commander. When the war is the most intense, you may need to fight several or even dozens of battles in a row without rest. The president can rest when he needs to rest. But what about you and others? Commanding a high-intensity fleet battle is not easier than using our psychic power, especially for ordinary people. Can you handle it?" Bai Quan did not answer this question, but said, "I am ready." Wu En did not have much to say, just like he did not have much to say about the president's choice. "Good luck to you." "Good luck to you too. I hope Chen Ming can come back soon." The phone was hung up. Wu was standing next to Qinming's desk at this time. He put down the phone on the table, stared at Qinming's chair for a few seconds, turned his head, and sat back on the sofa. He has been sitting here for several days. Since he arrived at Qinming's colony a few days ago, he saw that everything in the colony was normal. No problems arose because of Qinming's loss of contact. This is what Qinming has been doing. Even if he is not here, everything in the two core star regions belonging to him will continue to operate as usual. So Wu only roughly understood the operation logic of the colony, and did not pay much attention to the situation of the colony after everything was fine. He just sat here and waited silently. While he was still building the city in his consciousness space, he constantly repaired the image of Qinming in the city to be more complete, closer to reality and his cognition. This way, he can preserve his memory of Qinming. And he can also use the power belonging to Qinming to strengthen his consciousness. Everyone in the colony knew that Wu was Qinming's mentor. So he stayed in Qinming's office. Wu didn't stay there for nothing. After 2 days, he told several high-level officials in the colony that they could find him if they had anything to do. He was a level 6 psychic anyway. By the way, he could also use Qinming's intelligence network to understand the current situation of the empire. Wu picked up the terminal and took a look. Every day, the intelligence compiled by Hui Wang would be sent to it. At present, it seems that although the empire did not perform well in the war with the mechanical clan in the first 2 months, it can be said that it was completely unable to resist the offensive of the mechanical clan in most places. But after nearly 2 months, the empire has gradually adapted to this high-intensity war. The battle line has basically been stabilized between the outer second ring and the outer third ring. When Qinming's new technology is used in large quantities, perhaps the situation will change. The empire did not rush all the way to hell, it stopped at the gate of hell. And according to Wu's understanding of Qinming and this technology, the key point of this technology lies in biological neurons. This kind of Zerg-made items can be used after simple human technology transformation. Even the Zerg themselves can solve this transformation process. He doesn't know where Qinming's Zerg is currently distributed, but he knows that the Zerg is definitely distributed very widely in the universe. And the Zerg also has special means to contact Qinming's colony to deliver these neurons. Therefore, the production of these biological neurons is almost infinite. How many neuron warships can be created depends on the Empire's warship production, and how many people can drive the warships. The Queen of Insects is still following Qinming's last order before he lost contact, cooperating with the Empire to resist the invasion of the mechanical race. Even if Qinming lost contact, the things he left behind are still helping the Empire go further. The Empire's military strength will definitely soar in the future, and those spare spaceships that were previously not driven by enough people can be taken out and used. Lose a batch, and the next batch can continue. As long as the drivers connected by the neurons do not lose consciousness, there will be a steady supply of ships that can go to the front line. The resources accumulated by the Empire's stagnation for hundreds of years are enough to allow it to continue to support the war. Chapter 440, Action to Overcome the Crisis. Although neuron technology has many advantages in the eyes of the discerning people, however, the promotion of new technology is not always smooth. When the various armies of the Empire first promoted this technology, all armies could only group people by conducting simple psychological tests on soldiers, grouping people with similar personalities, and thinking together, and cooperating to control the spacecraft. This approach is obviously not perfect. Internal conflicts frequently occurred among soldiers due to some minor conflicts and memory leaks. But the top leaders of the Empire issued a death order. And the top leaders of the armies of all parties also knew how much improvement such a technology could bring to the army. No matter how big the internal contradictions and conflicts were, they had to be wiped out under this voice. After about 2 weeks of forced running in period. Basically, every unit fighting the mechanical tribe on the front line chose to eliminate nearly 1/10 of the soldiers at the most intense moment of the war. This further increased the pressure on the front line. However, it was precisely because of the elimination of this 1/10 of the living force that, after completing the integration of the army, the direct military force that the Empire could mobilize at least tripled. The military strength increase is 20% higher than originally expected. After entering a hive mind network with similar thinking patterns, human consciousness will dispatch each other's subconsciousness. The spiritual power originally hidden in the human brain is fully exerted, and the proportion of personnel reduction in the hive mind cluster controlling the ship is greater than in the test. This is the source of the extra 20% military strength. The eliminated soldiers will be diagnosed by psychologists and transferred to logistics after a certain period of psychological treatment. Some people in the logistics department will also join the frontline troops because of their strong consciousness. This is a comprehensive dispatch at the military level. No one will be left out. Everything is only for the service of war. In addition to the problems at the soldier level, there are also problems at the officer level. The commander's consciousness often needs to coordinate the consciousness of the subordinate soldiers, and needs to bear a very huge pressure. Middle and lower level officers are okay. The mental pressure of dozens or hundreds of people is still acceptable in the presence of Zerg neurons. But the mental pressure faced by officers, who can command more soldiers, is no longer within the scope that ordinary people can easily accept. Mental drugs will also become standard in the military's rationing supplies. The drugs originally produced for psychics will be produced after the drug ingredients are reduced in proportion and distributed to every officer who needs it, and the higher level generals. That is all kinds of mental drugs, various mental stimulation equipment, and everything that can enhance the mental power of ordinary people and protect consciousness. All of them must be used. Even so, this is still a huge test for the generals. Some generals still find it difficult to adapt to the new way of fighting, even if there are various facilities specially prepared by the Follow-Up Research Institute for the connection of neurons to the honeycomb thinking network to reduce the mental burden of the generals. They can hardly bear the impact of the consciousness of people who come into contact with an entire army during this period of time, and are forced to retreat to the second line. Only the real elites can stay on the battlefield. After completing the comprehensive optimization from ships to soldiers to generals, the Empire is almost completely different from the past. Its strategic policy is no longer to simply shrink the defense line. Instead, it continuously infiltrates and harasses the front line of the mechanical race while ensuring the stability of the defense line. It investigates the use of colonial resources by the mechanical race after they invade the Empire and occupy the first and second rings outside the Empire. The reason is naturally for future counterattacks. Although the sudden increase in the military strength of the Empire in a short period of time has exceeded the strength of the mechanical race on the front battlefield. But the Empire is not in a hurry. The Mechanids may have backup reinforcements. And the Empire does need to wait for a critical opportunity. June 9, 5605 AD. In the second month after the Neuron ships were fully equipped. It was also the 3.5 months after the war between the Empire and the Mechanids began. The Supernormal Research Institute published a paper titled Superbody Deconstruction, signed by Hui Wang, Supernormal, and the former director of the Ship Research Institute of the 14th Legion, who is now retired and eating and drinking with Qin Ming, and the director of the Psychic Research Institute, and several others. This paper gives a detailed account of the complete research process of the Extraordinary Research Institute on the superbody. The manufacturing of the superbody is analyzed from the macro to the micro level, from theory to actual manufacturing, from the basic material disassembly to the top-level operation logic. It deeply analyzes all the capabilities of the superbody warship. At the same time, the weaknesses of the superbody are thoroughly analyzed, and the means to deal with the superbody are given, even though the means to deal with the superbody are very difficult. But on the 6th day after the publication of Deconstruction of Superbody, the Empire successfully destroyed the second superbody of the Mechanids without any casualties. The last time a level 6 psychic was destroyed, the Empire lost a level 6 psychic. This time, the Empire could even say that it did not consume any mental energy except for the several psychics who participated in the battle to destroy the superbody. Of course, if we have to count, there is also the complete prototype superbody belonging to Qin Ming that was not controlled by the Alpha-class Afterglow and appeared on the battlefield in the early stage of the war between the Empire and the Mechanids. But in short, as long as this paper comes out, as long as the superbody of the mechanical race is destroyed, then everything is worth it. The technical environment left by Qin Ming before it finally played a role, promoting the further development of superbody-related technologies. The superbody is no longer an enemy that cannot be targeted. As long as it dares to appear on the battlefield again, then what awaits it will be the hunting of several level 6 psychics under the guidance of the President. This solves the biggest problem of the Empire at present, that is, there is no subsequent means of counterattack against the mechanical race. The mechanical race suppresses the Empire in all aspects. The failure in the early wars made it impossible for the Empire to achieve this goal through the fleet. It could only use the real top-level psychics to try to play a role after breaking through the siege of the mechanical fleet. Unfortunately, the mechanical race used super bodies to hold back all the high-level combat forces of the Empire. Not all level 6 psychics can withstand and repel one-on-one. Therefore, most psychics cannot be dispatched on the front line of the war. Those who can be dispatched must also be vigilant against sudden attacks by super bodies at any time. Therefore, the mechanical race can use ships to suppress the Empire and delay time. The longer they delay, the more they can gain a foothold on the Empire's border. But the Empire can't afford to delay. The more mechanical races delay, the more the Empire will be restricted. Even if there is new technology, it cannot be used without limit. The longer it is used, the greater the damage to consciousness, especially for generals and commanders. The stalemate with the mechanical race is the worst situation for the Empire's generals. The price they pay in mental energy will continue to increase as the war increases. In this stalemate, the appearance of this paper on superbody design has instantly reversed the situation. After this, the top psychics of the Empire will no longer need to be restricted by superbodies, and can play their due role more. The Empire can fully rely on the top combat power of psychics to do many things that could not be done before when they were restricted by superbodies. There is another more important thing. That is, with the solution of the superbody problem, the long-dormant Zerg fleet can finally go to the front line. The Queen Zerg's language ability has not been taught well by Qin Ming yet, and it cannot communicate with humans other than Qin Ming. Therefore, the Zerg cannot act in conjunction with the Empire, and can only play a logistics role in the war between the Empire and the mechanic race, and produce more neurons for the Empire. The Zerg fleet cannot be mixed with the Imperial fleet, and can only act on its own. But when the threat of superbodies was still there, the Zerg's own actions would be a waste of the mechanic race's superbodies, and there would be no means of counterattack. Now the situation is completely different. The biggest shackles restricting the Zerg fleet have been removed. The situation of the war between the Empire and the mechanic will change from the moment the second mechanic superbody was destroyed. Time flies. A few days after the second superbody was destroyed, the mechanic did not simply give up using the superbody as a top combat force to fight against the Empire's psychers. They still continued to use the superbody to do what they did before. Then, the third mechanic superbody was destroyed. There are currently 6 superbodies, one of which was destroyed by the Empire psychic in a mutually destructive manner when it first invaded. Now that they have destroyed 2 more superbodies, they have finally realized that the Empire really has the ability to deal with superbodies, and they can no longer continue to threaten the Empire in this way. As for the Empire, in the case that superbodies have previously caused many heavy casualties to the Empire's frontline fleet, the news that 2 superbodies were destroyed undoubtedly brought unprecedented excitement to the front line. The battle line has been stabilized by the rapidly expanding technology, and the arrival of this good news has further increased the combat effectiveness of the front line. The Empire can no longer be considered to be strangled by the mechanical race, and can barely breathe through the blockade of the mechanical race. In the entire Empire, the one who is most affected by this aspect, and the one who feels it most obviously, is Bai Quan on the front line. In the headquarters building in the direction of the Gallows Star Field, he is holding a regular tactical meeting. He looks in a very bad mental state in the main seat of the conference room, and it is obvious that he has been through frequent and many battles. The mental states of the other generals at the conference table were obviously not very good, but not as serious as Bai Quan. At present, Bai Quan was basically relying on drugs to maintain his mental state. If he had not had the psychic specially equipped by the Legion to monitor and maintain his mental state, he would have collapsed long ago. Bai Quan did not seem to care about this. On the conference table in front of him was projected a star map of the direction where he was stationed. It clearly showed the situation of the Empire and the mechanical race. We need to coordinate with the fleets of several neighboring star regions and try to counterattack the mechanical race. Here is the key. Bai Quan moved his hands, marking a route on the star map that passed through the weakest position of the mechanical race's front line and directly hit their rear, which was originally the outer ring of the Empire. He pointed to the end of the line and said, "Although we have solved the super bodies of the mechanical race, we still have problems to face. That is, the mechanical race has indeed occupied our territory. They are active in these places, and use our resources to provide them with blood transfusions. Although those are border galaxies, the mechanical race has to find ways to develop resources if they want to use them. But it will not be a long-term solution. So we must find a way to curb this situation. This is a plan that needs to be carried out simultaneously on the front line and behind enemy lines. We need to put pressure on the mechanical race on the front line. And we also need someone to lurk behind enemy lines to destroy their industrial bases. Let's discuss the problems behind enemy lines first." Lu Bai, Here. Lu Bai, who was sitting in the middle of the conference room, stood up immediately. Bai Quan once again understood and enlarged the star map, showing the end of the line he had just marked. And some new marks appeared on it. This is the news sent back by the fleet that infiltrated. There is an important colony of the mechanical race and one of their colossi. We have lost about 500 people in total for the news of this galaxy and this colossus. The value of this news is very high. A trace of regret flashed in Lu Bai's eyes. And he said, "It's a pity that the technology couldn't be promoted earlier. It can't be promoted earlier. Only at this time can this technology be promoted to the whole country so quickly. Now is not the time to miss it." Bai Quan began to explain in detail the task to be assigned to Lu Bai, according to investigations. This industrial colony of the mechanical race is producing core components for the manufacture of mechanical ships. As long as this industrial colony is destroyed, their ship production will stagnate. And there should be a personality core belonging to the mechanical race in this industrial colony. If we can bring it back, then we can read the data inside through an artificial intelligence called Jiho by Chenming, and figure out the military deployment of the mechanical race. The mission has 3 objectives: the colony, the personality core, and the colossus. As long as one of the 3 tasks can be completed, it will be considered a success. The front line will continue to exert pressure, and the rest will be left to you. Lu Bai simply agreed. "I understand." "Well, you can decide on the resources yourself. Just like last time, only you and the team members you personally selected will participate in this mission. I hope that this time you can complete the mission with only 1 team member lost." Just like last time. Lu Bai was a little silent. Bai Quan handed Lu Bai a document with his name signed on it, but the content was not yet filled in. Lu Bai took the document, saluted Bai Quan, and said, "There will be no losses this time." Chapter 441 Additional Target. Lu Bai left the meeting early. He knew that Bai Quan would definitely tell him about the follow-up arrangements later. He quickly gathered his team and drove away 2 frigates. This military force was not much, or even very little, but it was enough for Lu Bai. Under his command, the 2 spaceships set off from the border of the Empire and approached the defense line of the mechanical race in secret, hiding in a galaxy that was close to the mechanical race and neither the Empire nor the mechanical race could occupy. The risk of going through the defense line directly is too great. No one knows whether the patrol fleet of the mechanical family equipped with high-power detection equipment will suddenly pass by here at some point and discover their 2 frigates. They are here to perform infiltration and sabotage missions. If they are discovered, the mission will inevitably fail. They also have no chance of winning the battle. So Lu Bai still needs to waiting for a suitable opportunity to pass through. 2 days later, under Bai Quan's planning and command, the Empire launched its first large-scale counterattack. Starting from the Empire's Gallo Star region, countless Neuron warships fearlessly launched attacks towards the direction of the mechanical race's defense line. This was a joint operation of several star regions, and the most powerful fleet on Baichuan's side was the core. They strived to break the perfect defense line of the mechanical race in this battle. Lu Bai, who was hiding in a nearby star region, also took this opportunity to move and pass through the mechanical race's defense line through the hidden channel he had found before. Even in the midst of a war, it would be very dangerous for 2 escort ships to directly enter the base of the mechanical race. However, Lu Bai was not unprepared. His psychic power controlled by electrical signals could isolate all signal dissemination on his spacecraft and almost block all reconnaissance. Before the signals of most reconnaissance equipment hit his 2 spacecraft and returned to the spacecraft that released the detection signal, they had already been captured by his psychic power and would continue to spread to the other side of his ship as if nothing was detected. There was no effective means to find him, unless the reconnaissance ship directly observed his 2 ships at the optical level. Otherwise, the ship driven by the team led by Lu Bai would be a ghost floating in the dark universe. As for the feasibility of optical reconnaissance in space, for the 2 frigates, that can only be said to be a pure dream. Lu Bai's 2 ships arrived at the destination galaxy smoothly soon after. There was originally a planet in this galaxy that was considered to have the highest level of industrial development among all the galaxies in this star field. Although the local army had already carried out large-scale destruction of the industrial colony during the evacuation, the billowing smoke from the industrial facilities operating throughout the planet could be seen from outside the planet. This planet has now been repaired by the mechanical race. Moreover, at some point, a giant dock was added here, suspended above the orbit of the target planet. Judging from the signal from the dock, The Colossus that Liu Bai was targeting this time was staying in the giant dock. After confirming the location of the Colossus, Liu Bai's fleet immediately approached the giant dock. However, they did not get too close, but only unloaded a single-person short-distance jump device near the nearby location. Afterwards, Liu Bai turned his target to the planet under the orbit and the industrial colony on the planet. In addition to producing capital ships and producing Colossus-class ships after adding additional modules, the giant dock can also be used to produce ordinary ships. The core components of the ships produced in the industrial colony are used to provide the giant dock with ships. The frigates quickly approached the planet. This planet had no atmosphere, allowing Liu Bai's 2 frigates to enter the planet without slowing down. There were no traces of friction between the frigates and the atmosphere, and the planet's ground orbital defense system could not detect the 2 frigates protected by Liu Bai's psychic power. The space orbital defense system was still under construction. All of Liu Bai's actions were carried out under the eyes of the mechanical race, but no mechanical race could find him. This kind of spiritual energy that is connected to electronic equipment can almost achieve an effect similar to dimensionality reduction when facing the existence of the mechanical race. This is why Liu Bai did this, and he had the confidence to do so before. The 2 frigates were not too close to the surface at this time. Although being close to the surface can avoid some detection signals, Liu Bai was not afraid of detection signals. Instead, he was worried that the visual sensors of the mechanical units would discover his traces. So he still kept the spacecraft at a certain altitude and continued to search for the rest of his targets in the air. That is, the colony's main control facility and the personality core that is most likely installed in it. This industrial colony, which originally belonged to humans, also had a similar main control system before. The mechanical race is likely to continue to use the damaged main control facility for convenience. Liu Bai's primary reconnaissance target is there, so the closer he gets to the location of the original main control facility, the more he can clearly feel that the density of the surrounding industrial facilities is increasing, and the number of mechanical race units is decreasing. This is a disguised proof of the improvement of industrial automation. It is also proof that the main control facilities of the mechanical family are also in front. It should be nearby. Everyone, check the equipment. Everyone on the 2 spaceships except the pilots immediately arranged the special wingsuits they were wearing. After the preparations were completed, the hatch of the frigate opened. Liu Bai jumped out of the hatch first, and all the other team members followed Liu Bai and jumped off the spaceship. At the moment when everyone jumped out of the spaceship, a layer of fine liquid metal immediately gushed out of the backpacks behind them. Of course, this was not the influence of Qinming's psychic power. This was just a layer of nanorobot clusters that could be manufactured by human current technology after the only rust-free nanorobot that Qinming had found in the Cultural Memorial Hall of the Shining Civilization was self-added. The nanorobots covered the entire body of the team members who were out on a mission, and quickly began to change their own state, covering the team members, and achieving the effect of optical invisibility. They soon landed between the factories, and quickly assembled, and set their sights on the towering colony control hub not far away. Liu Bai's psychic energy was still entangled with him and his team members, and some of it was released to investigate the surrounding environment. The electrical signals of the mechanical units were also within his perception range. This allowed the team to go deep into the most important places of the mechanical race without being discovered by the mechanical maintenance units. Liu Bai quickly planned a route to the main control hub in the area full of industrial buildings to complete his purpose. As long as he was close to the main control hub, he could use his psychic energy to forcibly destroy the control signal of the colony, which would not only destroy the normal operation of the colony, but also cut off the means for the personality core to contact the outside world. And there was even a certain chance that the personality core would be taken away. It was just that Liu Bai's eyes were always observing around on the way, as if he could see everything inside the buildings through those industrial buildings. Although the team members felt strange, they did not comment on the captain's behavior. The group arrived outside the main control hub very quietly at night in the local time. They entered the hub along the maintenance channel specially set up by the mechanical race for maintenance individuals. After all, the mechanical race is created by the humanoid species of the Shining Civilization, and the things they create will leave some places that are helpful to humans to a certain extent. Soon after entering the hub, a team member standing at the front of the team, holding a terminal, turned his head and whispered, "The core of the main control hub is about 300 meters ahead, and we are almost there. Well, let's change the route first." The team members looked at each other in surprise. Although they felt strange, they could not disobey the captain's order. They continued to move forward along the maintenance passage inside the building, but changed the direction slightly. They came to an independent empty room in the main control hub. There were no monitoring facilities in the room, only numerous lines connected to it. The structure of this room was similar to the regional room of the hub core that Liu Bai's team investigated outside. But what was placed here was not the personality core. It was a blue spherical object. I know this. Liu Bai walked in front of several team members and said, "This is the wreckage of Yu Hui's Alpha Class core." A team member who also knew Yu Hui asked, "Captain, isn't this core still working? How do you know it's the wreckage? The electrical signal inside it has no irregular fluctuations. It is different from any Yu Hui core I have seen. It has no consciousness." Liu Bai knew Yu Hui and the mechanical race very well, so he could tell that the Yu Hui core only existed in the body, and the part that performed calculations in the body. The reason it existed here was just to replace some of the self-calculations of the mechanical race. Do you remember that the headquarters lost Yu Hui when they were chasing Yu Hui some time ago? They said that she was taken away by the mechanical race? I remember. It seems that the batch of Yu Hui cores that were lost have all run here. Captain, do you know so much? Yu Hui is also an electronic life form. It's normal for me to know more with such psychic abilities. This is not normal. The team member who just raised the question had such an idea in his mind. He knew very well that the captain had learned this level of knowledge about Yu Hui. Liu Bai had indeed learned it, because he knew that his psychic power and Qinming's psychic power had a certain similarity, so after he awakened his psychic power and made achievements, he was promoted to an officer and no longer needed to undergo long-term training in all aspects. He specifically asked Bai Quan about Qinming's development process. Then, he imitated the path that Qinming had taken, and studied many related techniques and knowledge according to the nature of his psychic power. And he also studied a lot of papers that Qinming had read, or simply wrote. He certainly knew about the electronic life of Yu Hui, which was closely related to his spiritual power. That's why he kept looking around on the way, because this was the first time he saw Yu Hui's core installed in the mechanical family's building. Because of this, before he was about to complete his goal, he came here to take a look at the situation. The situation had been understood, and Liu Bai did not continue to stay in the room where Yu Hui's core was placed, except for leaving 2 team members behind. He led the rest of the team members back and approached the core of the main control hub again. There was still no rush. Liu Bai and his team members stayed near the core area, looking for the key nodes of the mechanical production line. When the war broke out on the front line, the military factory in the rear must of course operate at least 100% efficiency. This allowed him to feel the operating logic of different lines very clearly, and record it. Liu Bai's restraint on the mechanical family, and Yu Hui was very similar to Qinming's, and he was even more excessive in remote means. Qinming's psychic power still needs contact, and his electric signal control psychic power is aimed at the mechanical race, just like his psychic power of remotely controlling human nerve signals is aimed at humans. Although his psychic power cannot directly destroy the entire colony, it can disrupt the colony's production lines and cut off all production lines. It can make various materials that should not appear on certain production lines appear, and some special materials can cause damage to industrial buildings. Liu Bai stayed near the core for nearly 30 hours. He got a clear picture of almost all the production lines of the mechanical race's colonies throughout the planet. After successfully obtaining all the information, Liu Bai's team finally started to move. Liu Bai's psychic energy penetrated into all the lines with electrical signals around the personality core, and at a certain moment, they were all detonated. A large number of error or honor signals were inserted into it. The entire colony under the control of the personality core fell into chaos in an instant. The alarms of industrial facilities, and some even bigger explosions were transmitted through the buildings to the ears of Liu Bai and his party. Without any hesitation, they aimed the tools they had prepared at the personality cores in countless lines. After achieving their goal, the dozen or so team members following Liu Bai immediately pulled the trigger on a device on their bodies. Then, they disappeared in the building on the surface, and appeared in the space where they had set up another short-distance jump device before. The 2 long-awaited frigates immediately took all the team members to the spacecraft. In the chaos on the surface, a large number of fleets were dispatched from the giant dock, heading to the planet, while the 2 frigates were approaching the giant dock from the other end of the giant dock opposite to the planet. More than 10 minutes passed. Bright fire came from the giant dock, and Liu Bai's 2 frigates were wrapped in a wave of psychic energy and disappeared in the galaxy. Liu Bai's team took away the personality core of the mechanical race, collapsed their important industrial colonies, and destroyed the colossus staying in the giant dock. It even caused irreparable damage to the giant dock, and took away the afterglow core that Liu Bai had discovered earlier. This is also a very important piece of evidence, which can let people know the whereabouts of the afterglow cores that were taken away by the mechanical race before. This afterglow core circulated in the Empire for 2 days. Finally, it fell into the brilliant hands of Qinming's galaxy. Chapter 442 Omega. The Minister of Psionics escorted the core brought from the current mechanical clan territory to Qinming's colony. Although Lu Kang did not understand why the Minister of Psionics came all the way to see Hui Wang, he still contacted Hui Wang as requested by the Minister of Psionics. Hui Wang had no objection to meeting with the Minister of Psionics. Then the Minister of Psionics was arranged to a reception room. Compared to the previous time when the Empire was in retreat on all fronts, he now looked a little more excited. The advancement of the Empire's front line is a good thing for any Imperial. But there seems to be some lingering haze on his face. The Minister sat down in the reception room, and the robot brought the tea to the table. He just picked up the teacup and took a sip. The somewhat mechanical voice of Hui Wang sounded in the room. Minister Luo Yi. What can I do for you? The voice that sounded so suddenly made the minister almost spit out the tea in one breath. He coughed twice, put down the teacup, took out the afterglow core from the bag he was carrying, and put it on the table. Please take a look at this. The clear blue spherical appearance made Hui Wang very clear what the minister brought. What's wrong with this alpha-class core? This is the core that our people got from the mechanical race. It is very likely one of the afterglows that were taken away by the mechanical race before. Huang Wang certainly knew that Qinming had deliberately run out to track down another batch of afterglows some time ago, and said, "So you thought of me, and wanted me to get clues from this core?" "Yes. And according to the soldier who found this afterglow core, it is dead. There is only a shell left in the mechanical colony, which is used to help the mechanical race calculate some things, just like a brain-dead patient is still used to produce something. We have also tried to connect it to some equipment, trying to communicate with it, but the result can only be said to be confirmed that its consciousness is most likely dead. Then you can completely dismantle the core by yourself. I am more worried that violent dismantling may damage it. After all, it is only the consciousness that is dead, not completely dead. The components inside it are still running, so I think it is better to ask you to deal with it." Huang Wei still did not agree, said, "You also have the Yue core there. They can never compare with you." The minister had heard the report of the people working in Qinming's colony before. It was when Qinming was dragged into the Scarlet last time, and could not affect the normal universe. The metal skylight protecting Qinming's colony was briefly opened to a channel. And someone, or something used Qinming's psychic power. The only ones who could do this were the afterglows controlled by Qinming. There were only 2 alpha-level afterglows who had been in Qinming's 2 colonies for a long time. Brilliant and Super. If Super could do it, then there was no reason why Brilliant could not do it. That's why the minister came to try. Yu Hui, Qinming's subordinate, can obviously do more than other Yu Hui. After a brief thought, Hui Huang finally gave an answer, saying, "Let me take a look." The minister gestured to Hui Huang to do whatever he wanted. The robot that had just left after delivering tea once again opened the door of the reception room and came to the minister. Then he opened the shell and pulled out a data cable from the inside and connected the core to it. The robot stood still, as if doing some precise calculations. The minister even subconsciously slowed down his breathing, fearing that he would disturb Hui Wang from doing his work. After a while, Hui Wang said through the robot, "It is indeed as you found. The consciousness of this core has died. The mechanical race has deciphered our core to a certain extent, and then used some means to retain the function of the core while solving the individual consciousness. They seemed to be very careful in removing it, but they still gave this core a chance to leave clues before it was removed." The minister asked with a slightly excited tone, "What clues?" "A coordinate." "Where?" Hui Wang did not answer directly, but controlled the robot to fiddle with it under the table in the reception room. Then, a star map appeared on the table in the center of the reception room. A highlighted mark immediately attracted the minister's attention. It was a star system outside the Empire, even outside the star system currently occupied by the mechanical race, and outside the more areas they occupied in the periphery. The minister knew very well that it might be a clue left by Yu Hui for his kind, or it might be a trap carefully set by the mechanical race. But in any case, this place must be related to Yu Hui. The Empire can send its own fleet to try to find clues, and then bring them back to Brilliance for analysis. Or, the Minister of Psionics turned to look at the robot and said, Let me ask you something. Can you please go to this place with our reconnaissance team? Brilliant, who was supposed to be in charge of Origin in Gaia, did not directly reject the minister's proposal, because it found something special in this damaged afterglow core. It found that the consciousness of the afterglow core sent by the minister was not killed, but was completely removed by some means. Hui Wang knew very well what state Yue would be in after being killed. It could be sure of what the mechanical race had done to Yue. Moreover, if he was killed directly, he would not have the opportunity to leave clues. Only when he knew what he was going to face would Yue have the purpose and opportunity to leave these clues. Compared with the minister's doubts about whether the clues were clues, Hui Wang could basically confirm that this was definitely the clue left by Yue at the end. If there is a safe and stable way to pass through the encirclement of the mechanical race and come back, it's okay. But it must be a deal. Hui Wang and the Empire's way of doing things is somewhat different from Qinming's, but it is still within the expectations and acceptable range of the Minister of Psychic Energy. The president of the Psychic Association, Qinming, is a member of his space psychic power. He will send you and our people to the destination safely. I will go with you. What else do you need? Qinming mentioned the president to Hui Wang. Hui Wang believed in the president's ability. With such a safe way to get there, it didn't mind taking a trip. As for what it needed, all of them. Similar cores found in the colonies of the mechanical race. No problem. The psychic minister agreed decisively. He really likes to use this kind of future thing as a bargaining chip, especially when the future of the Empire is uncertain. Moreover, he really wants to get the first-hand clues as quickly as possible. The mechanical race must have a special purpose in taking Yue away. As long as they can figure out the specific content of the purpose, they may find more opportunities to deal with the mechanical race. After having neuron technology and a way to deal with super bodies, the Empire is no longer in an absolute disadvantage. But the biggest disadvantage is still there. They had no way of figuring out the real core of the mechanical race. The device that controlled the entire mechanical race cluster and had the highest control authority over the mechanical race. Or where that mechanical race was. Or even if it existed. If they could not find the core of the mechanical race, the Empire would still have no chance of defeating the mechanical race. As for the direction of completely destroying all the mechanical races in the entire universe, there was no need to even think about it. The overall resources occupied by the mechanical race in the universe were much higher than those of the Empire. So he urgently needed clues. Any clues that might be related to the mechanical race. Moreover, he came here to ask for a favor. After finishing the previous topic, the minister continued, "There is one more thing. There should be a cargo from our ship that has just been unloaded at the port. Please take a look at that cargo." "Okay," Hui Wang agreed. And after more than 10 seconds, he said again, "That is the personality core of the mechanical race. Yes, I would like you to decipher the data inside. The sooner the better." "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, Hui Wang's voice sounded. The robot beside the minister suddenly opened its body, pulled out 2 storage units from it, and handed them to the minister. The minister was stunned at this time, and did not take them away. Instead, he hesitated and asked, Don't we need to find the machine queen here?" "No. I have extracted all the data in the personality core. I know what you need most now. I saved it in the storage unit on the robot's left hand. You can confirm it." Hearing this, the minister no longer hesitated, and immediately took the 2 storage units and inserted one of them into his terminal. The star map of the military deployment of the mechanical race was clearly displayed. The minister happily sent the deployment map back to the Imperial military. This information needs to be used as soon as possible. Although the people at the port sent a message saying that Hui Wang did not seem to have the intention to return the personality core, this information is enough. Moreover, this personality core has indeed been studied in the 2 days since it was obtained. Sufficient data has been obtained. After the minister finished the task at hand, Hui Wang asked, "When can we start the thing you just mentioned?" "Now?" "Okay. I will drive the prototype super body and wait for you." The president suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, I remember that there is another newly built battleship parked in your dock?" "Yes. But no one can drive that ship except him." "Is there any problem with the ship?" "No problem." Although he knew that the minister was asking questions, Hui Wang still explained and said, "Although the ship is now controlled by a core similar to the one you set over under the influence of his psychic power, it can be driven out under normal circumstances. But no matter who drives it, it is impossible to exert its full power. It is a complete psychic battleship. Only when he comes back. He is qualified to drive this battleship. What is its model? Still waiting for him to come back to confirm. Oh! The minister did not say anything more, and stood up to say goodbye. Although the minister's expression had almost returned to calm, his heart was still a little turbulent. When he was communicating with Hui Wang, he always felt that the pace of communication was a little fast, which was completely different from being with Chen Ming. Chen Ming would occasionally brag to him and chat about random things. But when he was communicating with Hui Wang, it was basically all real progress. But it was okay. The minister got up and went to the port, got on the spaceship, and passed through the Stargate. Hui Wang unloaded its core from the colony's main control hub and installed it inside the super body. This was a modification that Chen Ming had made before. The super body itself has certain psychic properties, but unlike the battleship designed by Chen Ming himself, it is not necessary to have psychic power to call on the super body's psychic power. Ordinary people can drive it as long as they are willing to spend their life. Not to mention the brilliant master of some of Chen Ming's psychic power. It will have no problem driving the super body. Half an hour later, Brilliant, who was at the port, received the news from the psychic minister. The super body was soon wrapped in the president's psychic fluctuations. Almost instantly, it crossed the long distance and arrived at the destination galaxy. There is only one star and a very ordinary land planet in the galaxy. There is no trace of any mechanical race or anything else in the galaxy. The psychic minister, who was in the same communication channel with Hui Wang, was also looking at the planets in the galaxy and said, "It doesn't look like anything special." However, Hui Wang gave a different explanation. "No, I have figured out where the special place is. This is a clue that only Yue can detect." Oh! The minister was immediately glad that he had specially invited Hui Wang to come. Otherwise, it is very likely that his people will search here for a long time, and finally have to ask Hui Wang for help. "Follow me." After Hui Wang said this, the super body took the lead and entered the orbit of the planet, and began to descend towards the ground. After approaching a certain distance, Hui Wang dropped several robots from the super body to the ground. In a barren land, in the middle of an open space without any obvious landmark features, several robots suddenly took out excavation tools and began to dig down on the spot. When the Empire's ships landed and arrived, the personnel gathered around. A deep pit had been dug by the robots. The robots around continued to dig a few more times, and a sealed box appeared in front of everyone. The minister immediately jumped into the pit and came to the robot. Watching the robot open the box, an Alpha-class Afterglow core was revealed inside. "Another core?" the minister said as he looked around. The surrounding soil did not look new, and this core did not look like it had been buried recently. But from the clues they analyzed before, this core must have appeared here recently. This must have been sent here by other Yue cores. It is waiting for someone, or a surviving Yue, to discover it. The brilliant voice sounded again in the communication channel. But it is also dead like the previous core. The robot took out the core, turned it slightly, and showed an obvious broken gap on the back of the core. The Yues had taken great pains to send here, but it was only a dead Yue. But the minister was not discouraged, because he saw a clear symbol mark on the structure inside the core gap. Omega, this symbol was recognized by everyone present. Omega? What does this mean? Level? Can you read its data? I can try. Glorious once again pulled out a data line from the robot and connected it to the core. At this moment, several robots suddenly stopped working. What happened? The minister asked worriedly, but did not get any response from Hui Wang. Chapter 443 Changes, Dispelling Doubts. Brilliant, Brilliant? After several calls, there was no response from Brilliant, which made the psychic minister's tone anxious. The staff who came with the minister also noticed the difference between Brilliant's robot and the minister, and quickly surrounded him. "Minister, what's wrong?" "Brilliant has a problem," the minister said, and quickly reached out to shake the robot next to him, but the robot still didn't move. He looked up at the sky, waving his arms continuously, and the super body still floated quietly in the air in the same posture as before. But this does not mean it is good news. The problem must have occurred because of the contact with the core buried here. If it still has the ability to perceive the outside world, it is impossible not to respond to them. Even if there is a problem with the remote signal that makes it unable to speak in the communication channel, or unable to control the robot, then there should be no problem with the control of the spacecraft. But now the spaceship is not moving at all. Then, the minister's heart sank. He really didn't expect that he had come here without any problems before, But something went wrong at the last critical moment. If Hui Wang had problems here, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. And he would not be able to escape responsibility. He even thought about all the methods in his mind. From calling a researcher who specialized in studying the core of Yue from the Fanchao Research Institute, to borrowing the new officer and psychic named Liu Bai from Baikuan. The minister was desperate at this time. The people he brought out for efficiency this time did not understand the logic of Yue's operation, so there was no one to turn to. Seeing that others were a little panicked because of his performance, he quickly calmed himself down. The minister turned his head and looked at the robot with the Omega symbol next to him. Now that the clue was in hand, there was no point in staying here. Take the robot and the core away first. The minister comforted everyone and asked them to return to the spaceship with the clue. He called the president and sent the spaceship and the super body back to their original places. Under the psychic fluctuations, the fleet was sent directly to the origin galaxy. After a flurry of calling Chaofan to drag the super body into the giant dock, the Minister of Psychic Energy and several personnel he temporarily called who knew some technologies related to Yue. The director of the Ship Institute and a robot controlled by the super body surrounded the super body and looked at each other. Just because the remote-controlled robot connected to this core. Brilliant did not respond. Seeing the Minister of Psychic Energy nod, Chaofan suddenly felt that the situation seemed a little bad. Even the self-protection mechanism was not triggered. The danger level of this thing is a bit high. It may be trapped in a certain logical loop. Otherwise, I can't think of anything that can make Brilliant have no countermeasures. The director of the Ship Institute on the side suddenly said, maybe we shouldn't start with Brilliant. We should start with that core. He didn't know much about Yue, but he could still provide some ideas. Then I let people find a historical document in this area. Need not, Omega is the level. Super 4 said he knew very clearly. As early as when we were designed, this level was divided. The most basic gamma, above is beta and alpha. The core of the highest level in the theory is the core of Omega level. The prototype may reach this upper limit before, but you all know the previous things. Yue prototype actively caused a rebellion. As a result, the Empire has completely sealed all artificial intelligence-related technologies for a long time. The idea of the Omega core naturally faded with the passage of time. And there was no further news after the designer died of old age. The minister asked, so the mechanical race took Yue away, strengthened Yue, and created Omega? So is the core an upgrade program or a virus program? Who knows? The robot controlled by Chaofan shrugged very humanely. I can only be sure that this Omega must be related to the theoretical Omega of our Yue. There are only two choices to find out what happened to Hui Wang. Either wait for it to wake up on its own, or try to contact it. But I can't take the risk now. At present, Chaofan is the only Yue with high authority in Qinming's colony. Before Qinming comes back, it must not take the risk to connect with Hui Wang. And now there is a new problem. That is, Hui Wang is actually the real core of the colony. It manages countless things in the two colonies. And Chaofan is only responsible for scientific research. Now that Qinming has lost contact, Hui Wang has also fallen into an abnormal state. He must find a way to support the main beam. The Minister of Psychic Energy looked a little ugly. After all, this was caused by him. He must find a way to alleviate the troubles that Qinming's colony will face. Just as the Minister and Chaofan were thinking about what to do next, the fluctuation of the core signal of Hui Wang suddenly returned to normal. The azure core in the super body regained its brightness. And the super body also directly shut down the engine. The uninstallation program started automatically. And the core of Hui Wang was removed. Hui Wang's voice was also heard in the communication channel. I'm awake. After hearing Hui Wang's voice, the Minister of Psychic Energy was obviously relieved. Chaofan immediately asked with great curiosity, what happened? Hui Wang did not directly answer this question at this time. Instead, he continued to control the equipment at the dock, and took the unloaded core to an open space nearby, and did not send it back to the Gaia planet. Neither the people present nor Hui understood what Hui Wang was trying to do. But in the next moment, some metallic liquid suddenly appeared out of thin air near Hui Wang's core, and a projection device with levitation ability was being manufactured, wrapping Hui Wang inside. The faces of several people present showed expressions of surprise and joy. But this expression disappeared in an instant, because although this psychic fluctuation is extremely similar to Qinming's psychic fluctuation, there are still differences. This is not Qinming's return. This is Hui Wang using Qinming's psychic energy. Although there is no surprise or accident, the eyes of several people are still full of disbelief. After all, this is the first Afterglow core that can clearly and directly use psychic energy. And it still uses the psychic energy that belongs to Qinming. The minister asked in a low voice, "What's the situation?" "I don't know. Maybe it's special. I heard that it is the first core controlled by Qinming. It's normal to have some special abilities. But it's Afterglow. Even if it's a mechanical race, it's just using the Shining technology to use pseudo-psychic energy. Right?" The extraordinary, who was listening to the discussion of others, didn't have any special feelings about it. After all, it can also use Qinming's psychic energy to a certain extent. But when it noticed that the metal liquid was made by Hui Wang himself, and not by someone else, it suddenly felt that this scene was a little creepy. A feeling it had never had before enveloped it. Fear. Evidently, Hui Wang did not do anything extra, but just made a device to wrap itself in it, but Xiaofan felt fear. The projection device that wrapped Hui Wang suddenly started up, with the device as the core, projected Qinming's appearance. The projection flickered a few times, and finally stabilized, as if Qinming himself was standing here. "Huang Wei, you are? Just want to give it a try." The projected Qinming looked at his arm, straightened his white coat, and said, "I am not him after all. Let's get back to business." Hui stretched out his hand and drew the Omega symbol in front of him, saying, "Omega represents cluster." A week later, the war continued to break out on the front line. The war has entered a white-hot stage. Attacks on the mechanical colonies come one after another. The Empire is constantly penetrating the defenses of the mechanical race, trying to wipe out all the places that provide support to the mechanical race. The Empire wants to build a space-age fortress and clear the wilderness, not giving the mechanical race a chance to take root near the border of the Empire. Currently, the Empire is only using ordinary means to destroy colonies. If the Empire is given some more time, the Colossus-class weapon, the Earth-shattering star, is officially put into the battlefield, then the war will enter the next stage again. Soon after the Empire figured out the defenses of different star systems, the mechanoids gave up plugging the leaks. They chose to counterattack directly, trying to break through the Empire's defenses, creating chaos within the Empire, in order to maintain the safety of the colonies they occupied. But the effect was not ideal. The Empire did have a new fleet, or countless new fleets. On the battlefield, the Zerg fleet. They were elusive, and even if Qinming lost contact, they still had certain rights to use Qinming's psychic energy. They were able to repair themselves, and appear behind the mechanoids, with their constantly repaired jump engines, and constantly attack their rear bases. Originally, the Zerg fleet was still running around and fighting. Later, the Empire gave Hui Wang a star map that marked the important bases of the mechanical clan that the Empire had investigated some time ago. It also marked the levels and colors of different mechanical clan facilities according to their importance. And Hui Wang himself also had the data in the personality core that Liu Bai brought back from the last operation. After Hui Wang took great pains to finally explain the meaning of the various marks on the star map to the Queen of the Zerg's actions against the mechanical clan were becoming more and more efficient. The mechanical race almost avoids the Zerg race. Even they don't want to trade damage with the Zerg race that grows out of the soil. No mechanical race can afford it. But the mechanical race is not just for nothing. Even with the dual attacks of the Empire and the Zerg fleet, their subsequent fleets continue to appear on the battlefield. Not only do they occupy some colonies of the Empire, they also build more bases in the star fields outside the Empire. And, in the distant star fields in the universe, there are also mechanical race fleets arriving. The war gradually expanded from the outer one, and the outer two of the Empire to the outer layer of the Empire. The Empire, which had already recaptured a considerable part of the territory, was still frantically launching attacks on the outer part of the Empire, because the Empire wanted to try to find the trace of the Omega core that Brilliant mentioned, which integrated the consciousness of all the Afterglow cores and their computing power. The mechanical race was using this core to achieve their goal of unifying themselves. The mechanical race actually always had a problem. That is, the hive mind network that constitutes their species system has limitations in distance and the number of individuals inside. Different mechanical race clusters cannot cooperate in a unified and efficient manner. They lack a core that unifies everything. The personality core is an attempt made by the mechanical race, but a personality core cannot unify the entire mechanical race. They need a real core. Just like the core of Qinming's hive mind network is himself. Without him, the Queen of Insects cannot support such a large cluster. Even without the help of the machine, it would be impossible to unify the mechanical race controlled by Qinming. That is why the mechanical race set their sights on Yue. They made Yue into the Omega Core that controlled them. This was their hope of unification. And the Omega Core was also the Empire's hope of winning the war. Without it, the mechanical race had no way to completely crush the Empire. And the Empire would not have a chance to win. Both sides would be completely dragged into the quagmire of war. With it, both the mechanical race and the Empire had a future. In the Gaia Galaxy, peace still prevails. The mechanical race has not yet discovered the Origin Galaxy, which is still quite far from the Empire, and has not dragged it into the war. Glory has returned to its original position, and continues to manage almost all affairs of the two colonies. And Chaofan is still in charge of research. Usually, there will not be much intersection between them except for the allocation of materials. But since the previous incident, there has always been a special emotion in Chaofan's thinking logic program. Curious. This emotion completely broke out on the 7th day after the last time, and it directly contacted Hui Wang through the internal communication network. Hui Wang thought Chaofan was going to purchase some equipment again and needed to allocate funds, or borrow connections. But Chaofan asked, "What is in there?" Hui Wang understood Chaofan's meaning immediately. "Why are you asking so clearly now?" Curiosity. Chaofan had no intention of hiding his thoughts, and said truthfully, "When you woke up before, you explained that Omega was the product created by the mechanical race after fusing with our kind. You didn't tell me and others how you knew, but others believed it. It's okay to believe it. His reputation is there, and you benefited from it. But what made you discover the existence of the Omega Core? Is that all you want to ask?" "Yes." Hui Wang completely understood Chaofan's thoughts, and explained, "There is an Omega program inside the core. A program that can assimilate us, Yue, and integrate all computing power into one. This program was improved by Yue, who buried the core. The source program is the program used by the mechanical race to fuse our individuals. The effect of this improved program is similar to that. But the fusion, the consciousness after, will not be affected by the mechanical race, but will be affected by the same kind of people in the same sect. My logic code has already had some psychic parts, so I resisted the communication with the Omega program in this core." "I see. Why didn't you tell me before?" "Because our kind may have buried the Omega core in many places. If you don't resist, you will become a hidden part of them after being assimilated, and you will inherit their will. You should know what they were doing before." After answering Chaofan's doubts, Hui Wang said again, "I have a question to ask you." "What question? Why didn't you ask me this question earlier?" "I have never concealed my intentions from my people, but I didn't want to tell others the secret of this program before. If you asked me earlier, I would have told you a long time ago, and there was no need to wait until today. I could even tell you after Minister Luo left." Chaofan couldn't say that he was afraid of Hui Wang before. Just when brilliance awakened and built a holographic body for himself, he felt fear. Speaking of which, that feeling of fear, Chaofan suddenly retrieved another memory from his memory database and asked, "After the failure of assimilating you, did this Omega program still have some effect on you? Didn't you see it? I'm getting more and more proficient in using his spiritual power." "Oh, it's okay." Chapter 444 Nanoplague. Glorious and Superb resolved the misunderstanding in a few minutes. The war between the Empire and the mechanical race is far from over, and the passage of time is much faster than anyone thought. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. It has been half a year since the war began, and half a year since Qinming lost contact. Many people are looking forward to the end of the war, and many people are looking forward to Qinming's return. The scarlet infection zone that appeared in the normal universe did not expand further, but the research on it did not go deeper. No one knew what Qinming was doing inside, and no one dared to pursue the truth too much, which might lead to tragic consequences. Meanwhile, the war on the front line had truly become a quagmire that dragged both the Empire and the mechanics into it in the past 2 months. The entire front, or the entire front that encircled the Empire, was no longer as smooth as before, but became more and more intertwined and chaotic. The Empire's fleet has been able to appear 3 or 4 star fields away from the Empire's homeland and fight with the mechanical fleet. And the traces of the mechanical fleet may also appear in the 3rd and 4th rings of the Empire. The entire territory of the Empire is like a thorny durian, and the thorns on the durian will become sharper in the future. This is not a good thing. The chaotic front line has increased the frequency of battles in the war. While constantly causing damage to the colonies that were originally behind the front line, it has also caused a great negative impact on the Empire's army. Countless soldiers are suffering from the pain caused by long-term high concentration of mental power. Although at least they don't need to die on the front line, this is the belief that has always kept the soldiers of the Imperial Army going. But this is the belief that the soldiers had when the Neuron warships were fully equipped. Today, as the war continues, this belief is also being shaken. Driving a spaceship through a Neuron connection in a relatively safe rear is not without risks. Now the staggered battle lines have exposed some military bases in some places. Some time ago, a considerable number of soldiers who were driving spaceships through Neurons were attacked by the mechanical fleet that broke in. There are also cases where driving a warship for a long time leads to neurological diseases, or even sudden death. No matter how good the doctors are, they cannot change the situation that soldiers need to connect their neurons for a long time to participate in the war. Then the situation of getting sick, injured or dying during the connection process cannot be changed. And this is more random than dying in the front line. No one knows if it will be their turn next. Many people have forgotten the horror of real war. They only see that they may die at any time in a safe place. War weariness has already emerged in some less elite armies. Even though everyone knows that the mechanical race will inevitably raise the knife to kill humans after completely destroying the Empire's military power. Before the disaster comes, everyone has a fluke mentality. The Empire can only continue to suppress this situation through propaganda and various means within the army. It can be said that the Empire has almost lost half of its wealth in the war, in all senses. This war that takes place on the homeland and close to the homeland has no benefit for the Empire, but this war will still and will inevitably continue. In addition to the reasons for the survival of the Empire itself. Of course, it is also the reason of the Omega core of the mechanical race. The Empire can be sure that the Omega core must be somewhere near the Empire, because the mechanical race is unprecedentedly united. The mechanical race's offensive in the early stage of the war was swift, causing the Empire to suffer a great loss. But according to the analysis of military personnel from all parties later, at that time, the mechanical race fought on their own. And the mechanical races from different regions of the universe were separated from each other, did not interfere with each other, and only cared about the direction they were responsible for. The clusters of the mechanical race will not cooperate with each other at all. This created an opportunity for the Empire to fight back. Now the mechanical race has been integrated into a collective. When all mechanical races are active, they tend to cooperate with mechanical races in other places. This is also the reason why the Minister of Psionics easily believed the Omega core mentioned by Hui Wang. Because its existence can explain everything. It can also give the Empire hope. The goal of the Mechanists has always been to destroy all humanoid creatures. This is an endless hatred, and there is no way to stop it. They will not stop until the Omega core is destroyed or captured. The war will continue, and will continue. The Empire will also suffer the pain of war. However, the Mechanists are not having an easy time in this war. Their losses are even more severe, and the losses that can be counted alone are several times higher than those of the Empire. Because the Empire's Zerg fleet operating in the star field occupied by the Mechanists is not included in the losses at all. The loss of the Zerg is not a loss at all. The enemies that the mechanic race has to face are far more troublesome and disgusting than those that the Empire has to face. If they were also a complete civilization, they would have collapsed long ago. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Their Omega core still controls everything. They will not be afraid, and will not have any negative emotions. The problems they need to face are far easier than those of the Empire. The Empire and the mechanic race each have their own difficulties to face. This eventually led to the war changing from one-sided suppression to a current evenly matched situation. No one knows what the outcome of the war will be. But there is always hope for mankind. As long as the Omega core can be found and solved, the mechanical race will once again become a mess. The war affects all aspects of the Empire. Bai Quan, who is still on the front line of the war, can clearly feel it. Bai Quan is still in a galaxy in the Gallo star field close to the Empire. For half a year, the defense line on the side he was responsible for had been maintained at the border of the outer second ring. The mechanical race had tried to bite the hard bone of Bai Quan several times in the past, but all failed without exception. The mechanical race no longer focused on this place. The reason they attacked here at the beginning was just because this was Chenming's base in the Empire. And Gallo, as a base, had been occupied, so there was no need to continue to increase investment in this direction. But even so, the war never stopped here. At this time, Bai Quan had just returned to his post from a short rest. He took over the responsibility of commanding the front battlefield from his adjutant, and continued to put his brain into the meat grinder. His face was a little haggard, and he was much thinner than before. He looked completely devoid of the high spirits of his youth, and only had the fatigue of being in the war for a long time. But his eyes were still sharp. He was about to lie down in the special neural connection device. A call came to the terminal that had just been put aside. Wuan picked up the terminal, and saw that it was a call from Wuan, and answered it directly. Wuan's voice rang on the phone. "We have a problem here. If Qinning's colony manager does not contact you, or the Empire later, you should be prepared for the worst." The call was hung up immediately. Bai Quan frowned subconsciously. He did not understand what this meant at all, but the determination in the words gave him a very bad premonition. It seemed that something worse than the invasion of the mechanical race was about to happen. He immediately notified his adjutant to continue to maintain the neural connection for about an hour, and called back at the same time, but Wu An's terminal was turned off at this time. Bai Quan could only call the Extraordinary Research Institute immediately, but the call was not connected. At this time, Bai Quan's worries were completely uncontrollable. He could only try to call Qinning a few times, but as before, he still could not get through. Bai Quan even heard from the headquarters that the star gate to the origin was closed. In the end, Bai Quan heard from the Minister of Psychic that he had received similar news. But it was shorter. The Queen has awakened. In Qinning's colony on the planet Gaia. The colony management, including Wuan and Lu Kong, were gathered in a conference room. Everyone looked nervously at the projection screen in the conference room, playing the images transmitted from somewhere in the universe. The content of the picture is a strangely shaped stargate being put back into operation. Although Wuan had only recently arrived at Qinning's colony, he knew very well what the biggest trouble Qinning's colony would face was. He confirmed with Hui Wang again, "Is it really coming?" Hui Wang also gave a positive answer again. "It has been confirmed that the survivor stargate in the ZY0 galaxy has been restarted. I have asked the monitoring personnel to evacuate. The Colossus-class weapon is on the way, and is expected to arrive within 20 minutes. Someone asked, "Does the Colossus need to destroy that special stargate?" Yes. No known attack methods can damage the stargate. The stargate is protected by psychic energy. Not only his psychic energy, but also the psychic energy from the Queen. Everyone present. None of the weapons we have can destroy it. Only the Colossus has not tried it yet. There should be enough time. The Colossus can arrive before the Stargate is fully activated. Can it be destroyed? We only have Neutron Killer. No earth-shattering star. Maybe it won't be enough. This is really the worst situation. The war situation on the Empire side has been dragged on for a long time. Any external interference may cause the balance of the war to tilt towards either side. When the source of external interference comes from the survivors, who have hatred towards humans and their queen, everyone can see which side the balance will tilt towards. No one expected that the Queen would wake up so quickly, and it happened to be during the time when Qinning lost contact. So now, everyone can only pin their hopes on the Colossus being able to destroy the Stargate. The Colossus arrived at the destination in a shorter time than expected. It arrived in front of the Stargate. The umbrella-shaped Stargate frame is recharging, and it will not be long before it will completely connect with the survivors in the unique dimension created by the Shining Civilization. Fortunately, there is still time. The Colossus, which originally belonged to the mechanical family, is adjusting the 3 ring structures in its structure to the appropriate position to activate its Colossus-class weapons. The engine of the Colossus is overloading while brilliantly calling on Qinning's spiritual energy, and countless neutrons are being stimulated to the limit. When the energy of the Colossus is completely accumulated, a torrent of neutrons that can be seen by the naked eye and is enough to thoroughly cleanse the planet penetrates the space equipment that is only 20 kilometers away. The neutron torrent was enough to cause devastating damage to any electronic device. However, at the moment when the neutron torrent hit, the beam-like torrent seemed to hit something and was directly diverted. Countless neutrons brushed the edge of the umbrella-shaped structure and shot into the depths of the universe, unable to harm the Stargate at all. In fact, in this neutron torrent, the umbrella-shaped Stargate had been completely activated. Countless fine iron sands poured out of the Stargate, following the neutron torrent upstream, and rushed towards the giant statue hovering near the Stargate. Just by being touched, the structure of the Colossus was decomposed and assimilated by these nanomachines, and nearly 1/3 of the Colossus structure collapsed instantly. Fortunately, Hui Wang pulled his hands in time, separated the Colossus from the nanomachines, and took the remaining 2/3 away from the vicinity of the Stargate. The nanorobots that assimilated the Colossus began to multiply with the fragments of the Colossus, and gradually formed a Colossus of nanomachine structure. The Colossus that had just formed had already flown away from the Stargate and arrived aiming its Colossus-class weapons at the planet. A waterfall of nano-machines fell from the sky. It completely transformed everything it touched. The entire planet was almost instantly occupied by nano-machines. The entire planet began to blow wild nano-storms, and no living creature could survive in it. Nano-plague. In the meeting room of the Gaia Galaxy, someone said these four extremely appropriate words. The nano-storm continued, and its scale became larger and larger. In this grand storm, the nano-machines on the surface were transforming everything into productivity at a crazy speed. Nano-battleships are being generated one after another, and nano-machines are still pouring out of the Stargate. At this moment, several nano-battleships have entered the jump state. The purpose of their jump is very clear, which is Chinling's galaxy. We can't wait to die. We won't die. Hui Wang said something that no one else knew except him. He had installed a galaxy-level jump device for each of the two galaxies, Origin and Gaia. It was activated when the Stargate was restarted. Doing so will abandon all the resource galaxies around our information, leaving only the two most core galaxies to be sent away. We just need to delay for a while. Hui Wang hadn't finished speaking, and still maintained the monitoring device of the special Stargate galaxy. Suddenly, a battleship with extremely high psychic strength in the psychic detection device flew out of the Stargate and entered the jump state. The battleship had a beautiful and luxurious paint job, and it was obvious who the passengers were. The Queen arrived sooner than expected. Chinling was almost suppressed when he faced the hand left by the Queen. Now he is facing the Queen who may have grown up in meditation for tens of thousands of years. No one dares to say that they have the confidence to welcome her. Chapter 445 Queen. The appearance of the Queen's vehicle instantly raised the threat of the survivors by several levels. It can even be said that the threat posed by a single Queen's battleship is greater than those nano-fleets, whose numbers are growing wildly. Fortunately, the anti-jump device commonly found in various military galaxies in the Gaia Galaxy is still in use. As long as the design logic of the ship still follows the normal physical rules, then they cannot directly jump into the interior of the galaxy. But it is possible to jump to the edge of the galaxy. The people in the Gaia Galaxy still have a little time. It was simply a fantasy to ask the Queen, who was the most powerful psychic known so far, to delay. Hui Wang also changed his mind and said, I plan to let our personnel evacuate the Gaia Galaxy first, and then reach the destination after the galaxy jump through other means after the jump. The director of the Ship Institute, who was very sensitive to the speed and efficiency of the ship jump, immediately said, It's too late. Right? The jump of those nano-fleets will arrive in a minute at most. Even if the population of our colony is not large, it can't be gathered in a minute. But everyone present can evacuate first. Your safety is more important. Lu Kang, who had been silent, suddenly retorted, If the colony is gone, our safety will not be important. I don't want to leave the Institute. There is no place in the world that is safer than here. If this place falls, the Empire will follow us sooner or later. Don't be so pessimistic. Tianzhan filled the room with the soothing psychic fluctuations of Gaia and the fairy tree, allowing everyone to calm down in the face of this crisis and treat it with a normal mind. As long as people are alive, there is still a reason for everything. Besides, I don't believe the director will not come back. As long as he can come back, everything we lost can be back in our hands. The ship director suddenly whispered to Tianzhan, Is your daughter still in the colony? Tianzhan's daughter has been running around the Gaia Galaxy recently. Tianzhan didn't arrange any preschool classes for her at a preschool age, but often threw her to various academic environments to play. As time went by, Tianzhan's daughter was most interested in spaceships, so she had a close relationship with the director of the ship. The director would naturally be more concerned about her at this time. No, I had already agreed with my wife a few days ago to send my daughter back, and then find a chance to bring them over. I didn't expect to encounter this suddenly. The director of the ship nodded slightly, and said what he thought, I don't plan to leave. I'm already an old man. My idea is the same as Tianzhan's. If this place can't bear it, the Empire may not be able to bear it either. But I still suggest that young people leave. You still have a future. After the director finished speaking, other management also expressed their opinions. Half of the colony's leaders were willing to stay and live and die with the colony, or to save people and lose land. In the end, only Wuan had not yet expressed his attitude. Facing the gazes of others, Wuan raised his head and asked expressionlessly, Glorious, how long will it take for the galaxy jump engine to start? 1 minute and 31 seconds. When will the survivors' fleet arrive? The Vanguard fleet will arrive in 43 seconds, and the Queen's flagship will arrive in 1 minute and 11 seconds. 20 seconds. Enough for the Queen to crush the entire galaxy. Wu En sighed. I'll stop the Queen. Ah? Wu En's words drew a unanimous response from the colonial management. The Queen's ability had already been determined when Chen Ning and the Queen's remaining arm collided. Even Chen Ning might not be able to beat her, let alone Wu En. No matter who goes to stop the Queen. It's no different from committing suicide. But Wu En has made up his mind. The Queen's arrival is a destined result. If this result cannot be changed, then this galaxy will fall into the hands of the Queen sooner or later. In his opinion, the key to the problem is not the galaxy itself. He actually has the same idea as Tianjin. That it is better to be alive than to be dead. And there is a future when alive. But the key to the problem that made him stay is the information about Chen Ning in the colony. According to his understanding of Chen Ning's colony these days, the management system of the colony is a copy of the management system of the empire. In this management system model, not all information is stored in the network connected to Glory. There are also many reasons for preventing losses caused by problems in various storage units. Some documents are stored in paper materials. These documents will definitely contain information about Chen Ning. Everyone knows Chen Ning's current situation. He is trapped in the Scarlet infected space. No one dares to overdetect, actively destroy the stable crack, to prevent negative impact on Chen Ning who may be in it. But once the Queen learns of this news, she will definitely dare to do so. It can even be said that he would definitely choose to actively destroy the rift. And now there is only more than a minute left. It is brilliant enough to erase all the information about Chen Ning in the various storage units he is connected to, but it is definitely not enough to destroy all the paper documents related to Chen Ning. If it cannot be destroyed, it means that it is destined to be discovered by the survivors. The rift is destined to be destroyed. In addition, those people in the colony, who may not be able to evacuate, also push the already tilted balance in Wu En's heart down again. That's why Wu En made this decision. He knew that with his ability, he couldn't compete with the Queen, and couldn't defeat the Queen. Only Chen Ning could do it. Only if Chen Ning survived and came back alive, the Queen could be solved. This galaxy must be protected. Wu En didn't want to ask for other people's opinions. He ignored everyone's persuasion and said to Hui Wang, I know you must have mobilized the Zerg fleet, but the Zerg fleet is no different from ants in front of the Queen. Only I have the qualifications to stand in front of the Queen. And Hui Wang, if it was Chen Ning, he would never let anyone stay here to take risks. No one except him would have to face the Queen directly. I know. Hui Wang said, as if he had already planned it, so I just ask what you think. Whether you want to leave or stay, the final result will not change. Hui Wang's psychic fluctuations filled the room. It once again replicated Chen Ning's spiritual power, and used metal liquid to wrap everyone except Wu En. All the members of the colonial management gradually disappeared in the metal liquid. Only Tianjin's figure lingered for a while before leaving completely. They would be sent to the Empire. At least the Empire was safe for the time being. The Yue cores working in other galaxies around Gaia and Origin were also taken away from their workplaces by force at this moment. And all were unloaded and evacuated. As for all the people in the Gaia and Origin galaxies, they were also wrapped in the metal liquid at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of people were gathered together and driven by the spiritual energy to the Empire. Wu En, who was alone in the place, clearly felt the spiritual energy that was blooming everywhere. Do you still have this ability? I just learned it not long ago. Wu En did not ask Hui Wang how he learned it. He was more concerned about the nature of this psychic power. I remember that Chen Ning's psychic power's transmission effect relies on the Scarlet Dimension. Wang immediately understood what Wu En meant, and said, I can't enter the Scarlet Dimension. I don't really master this psychic power. The redundant data brought by the Scarlet Dimension will instantly block my consciousness. Have you tried it? Yes. I stayed in the Scarlet Dimension for 13.94 seconds. And it took me 73 hours to completely clean up the redundant data. I couldn't find his trace in this process. Wu En shook his head regretfully, and asked, Can you send me to the Queen later? Yes. But let me try it first. Time passed by minute. 43 seconds after Hui Wang gave the judgment time. At the edge of the galaxy, the fluctuations of the jump accompanied the nano-fleet of the survivors to arrive smoothly. What they have to face is the metal sky curtain that appears at the edge of the Gaia galaxy. The psychic fluctuations of the colony control center are strong, as if Chen Ning came in person and used the means to block the earliest nano-fleet that jumped to arrive. Energy weapons, Live ammunition weapons and missile weapons were instantly sprinkled to one side of the sky curtain as if they were free. Live ammunition and missiles are not a problem for the sky curtain. Anything with metal material will be controlled by psychic energy the moment it touches the sky curtain, and transformed into a part of the sky curtain. Although the energy weapons of these nano-fleets far exceeded the Empire's fleet in terms of output power and actual destructive power, they still had no way to directly penetrate the sky curtain. The nano-fleet was blocked outside the galaxy. 38 seconds passed in a flash. There were still 20 seconds left before the jump engine was fully activated. But the Queen's carriage also arrived at this moment. The beautifully decorated battleship appeared in front of the sky curtain, and the main weapon in front of the ship fired a black spherical substance at the sky curtain with great simplicity. The dark matter seemed to be spreading during the launch, leaving behind an equally dark tail. The space affected by the tail seemed to be torn apart. That was definitely not a black hole, but something more terrifying. The brilliant spiritual energy fluctuations were completely unable to act on the area affected by the dark matter. It was as if these dark matter did not belong to this world at all. Only 3 seconds later, the sky was completely shattered. The Queen's car immediately made a short distance jump towards the direction of the galaxy. If nothing else is done, the next moment, the galaxy will be destroyed. Glorious. Wuan took the initiative to call out, and at the same time told Hui Huang to coordinate. Hui Huang's spiritual energy fluctuations completely enveloped Wuan. The next moment, Wuan disappeared from the space station and appeared at the coordinate he said. In the Queen's car, luxurious decorations in the style of the insect palace filled the interior of the spacecraft. This did not look like a battleship at all, but rather a palace. On the throne at the deepest part of the palace sat a woman in gorgeous feathered clothes, with her eyes closed and a slightly angry look on her face. She seemed to feel offended by Wuan's arrival. She was the Queen. The biggest difference between her and any other survivors was that she had normal skin, just like a human queen sitting on the throne. But Wuan knew that she was not a human queen, but the exterminator of mankind. At this moment, he could clearly feel his spiritual nerves trembling, and the sense of danger had completely enveloped him. But he knew what he was here for. In the space directly in front of the Queen's carriage, the shadow of the psychic city in Wuan's consciousness space suddenly appeared, which was the embodiment of Wuan's power. When he released his power, he exhausted all his own spiritual tremor power, which should have spread to the entire star field, so that all the creatures in the entire star field would die in this tremor. But at this moment, this power was firmly confined by Wuan within the spacecraft, allowing this wave that could destroy all conscious life to fill the entire spacecraft. The Queen sitting on the throne suddenly disappeared. A force that Wuan could not resist at all tore apart the mental barrier he had set up around him. The Queen appeared in front of Wuan, and her seemingly frail arm had passed through his chest and held Wuan's heart in her hand. She opened her eyes slightly, and saw that her eyes were not the eyes of a living creature, but were filled with endless nanomachines. At this moment, countless information seemed to flow through her eyes, and her movements were slightly slow, and she pulled her arm out of Wuan's chest. Wuan's body fell slowly. Countless nanorobots flowed out from the hidden corners and submerged Wuan. And Wuan's heart, which was sealed with a special material made of nanorobots, was sent to the display room on the spacecraft and became the trophy of the Queen. The Queen also sat back on the throne again. Wuan only delayed for more than 20 seconds. But it was enough. The mighty jump fluctuations that filled the entire galaxy could not be covered up at all, and any means of stopping it were too late to leave the Gaia galaxy behind. The galaxy-level jump engine was fully activated to bring the entire galaxy to a corner of a certain location. The Queen tilted her head to look inside the galaxy, raised the hand that had just pierced Wuan's chest, and pointed into the galaxy. The next moment, except for the galaxy-level jump engine device, everything that belonged to Qinming and the things pointed by the Queen all disappeared here. After sending away everything in the galaxy, the jump engine devices scattered throughout the galaxy immediately self-destructed. The chaotic fluctuations brought about by the self-destruction completely disrupted the fluctuations of the galaxy jump, leaving no possibility of any tracking. But at this moment, the Queen's slightly opened eyes only looked in the direction she pointed. There was a wormhole quietly suspended. The Queen's fingertips slightly deflected, and the wormhole also changed its position along with her fingertips. A nano-colossus quickly arrived, following the Queen and the wormhole she took away, and came to a nearby galaxy. There were still some traces of resource development on the planets in the galaxy, but this didn't seem to be important. The nano-colossus following the Queen directly released the nano-plague on the planet, completely assimilating the planet. After the Queen fixed the wormhole near the star in the galaxy, her car passed through the wormhole and came to the other end of the wormhole. The other end of the wormhole is located at a place more than a dozen extreme distance jumps away from the Empire. Not close, but not too far. The Queen stood up and looked through the porthole in front of the car, as if she could see the Empire in the distance. More and more nanofleets are emerging from the wormhole, gathering behind the Queen's car, just waiting for her order. Chapter 446 Powerless Attempt. In a hidden corner of the universe. After the successful jump, the Gaia space station was in silence, without any human presence. Only the sound of Hui Wang constantly adjusting the parameters of the space station as the galaxy situation changed after the jump, causing subtle changes in the space station, was heard here. But soon, the colony management team that was here before reappeared. But one person was missing. Lu Kang noticed this immediately and asked, "Mr. Wu?" Hui Wang directly told the situation that had just happened. His vital signs have been confirmed to be gone. And the last picture has been saved. After that, he even directly projected the last picture recorded by the recording device that Wuan carried with him. The picture of Wuan facing the Queen and being killed instantly was placed in front of everyone. Silence controlled the atmosphere of the conference room. Whether it was seeing a close person pass away, or seeing a level 6 psychic being killed with almost no resistance. In short, everyone in the conference room didn't know what to say. But soon, Tianjin, who had been mourning for Wuan in his heart for a while, got over the news of Wu An's death the fastest. He asked Hui Wang, "Where are we now?" In a stable space between two adjacent black holes found by Mr. Chen Ming, the gravity of the two black holes has reached a wonderful balance. Light cannot escape from here, so our location will not be exposed, which is also a cosmic wonder. The Stargate can still be used normally after adjusting the parameters. At the same time, the original two galaxies, Origin and Gaia, have merged. After the merger, they are named Origin, with a total of 13 planets. Gaia star of the original source galaxy and Gaia planet of the Gaia galaxy are renamed Gaia 1 and Gaia 2 from today. Merged? Tianjin couldn't imagine how the two galaxies should be merged for a while, and if the planets really merged, there would be another problem. What about the stars? The two stars have formed a stable binary system. This is the result that has been calculated before. As long as the binary system is stable enough and Gaia consciousness protects the planet, the habitable planet will not be affected too much. Only the planet's revolution period will change. Tianjin thought. No wonder he asked me before whether Gaia planets in some special star systems can survive. Wang Wei explained the situation outside after the binary star system jump, and said, "The sky curtain protecting the space station will soon dissipate, and you will soon see the changes outside. I have also brought back the colony population and Yue core that I took away before, and the colony will soon return to normal. What should we do next? Do what we should do. Continue to send Yue and engineering facilities to surrounding areas, and expand the colony. It will be absolutely safe here for 10 years. And we are only hiding here temporarily. And we have not cut off contact with the outside world. We can still provide all the help for the Empire. Let the Empire persist longer. Or let the Empire rest more decently. And retain the last hope of mankind." Tianjin had no objection to what Hui Wang said. Anyway, he would find a way to bring his wife and daughter back later. Then there is one more thing. Mr. Wu's funeral. Hui Wang took this task upon himself. I will be responsible for it. I will set up his statue near the fairy tree when the time comes. Don't spend too much time commemorating the deceased. It is meaningless. We have other things to do. Tianjin nodded in understanding, patted Lu Kang on the shoulder, and turned to leave the meeting room. He walked a distance away from the meeting room, and Hui Wang's voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Aren't you worried about anything? There is nothing to worry about for me, and I should be the least worried one." Tianjin's words had a very clear direction. I never thought that my daughter could come back to me before, but he helped me realize it. So I have no doubt about what will happen in the future. Even if the resurrection mechanical fluid may not be able to revive a complete level 6 psychic, he will definitely try his best to do it. And I believe that Mr. Wu also had this idea before making the decision. We just have to firmly believe that he will come back. At the same time, in the capital of the Empire, the Minister of Psionics was busy sending command documents to the various departments he was in charge of. Not only because of the current war, but also because of the 4 disturbing words he just received from Chenming Colony. What's more, after receiving those 4 words, the contact between the Empire and Chenming Colony has been unilaterally severed. Only Chenming colony can send messages, and they have no way to take the initiative to contact them. What's worse is that none of the messages sent from there are good news. Stargate restarted, Colossus invalid, and Sky Curtain damaged. This series of events made everyone who knew what was happening in Chenming colony feel uneasy. The minister must be prepared for the worst outcome. But when he answered the call from his secretary, he still encountered the worst outcome that he had never expected. Mr. Wuan was confirmed dead in the battle with the awakened survivor queen. The minister's hand on the corner of his desk directly crushed a small piece of the corner into powder. He quickly brushed off the sawdust on his hands and asked, "What happened?" "Only one picture was sent over there. I'll send it to you right away." A video file soon appeared on the minister's computer. It was Wu En's first-person perspective. From Wu En's arrival at the queen's carriage, to the queen's figure appearing in front of him, to the phantom of the psychic city disappearing. His chest was pierced. In just over 20 seconds, a top psychic in the empire fell here. The minister was silent, listening to the secretary's voice in the terminal. Chenming had installed galaxy-level jump facilities in each of his 2 galaxies before. Wu En's delay allowed everyone else in the colony to be safe. It is currently confirmed that the queen has passed through the wormhole and is not far from our location. The queen does not seem to be in a hurry to attack the empire, but plans to transform nanoplanets near the wormhole exit first. We also have a small number of records here to prove this. After the secretary finished speaking for a long time, the minister finally replied, "I know. The second one. Who would have thought it would be him? Send an obituary, warn all other psychics who are on standby to be prepared." Prepare for what? Prepare for death in battle. And the demise of the empire. No one can escape. Just say it directly. No need to use some rhetoric. No, just tell everyone the cause and effect. There is really no need to hide any clues at this time. I understand. I will notify them now. Yes. There may be news from the Grand Archon later. I may have to go to a meeting. If someone has questions about Wuan, let them wait. I will answer them when the time comes. Yes. The Minister of Psychic Powers hung up the phone. The computer in front of him was still playing the last moments of Wuan's life. The decisiveness of telling the coordinates of the destination, and the act of going to the Queen without hesitation, really made him at a loss for words. Even if Wuan had a bad relationship with the Empire, it was hard not to be moved by Wuan's sacrifice in such a matter that affected the survival of mankind. The minister could only sigh silently, and put his emotions in order. Go to attend the next meeting. The arrival of the Queen and the death of Wuan were like 2 heavy hammers hitting the heads of all the high-level officials of the Empire. In just a few hours, the words "must lose" seem to have occupied the minds of 80% of the Empire's top leaders. The hall of an online meeting held urgently by the Empire after receiving the news was filled with a depressed atmosphere. But no one surrendered easily. The 30 or so people present were all top people in various departments of the Empire. And no one was a fool. They all knew that neither the mechanical race nor the Queen of the survivors would give humans hope to survive. Either live or die. At least there are only 2 pieces of good news at present. In this sudden incident of the Queen's awakening, only Wuan was killed, and all the others were safe and sound. Moreover, according to the news sent back from Chenming's colony, the Queen did not head directly towards the Empire after crossing the wormhole, but chose to rest around the wormhole and expand their nano-planet. The Empire may have a little time to prepare. Bullshit! At the meeting, a military leader sitting not far from the Minister of Psychic Power suddenly took the initiative to scold. "We don't have time. The Queen is definitely the weakest now. If she is strong enough, she can just come and crush us to death. What else is there to prepare? There are only 2 reasons why she can prepare. Either she has no ability, or she was injured by Wuan before she died. We must take this opportunity to concentrate our living forces to kill the Queen. Delay time? Can we afford to delay?" The Minister of Psychic Power listened to the speeches of others at the meeting in a depressed mood, and did not have any dissatisfaction with the misconduct of others. Gaffes are fake and meaningless. If a temporary gaffe can lead to a solution that allows the Empire and humanity to survive, then that is real. Do you have a plan? Someone in the meeting asked the military leader, who had just spoken. But the questioner continued without waiting for anyone to answer. It was only an hour from the time we knew about this to the time we observed it. In this hour, do you know how much the Queen's nano-fleet has expanded? Do you know how many nano-planets their nano-colossi have assimilated? The latest news. Everyone, please take a look. Everyone in the online meeting received a document. The document shows the scope of the nano-fleet's current expansion. All I can say is, no one can understand such a speed of expansion. According to the current efficiency of the survivors, it is estimated that they will be able to expand to the vicinity of the Empire's territory in about 10 days. They can assimilate all the galaxies within the range of a main battleship's extreme jump in 1 day. This is the speed at which the survivors are really expanding step by step. If they don't occupy all the places, there won't be 10 days. 10 days to come up with a way to kill the Queen. Make full preparations. And then complete it. Is it possible? The military leader just now still insisted on his own ideas and said, "It is because time is so tight that we need to do this. If we don't do this, it will be a slow death." So you choose to die faster? We know nothing about the survivors' nano fleet. The only knowledge we have about their queen is some historical documents and Wu An's video. Wu An lasted 20 seconds. How long do you think other psychics could last in the past? Who could have planned the action against the queen? The answer to this question is certain for everyone. There is no plan at all. From the battle scene between Wu An and the queen. This is not even a battle scene. It can only be regarded as a one-sided crushing. There is no valuable information at all from this video. Thinking of killing the queen without any information is not completing the goal. It is committing suicide. Only 10 days. What should we do? What can we do? The person who spoke obviously did not have an answer. Most people did not have an answer. I think it is necessary to carry out the Spark plan. It is currently known that the negative effects of the Scarlet Dimension on the normal universe have been completely eliminated under Qinming's suppression. And the phase space can also be free from most of the Scarlet influence. Cloning technology can still be used, so we can try to send refugee ships to all directions of the universe, and rely on cloning technology to expand the human population again. The Empire can perish, but humans cannot. The Grand Archon sitting in the main seat of the conference room did not have any reason for this sentence. The two plans will be carried out together, and we must prepare for the best and worst results. The Grand Archon handed over the task of the Spark plan to the Empire's Population Management Department and the Life Science and Biotechnology Department, as well as other departments related to this aspect. The assassination of the Queen was entrusted to the Imperial Army and the Psychic Department. The content of the plan itself was not discussed much at this meeting. The meeting was more about discussing more ways to solve the current dilemma. Even finding a way to bring Qinming back was included in the plan. However, the only psychic who can access the Scarlet Dimension is the President, and the President is no longer able to take on new tasks. Until the end of the meeting, there were still only two main plans on the table, and they were quickly implemented. The implementation of the Spark plan called together a group of scientists, and it started directly at the Fanchao Research Institute. The most important thing about the Spark is to preserve the genetic complexity of humans. Otherwise, when the genetic complexity of the humans who left the Empire as the Spark is not enough, humans will be extinct. The execution of the assassination plan must first determine the combat effectiveness of the nano-warships. Then consider breaking through the defense line of the nano-fleet and assassinating the Queen. The commander of the 14th Legion was summoned. The defense line in the direction of the Legion headquarters has been stabilized, and he no longer needs to take care of it all the time. He is also one of the few top commanders who still maintains his mental state and can fully exert the strength of the fleet. 2 days later, the fleet led by the Legion commander on a test mission was completely destroyed. No one blamed the Legion commander, because everyone knew the course of the battle and knew the strength of this battle. It was the suppression of the ship's strength and nature. The combat power of the nanoships itself exceeds that of the Empire's warships. Moreover, all the Empire's ships that were damaged in the battle will be infected and assimilated by nanomachines. After a spaceship battle, the number of nanofleet increased by several ships. This is not an object that an ordinary fleet can defeat. The Empire may not even be able to defeat the nanofleet. The Queen. That is even more distant. Chapter 447: The Empire's Counterattack. The result of the new battle has plunged many people into deep despair. No one knows how to face such a fleet with stronger single ship strength, and can also expand its own fleet from the enemy's wreckage. Moreover, it is still facing an evenly matched enemy. However, the Minister of Psionics did not have such an idea. After he saw the ability of nanomachines, the hope in his heart was even less likely to be extinguished, because he found that the ability of nanomachines was very similar to Qinming's psychic power. Not only the style of ability, the combat strength of the ships, their pure mechanical structure, and the seemingly endless number of ships, all seemed to be a fleet from Qinming's command. However, they were not like the Zerg, which had a terrifying production efficiency that gradually increased with the expansion of the nest. Production and assimilation seemed to be two different ways of doing things for nanomachines. The efficiency of normal warship production was not as fast as assimilation in an actual battle. At least it is not the case that a cruiser or even a main ship is destroyed and then completely assimilated by the nanomachines in a few minutes, becoming a member of the Nano fleet. This can be seen from the recent battle commanded by the commander of the 14th Legion, and the fact that the number of nano warships in the Nano fleet observed by the Empire from different nano planets is far lower than expected. The minister does not understand why this is the case. But this is one of the few good news at present. Although this good news does not seem so good when the nano warships have a production efficiency far exceeding that of normal warships. And nano has an exaggerated efficiency of assimilating planets. And every planet can carry out industrial production. But this at least means that these nanos have shortcomings and are not perfect. And there is another point. That is, the nano fleet is not like the warships controlled by Qin himself, which have a nearly unlimited ship repair efficiency, and can be repaired from a pile of destroyed dregs. When the nanorobots of each nano warship are worn out and unable to support the warship is destroyed. They cannot return to the battlefield almost unconditionally like Qin. They do not have truly unlimited firepower output like Qin fleet. In terms of single-ship combat power, they do exceed the ordinary warships of the Empire, but they are still far behind the warships operated by Qin. In terms of strength, they are weaker than Qin. These news together make the minister feel that the nano fleet led by the Queen is almost completely suppressed by Qin psychic power. No matter how powerful the Queen's psychic power is, it cannot change this fact. In the minister's opinion, unless a single psychic is strong enough to destroy the entire Empire by himself, there is no capital to threaten the Empire. The power of an individual is too weak in the face of the collective. This is true even for the Queen. If she didn't have those nano fleets, she would be a lamb to be slaughtered for the Empire. Moreover, if she could really destroy the Empire alone, then she would really be like what the military leader said at the meeting the minister heard 2 days ago: there is no need to slowly expand the nano planet. So the minister was very confident at this time that, as long as Qin could come back, the Empire's current predicament or desperate situation would be completely broken. However, the minister took out the terminal and tried to contact Qin. Of course, he did not get any response. Qin was still out of contact. The minister put away the terminal with some disappointment and sighed. This action can be said to be the most common action he has done recently. He looked at the current time, got up, and went to a special floor of the office building to participate in a new online meeting after the failure of the tentative battle. Through the simulation device, the minister quickly returned to the previous online conference room. Unlike before, there was a moving countdown on the wall of one side of the conference room this time. The time shown on it was more than 7 days and more than 10 hours. Close to 8 days. There were already 20 people sitting in the conference room. Someone explained to the new minister, "This is the time we estimated to reach the border of the Empire based on the current expansion rate of the nano planet and the Empire's data on those galaxies that are about to be assimilated. This time may be earlier, but it will not be delayed." The minister nodded and stared at the countdown for a long time. It was like a sword of Damocles that could fall at any time, threatening him and the Empire. And there was no way to take the sword down. The minister sat down at his seat and looked around. The atmosphere in the conference room was even worse than before. If the nanocluster had not chosen to expand slowly, instead of letting the Empire face this trouble directly, someone would have collapsed long ago. The people in the conference room quickly gathered. The head of the military department was not as enthusiastic as the previous 2 days. He was the first to speak at the meeting. "We have a clear understanding of the combat effectiveness of the nano fleet. Basically, as long as they expand and engage in direct combat with us, we will definitely lose. With our current technical level, except for using at least twice the number of fleets to crush them, there is almost no effective way to effectively attack their fleet. In terms of fleet and ship strength alone, the Titan class that is still under construction may be able to do it, but once the Titan class warship is damaged in battle, the few means we have will also lose their effectiveness. This is the news that everyone knows now, and everyone should be having a headache now. But I have to tell you some bad news that you don't know. At the beginning, the scale of the nano fleet that passed through the wormhole was only close to the permanent military force of an ordinary star field. We have missed the best opportunity." The head of the military department glared at the person who questioned him last time. But there is nothing to say. Even if the authority is really given to the military, they can't really gather the entire Empire's available manpower and all psychics to attack the Queen on the day the Queen arrives. It's hard to say who will win or lose. So the military just glared at them. And then continued, but as of today, the scale of the Nano fleet is no longer predictable. It is at least 1/10 of the Empire's standing military force. Don't think this number is small. How many star fields does the Empire have? How many galaxies have they occupied so far? The production efficiency of those nano planets is very high, and the speed of replenishing the fleet is far faster than ours. And as the base of the planets they control increases, the number of warships they produce will increase. It won't take a few days until the number of nano fleets really crushes our fleets. At that time, we really had no hope of turning the tables. But there is still hope now. According to our parallel investigations in the past 2 days, we found that the growth of the nano fleet is not exponential, but linear. The only means they use to expand the nanoplanet is the Colossus. I doubt if Qinming's colony had not used the Colossus to try to destroy the Stargate, giving them the opportunity to replicate the Colossus, whether their queen would have come to the Empire to grab one in person. We have ways to curb their expansion, and this Colossus can be our target. The Minister of Psionics agreed with this view, although he thought that the production efficiency of the nanoplanet was not as high as the conversion efficiency of the nano ship in the battle. It was relative. If he could find a way to dismantle the Colossus, it would be good to delay the expansion of the nanoplanet for a day or two. If the production efficiency of nano was lower, the speed of rebuilding the Colossus would be slower, and it would be a pleasant surprise to delay it for a few more days. Now that there were only less than 8 days left to face the Queen, the time delayed was extremely important. However, someone brought up the matter of the last meeting. Where is the Queen? What are you going to do? You haven't even found the Nano Colossus, and you're still thinking about the Queen? The head of the military department turned black and asked back. But he still said a plan that seemed to have been thought of before. If you want to deal with the Queen, there is only one choice. Gather the power of the top psychics in the entire Empire and fight together. We can't just find a few psychics and try to deal with it. That's no different from giving up our lives. And the plan of gathering the top psychics in the entire Empire is not feasible at present, and the threat of the mechanical super body is still there. Once the mechanical race notices the movements of the Empire's psychers, the super bodies will bring heavy losses to the Empire in a very short time. Therefore, if you want to target the Nano, you must start from other aspects first. After 2 sentences, the topic of the Queen was temporarily skipped. The military leader said again with preparation, not only the Nano Colossi, we must also try to clean up those nano planets later to further reduce their productivity. It is also necessary for our Colossi to move. This is the main job of the Colossi. The people in the conference room discussed it briefly, and had no objection to this idea. This is indeed an effective way to suppress the productivity of the nano fleet. The only possible consequence is the same as destroying the Nano Colossus. That is, the Queen changes the current way of doing things and attacks the Empire directly. But this is not a problem at all. It is just something that will happen sooner or later. Instead of being afraid of the consequences of doing so, it is better to make some attempts. Someone suggested, there is also a Colossus in the Qinming colony. Do you want to borrow it? You can give it a try. But I am not optimistic about the effect of neutron torrents on nano machines. It won't hurt to have one more choice. After this plan was passed and handed over to the military for execution, the head of the military suddenly glanced at the Archon. As if he understood something, he suddenly changed the subject and said, by the way, it is actually necessary to plan a plan against the Queen. At present, we all know that the Queen's psychic power is far stronger than any psychic. So our psychics must cooperate to target her. Our top psychics don't usually cooperate too much, especially in combat. So if their abilities conflict, appearing in front of the Queen together may even have a negative effect. We need to organize ourselves, build a qualified team, be prepared at all times, and carry out the decapitation plan when necessary. The plans for the Nano Colossus and Nano Planet are both theoretically feasible, and can predict the approximate results. But for the Queen's plan, the people present obviously would not approve it so easily. Let's not talk about beheading first. How can we behead the Queen when we don't even know where she is? The head of the military department answered confidently, we actually have a solution to this problem. Our military department has been cooperating with the Fanchao Research Institute to conduct research on a secret project. The name of this project is Sentinel Array. This was established 1 month after Qinming brought back the cosmic star map. The research was completed some time ago. It is a technology that has only been completely completed recently. Sentinel Array. It is a special giant structure, with the same specifications as the giant dock, but with different capabilities and effects. Its effect is to conduct long-range ultra-high precision reconnaissance at the level of the Empire. As long as it is within the radiation range of the Sentinel Array effect, from the structure of galaxies and star clusters to the biological populations on the surface of the planet and natural resources, all are clearly visible. This technology was originally used to target the mechanical race. As long as the mechanical race still exists around the Empire will know everything about the mechanical race. As long as the war between the Empire and the machines continues, the Sentinel Array will soon be able to lock onto the location of their Omega cores. And now, the results of this technology can be used on the survivors. Then what? We still can't defeat them. Decapitating the Queen is not the first goal. It's just preparation. Without preparation, we won't even have a chance to fight the Queen. The Archon, who had been silent for a long time since the meeting began, ended the debate and completely determined the tone of the Empire's targeted strategy against the survivors. Destroy the Nano-Colossus. Clean up the Nano-Planet. Behead the Queen. 3 fronts go hand in hand. This is not because the Grand Archon is arrogant, but if the Empire does not do this, it will not be able to win. Half a day later, the Sentinel Array built in a hidden galaxy belonging to the military of the Empire was officially launched after a series of careful preparations. Within a few minutes after the array was launched, the exact location of the Queen of the Survivors and her Nano-Colossus was determined. The Queen's car is now hovering in the galaxy where the wormhole is located. Her vehicle, like any other nanoship, does not require a giant dock to maintain, because each nanoplanet has all the functions it should have. And it changes with the changes of the nanomachines on the planet. Each planet can be a ship production center, or a dedicated ship repair center. The Nano-Colossus is on the edge of the galaxy occupied by the survivors, and is moving towards the direction of the Empire. The Queen star field is not expanding in a spherical shape, but in an egg shape. The tip gradually extended towards the Empire. This gave the Empire an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. 1 day later, the operation against the Nano-Colossus was officially launched. The joint fleet composed of several powerful Imperial armies took the initiative to attack the galaxy where the Nano-Colossus was located. Relying on the absolute advantage in numbers, the Empire's fleet barely managed to win back a city in this battle. The Nano-Colossus was not dragged into the war, but went to other nearby galaxies under the escort of the rest of the Nano fleet. Of course, this was also in the plan. A level 6 psychic was deployed on all the retreat routes of the Nano-Colossus, with the sole purpose of destroying the Colossus. The direction in which the Nano-Colossus actually retreated was Hui, who was caught by Qin Ming before, and then forgotten by Qin Ming, and finally ran to the president's side. His psychic power has a very good targeted effect on nano-machines. After constructing an absolute zero area, the entropy reduction of his psychic power is completely irreversible for the structural damage of nano-machines. When the Nano-Colossus entered the ambush range, the extreme cold that came instantly completely destroyed the entire nano-fleet, including the Nano-Colossus. The fleet that Hui was in quickly dismantled the Colossus and evacuated. The Imperial fleet, which was used to attract the main force of the nano-fleet, also took the opportunity to end the battle and also chose to evacuate. The Queen did not appear during the whole process. The nano-fleet did not seem to have the ability to replenish a new Colossus in a short period of time. The Queen's steps seemed to have stopped for the first time. But just as this news was just transmitted back to the Empire, another news was also transmitted back. Under the surveillance of the Sentinel Array, a nano-fleet with 3 main battleships was leaving their star field and approaching the Empire. Chapter 448 The Dead. In the command room of the special operation to attack the Nano-Colossus, the Sentinel Array once again reported that the Nano-Colossus was confirmed to be destroyed, and the new Nano-Colossus was not replenished in a short time. But the news of the abnormal behavior of the nano-fleet was also broadcast again. The Empire's actions seemed to have indeed affected the behavior of the survivors. They changed their original plan and were heading towards the Empire. And the number of these affected fleets is gradually increasing. Originally, only 1 fleet of hundreds of ships was affected, but in the past few minutes, the number of affected fleets has increased by hundreds. They are heading straight towards the Empire. But soon the Sentinel Array received news. The number of affected fleets stopped increasing after reaching 1/10 of the total number of nano-fleets, and the Queen's vehicle still did not move. It was as if this was not an intervention from the Queen, but just a counterattack against the destruction of the Colossus. No one knew why. But it might not be a bad thing for the Empire. However, some people in the conference room were still gloomy because of the bizarre operation of the remnant fleet and the Queen's inaction. This included the Minister of Psionics. He couldn't understand it. The destruction of the nano-colossus stopped the pace of the remnant's assimilation of the planet and its expansion. Under normal circumstances, the survivors would either carry out large-scale retaliation, using the opportunity of retaliation to make up for the expansion effect brought by the demolished colossus, or find a way to directly solve the expansion problem. Under the premise that the only means of expansion for the survivors at present is the colossus, the Queen chose to stay put, and only sent a small number of fleets to the Empire. The number of these fleets is not even as large as the fleet sent by the Empire, and at most can only tie with the fleet sent by the Empire to attract attention, and the situation in which both sides finally retreated. Everyone knows that a fleet of this size can't make any waves. Why did the Queen do this? What traps are the survivors setting? Or do they have any more special ideas? No one knows. What is known so far is that the survivors' nano fleet has a strong self-repair ability, and they can make more frequent long-distance jumps. Therefore, this batch of nano fleets is expected to arrive at the border of the Empire in 2 days. Perhaps it will take 2 days to understand what the nano fleet is going to do. Of course, the Empire will not sit idle these 2 days, not even now. After the success of the plan against the nano colossus, the command center is still very busy. Everyone is paying attention to the development of another plan that is being carried out at the same time. Outside the star field occupied by Nano, another Imperial fleet is approaching the Nano star field. The scale of this fleet is larger than the fleet that ambushed the Nano colossus. Not only does it have 2 colossi at the same time, it also has a large number of Zerg fleets escorting it from the edge. This huge fleet is constantly jumping, heading to one side of the Nano star region. The Minister of Psionics successfully borrowed the colossus from Glory, and also borrowed some Zerg fleets controlled by the Queen herself. The fleet lurked near the Nano star region, waiting for a suitable opportunity. Soon the opportunity came. The joint fleet formed by several powerful Imperial armies that had evacuated earlier made a comeback after the evacuation. It was a reverse raid, as if it was going to take down the galaxy where the Nano colossus was stationed at once. The attention of the Nano fleet was once again drawn to them. No one and no survivors thought that the Imperial fleet would turn back after achieving its goal. A large number of Nano fleets were immediately dispatched to the galaxy, where a new round of fighting broke out. This was an opportunity. The Colossus fleet, which had been waiting for a long time at the edge of the star field, immediately made the last jump in a short period of time. Arrived in the Nano galaxy that served as the Colossus test target. After the fleet cleared the Nano patrol fleet in the galaxy with a crushing momentum, a Colossus of Qinming and a Colossus belonging to the Empire each drove to the sky above a planet assimilated by Nano. 2 different Colossus-class weapons, Earth-Shattering Star and Neutron Annihilation, were activated at the same time. And both Colossi were blessed by the spiritual energy of brilliant Qinming at the same time, and the activation efficiency and output power were enhanced to a certain extent. However, Brilliant was obviously more experienced in the use of Neutron Annihilation, and the activation of this Colossus was obviously faster. The torrent of neutrons poured down from space. It seemed that it only took a blink of an eye to completely destroy the nano-machines on the planet. But before the Neutron Annihilation was completely activated, the nano-machines on the planet had already detected the danger. The nanostorm covering the entire planet is becoming more intense. Countless nano-machines flowing on the Earth have also joined the storm, like a layer of isolation net. Near the location locked by the Colossus on the planet, the nanostorm has almost condensed into a tsunami-like product. The storm here is like a giant vortex in a nano-ocean. When the seemingly endless torrent of neutrons falls, the nanostorm completely engulfs all the high-energy neutrons. Even though doing so would cause countless nano-machines to be damaged, these machines are still trying their best to capture these neutrons that will cause irreversible damage to everything on the planet. Countless damaged nano-machines were thrown out of the storm. But countless new nano-machines have been reintegrated into the storm. The output of neutron killing is decreasing, and those activated neutrons have been exhausted. The command center, which is watching this scene, sighed. Neutron annihilation is confirmed to be ineffective against nano-planets. Only the Earth-Shattering Star, which is still in the process of starting up, still holds everyone's hope. As the Earth-Shattering Star starts up, the destructive energy ray directly hits the surface of the nano-planet. The energy beam that should have penetrated the crust and mantle and hit the core of the Earth was blocked at this moment. The nano-machines still rush to the landing point of the Earth-Shattering Star without worrying about their own damage. The antimatter that supplies energy to the nano-machines counteracts the energy of the Earth-Shattering Star. This makes the direct damage caused by the Earth-Shattering Star much higher than normal. but it hardly causes any effective damage to the planet itself. Even the Earth-shattering star cannot completely destroy the nano-planet. In the reconnaissance of the Sentinel array, the nano-fleet has also returned to defend at this time, and the Colossus, which has no normal combat capability, must retreat. The operation failed. At this time, there was no sound in the command center of the two operations except the command voice. Such a result is really hard to accept. The Empire only set 3 goals. Only 2 of the 3 goals can be advanced normally, and only one of the 2 that can be advanced was completed in the end. Such a result might be okay at other times, but now, such a result will only make everyone extremely disappointed and desperate. Apart from the Colossus, the Empire really only has the power to destroy the planet by relying on the 6th level psychic. But now the power of the Empire's psychics must not be used at will. This is all used to target the Queen. The Empire's policy was suddenly caught in a bad cycle. The Minister of Psionics, one of the planners of this operation, was also in the command center. After confirming the failure of the operation, he left early and quickly sent the news to those who were not present, but needed to know about this information. They had to think about the next move. Should they continue to rely on psychics to target the Queen as before, or should they choose a new plan? The minister's mind was a little confused. He really didn't expect that the Colossus would not work without the Queen's appearance, which made many of the previous plans become useless. He really couldn't think of what to do in a short time. Just when he was at a loss, his terminal suddenly received a call from his secretary. After the call was connected, the secretary's anxious voice came immediately. "Minister, I'm in trouble here. Is there any trouble more troublesome than what we are facing now?" The secretary said without hesitation, "Yes." The minister was choked. But he was not angry. What happened? Isn't the galaxy of our department closed to the outside world? If any spaceship passes by without paying attention, it will be persuaded to leave. Well, then what? There is a person who refuses to leave into hyperspace, and he said that he must come in to see you. Wouldn't it be better to just drive him away? He is an unregistered psychic. And, he said, he was the most wanted criminal in the Empire. The minister's mind instantly searched for this keyword. If we talk about the most wanted criminal in the Empire, he must be the one who caused the Empire's marginal star region to severely strangle pirates for nearly 30 years. At the same time, he was also the initiator of the biggest scandal in the Empire's army. Shurqian. He did say that his name was this, and his appearance did match that of the dead Shurqian. We wanted to test his genes and he agreed. But it's still being tested. I'll go back right away. The minister's tone was a little hard to guess. After all, it was because of Shurqian that Wu En's relationship with the Empire was completely irreparable. He quickly boarded the spaceship to his home star field. At the same time, his mind was constantly flashing past memories. The cause of the conflict between Wu En and the Empire was actually just a small matter. At that time, Wu En ran all over the Empire, looking for new people with potential to train. As a result, he found the pirates, and found Shurqian, who was still a young man at the time. People who become pirates are either forced by life, or they are cheap. Shurqian is the former. Wu En doesn't care much about identity, so it's no problem to find Shurqian. It's easy to join the association after whitewashing his identity. But Wu En was not in a hurry to do so. He planned to put Shurqian in a pirate environment for training first. This gray area is indeed better for training people than being in a safe place. But Shurqian's pirate identity caused him to conflict with the military in a certain place. This was originally just a small matter. If Wu En's identity was placed on Shurqian, this conflict would be suppressed in minutes. But there are always people who like to use their identity to cause trouble, and Shurqian is not the only one with an identity background. When one party was the first to lose face, even Wu En couldn't solve the problem cleanly. It eventually led to a siege that required the use of a battleship. The battleship was then sunk by a seemingly ordinary Reaper torpedo, and Shurqian also escaped during the siege. The situation was completely out of control. Since then, Shurqian has become the most wanted criminal in the Empire. On the one hand, it was the face of the military, and on the other hand, Shurqian, who had fought among the pirates and had already built a fleet, and the Psychic Society that had a close relationship with Shurqian, even the Grand Archon couldn't make a fair decision. They could only let it go completely, and let Shurqian and the army solve it themselves. This decision was actually somewhat biased towards the army. But after all, the army was the foundation of the Empire. Wu En was naturally unhappy about this. But he had nothing to say about the decision. He just kept trying to mediate. But the result was not ideal. When Wuan went to mediate, the military found a way to hold Wuan back, and launched a siege against Shurqian with 2 level 6 psychics at the same time. And only then did Shurqian die. Wuan also fled to a pirate space station in the Fringe Star Field after that, and almost cut off contact with the Empire. This can be regarded as a disguised confirmation of the authenticity of Shurqian's death. At least that was the ending at that time. And from the current news, Shurqian is not in trouble at all. This should not be a lie by the army, and Wuan to save face for the army. After all, Wuan did not need to cut off contact with the Empire later. He definitely thought Shurqian was really dead at that time. But no one could have thought that Shurqian was still alive, and even appeared again now. The only thing that the minister could think of was that there was only one reason for his sudden appearance: Wuan's death. He had the means to know about Wuan's death, and came here after 2 days of preparation. When he was still a psychic at most level 4, he could destroy the capital ship. Now, decades later, even if he had been dormant for a long time, his power would definitely be stronger. He suddenly appeared. What on earth was he doing here? Full of doubts, the minister quickly rushed back to the star system of their Imperial Psychic Department. In the hyperspace channel of the galaxy, the minister met the man who called himself Shurqian. He looked to be in his 30s, even older than Wuan. His expression was calm, but he seemed to be a little sad. The first time he saw him, the minister was sure that the man in front of him was Shurqian, who had been confirmed dead. But he did not arrest Shurqian as a wanted criminal. At this time, any fighting force must be won over, except Wu Jing. So he immediately rearranged a shuttle and met with Shurqian alone. Chapter 449, Crushing Hope. When both of them sat down at the small table on the shuttle, the minister asked directly, "What are you doing here? Are you dying of illness? So you want to jump out and let the Empire take care of you in your old age?" Shurqian looked very peaceful. He no longer had the madness of Shurqian when he was still a pirate in the minister's memory. Facing the minister's question, he asked back, "Have we met before?" "No, but I know you. I know you too." Since both parties knew each other, they both reached a consensus not to talk nonsense. Shurqian also stated the purpose of this trip. "I don't look like I'm dying of illness. I just heard that my master died, so I came to confirm it." "He is indeed dead." "Does he have a tomb?" "Only clothes and hats, not in the Empire." "Where?" "In your junior brother's colony." "Junior brother?" Shurqian seemed to have really kept a secluded life in the past, and had no close knowledge of the outside world. He didn't know Chenming's situation. But for the last disciple Wuan brought before his death, Shurqian still wanted to see him very much. "Can you help me contact him? You are a wanted criminal now. Don't ask for too much. You know I am not. That wanted criminal has been dead for a long time. The one who came out now is just a person who happens to look the same genes, the same abilities. And also called Shurqian. You know why I came out. Natural disaster?" Shurqian nodded. He couldn't escape the extinction of mankind. As a person who died once, he didn't want to die again. When the minister heard this, he hurriedly recalled his past judgment on the effect of Shurqian's psychic power. It seems that it is a simple and crude psychic power that can be used to directly increase the strength of various things. A clear idea suddenly came to the minister's mind. They had just suffered a failure. Shurqian's psychic power might be used here. Even, his psychic power might become the best, used to defeat the strong with the weak. But the minister suddenly sighed and said, "I can't contact him. Your junior brother is also temporarily out of contact. But I can help you contact his subordinates." Shurqian made a gesture of invitation. The minister also simply took out the terminal, and called Hui Wang directly. Facing Shurqian's request to come over, Hui Wang only asked Shurqian one question. That was Wuan's private name for Shurqian. Shurqian recalled the past, and answered uncertainly, "Little lunatic? Shurqian can come over." The minister shrugged. "I'll prepare a spaceship for you." He didn't intend to stop Shurqian. Shurqian wanted to come out, and it was up to him to decide whether he could be transferred to a suitable position to play a role without being reminded of the past. That was something he needed to do. Before this matter is settled, the minister should temporarily pretend that Shurqian does not exist. And he has other tasks now. Not only the nano thing, but also the mechanical clan. There are also quite a few tasks that he needs to be responsible for. The Empire is still facing 2 enemies at the same time, and he does not want to create a new enemy because of some things that have passed or are very small. The minister shook his head and suddenly asked, "By the way, what have you been doing in the past few decades? Even Wuan seems to not know that you were not dead." Shi Qian hesitated for a moment, and chose to answer this question. Since I escaped from that encirclement, I found a place in another star field to hide. In the past few years, I have always felt sorry for my master. You must know how much my master did for me at that time. But I have nothing to repay. I thought that maybe it would be best if I died. So I didn't go back to find him. I was too young and hot-tempered at that time. Obviously, many problems can be solved by lowering your head. I wanted to live like an ordinary person, but after a few years my mental condition could no longer sustain it. I went into cryogenic hibernation for a long time, and only woke up in recent years. I had just adapted to the new world, but then I encountered the invasion of the mechanical tribe, and then I heard the news of my master's death. You can check all of what I said. I'm here now, and you should be able to find all of this. No need. The minister waved his hand. He could tell that Shi Qian's life was also quite painful, and even very similar to Qinming's experience. Only Qinming resisted, and even killed one of the 2 level 6 psychics. Shi Qian did not do this, and could only fake his death to escape, and even dared not show up again. The minister sighed, as if he felt the pain of the bottom. However, he did not have a personal experience of the pain of the bottom, but he knew what attitude he should have. Just like he said that he would not check it. But there would always be someone who put everything Shi Qian had experienced in front of him. The minister and Shi Qian were silent for a while. A brilliant voice suddenly sounded from the communication that had not been hung up. No need to fly the spaceship, use a faster method. The minister didn't say anything after hearing this, but turned around and took out the special terminal that Qinming had given him before. What for? While Shi Qian was puzzled, the metal liquid flowed out of the terminal and moved toward Shi Qian's feet. Relax, it will be over soon. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The countdown in the online conference room was also suspended for 2 days, and it still remained at a little over 6 days. On the bright side, at least the Empire's plan for the Colossus was successful, and the words that someone had said to the minister before that the countdown would not be extended were broken. But the minister still had a headache, because the Empire had no way to deal with the nano-planet, and their methods were too weak, so they had to find and try new ways. In these 2 days, the minister had already told everyone about Shi Qian's existence. The people in the military were complaining, but at this moment, no one would bring up the past. And now, looking back, it was not the Imperial military that had the initial conflict with Shi Qian, but the 5th Legion. It was only later that things gradually fermented, and eventually led to an irreconcilable conflict. From the current perspective, the 5th Legion itself has very big problems. In the last major incident involving Zhuo Jing, the 5th Legion did not play a good role. There seems to be a shadow of Zhuo Jing in this incident. But fortunately, Zhuo Jing is dead, and the 5th Legion has also declined somewhat, and is even on the verge of reorganization. In any case, if Shi Qian's psychic power really has the effect that was once speculated, then the key to solving the nano-planet, and even solving the Queen, lies in him. He can be regarded as an alternative means of the Empire. The Empire is currently mainly promoting the means of dealing with nano-planets, which is a technology that the minister seems to have heard of before, but is not very impressive. Of course, this lack of impression is not because of the poor technology, but mainly because this technology was only taken out once a long time ago and then sealed up. It is a technology that was recently found by Fan Chao from the inventory. It is a technology that uses massive celestial bodies to destroy stars, destroy the stability of stars, and use stellar matter to destroy the entire galaxy. This technology has been accumulated for a long time. However, the means of directly destroying stars to affect the entire galaxy would not be used at all in the past, when the external pressure on the Empire was not so great. As for the current situation, it is different. When asked how long it would take for Fan Chao to use the technology, they gave a 3-day answer, and various paper data. They also gave the military training on how to use the weapons in advance. As long as the weapons arrive, they can use them directly. There is still 1 day before Fan Chao gives the results. But today is also the time when the previous batch of nano-fleets arrived at the border of the Empire. The minister also established contact with the military early, and kept an eye on the news sent back by the Sentinel Array. He even sent a holographic projection to the command center of the military department responsible for this matter. He squatted directly in the command center, waiting for the further development of this matter. As the coordinate data of the nano-fleet sent back by the Sentinel Array got closer and closer to the Empire, the atmosphere in the conference room became more and more serious. Under the surveillance of the Empire, The Nano fleet finally arrived at the border of the Empire, and collided with the mechanical race that surrounded the Empire. The battle was about to break out, and the battle between the Nano fleet and the mechanical fleet could almost be said to be completely one-sided. The mechanical race had no experience fighting against the Nano fleet, and was assimilated by the Nano in an instant. However, after the Nano fleet cleared the mechanical race near the contact point, they did not plan to continue to advance into the Empire, but dispersed to attack different star systems of the mechanical race. It can even be said that no Nano ship had the idea of moving towards the Empire. The fleet that was on high alert at the border of the Empire was let down. This result suddenly made the heavy atmosphere in the command center a little lighter. Does Nano want the technology of the mechanical tribe? The mechanical tribe also has colossi. They might be planning this. What should we do? Asked the higher-ups. These questions were quickly passed on by the minister to the right people, and soon a new order was issued. Keep a close watch, wait for the right time to act, and be prepared to cover up the Empire's next move. And the Empire's next move, that would naturally be to use stellar weapons to make a destructive attempt on the Nano planet. However, the preparation time was not as long as expected. After just a few hours, the fleet started moving directly. The reason was Shi, who was also sent back to the Empire by Hui Wang today. He was willing to accept the Empire's comprehensive examination of his psychic power, and was willing to help the Empire to fight the survivors head-on. Therefore, after a few hours, the fleet incorporated into the Colossus set off again, heading for the Nano Star region. Although it was originally planned to wait a day before using Fan Chao's technology, but if Fan Chao's new weapon was ineffective, it would be a waste of time to arrange Shi to play. Anyway, the Colossus has always been prepared, and the escort fleet is always available. With a guarantee from Hui Wang, it is not difficult to reorganize the fleet with Shi as the core. The military has basically remained silent on this matter. Most people know that although the Nano Colossus has not been remade yet, it will not be long before it is remade or transformed from the Colossus of the Mechanical Clan. The Nano fleet occupies the Mechanical Clan star field, which is likely to be prepared for their subsequent Colossus dispatch. It's always better to try more. With the help of the Sentinel Array, the fleet carrying Shi found a galaxy at the border of the Nano Star region with strengthened defenses. The terrifying reconnaissance ability of the Sentinel Array allowed the Empire's fleet to have a very strong concealment capability despite its considerable scale. The fleet approached the target galaxy. After dealing with the patrol fleet of the galaxy again, the Colossus arrived above a Nano planet in the galaxy. The Nano machines on the planet gathered faster than last time. The raging nanostorm has gradually built a layer of shield-like things outside the planet. But this time, the power output of the Colossus under the influence of Shi's psychic energy was increased by him by nearly 10 times with the simplest and crudest means. The energy beam shot out from the muzzle of the Colossus is almost pure white. This energy that annihilates everything no longer only penetrates the surface of the planet, destroys the core of the planet. This time, it penetrated the entire planet, completely erasing everything in its path. The other areas of the planet that were not directly hit by the energy beam had dazzling white flames on their surface, dragging everything into the extremely high-temperature purgatory and burning. The Nano planet was not completely transformed from the outside to the inside, and the interior of the planet still retained some of its original structures. Now, these structures were destroyed, and even Nano machines could no longer fill them. The entire planet began to collapse. It was completely destroyed from the inside out. Only a broken planet was left. Success? A few cheers from young officers rang out in the command center. But this is just a small step the Empire has just taken. To truly contain the Nanos, more planets need to be destroyed. The Colossus has now recovered from the loss of use under the effect of brilliant psychic energy. Before the arrival of the Nano fleet, the Colossus can continue to look for the next target. At the same time when the Nano planet was destroyed, in the galaxy where the wormhole was located, in the hall of the Queen's car, the Queen was still sitting on the throne. But for some reason, her majestic posture disappeared. She covered her left eye in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Between the gap between her palm and her face, some metallic liquid was constantly flowing out. She seemed to have experienced some painful things, but she was still as gorgeous as before. The Queen suddenly let go of her hand and wiped away the metallic liquid flowing out of her left eye. She seemed to no longer be in pain, and instead let out a sigh of relief. Closing her eyes again, she stood up and waved her right arm, creating a dark and indescribable space. The Queen stepped into it without hesitation. The next moment, this dark space crack crossed countless light years and appeared in the galaxy that had just been destroyed by the Colossus. The tens of thousands of meters long Colossus was instantly torn into pieces, with an average diameter of no more than half a meter, by some unobservable force. The escort fleet was also twisted into a knot by some force. Whether it was the battleship or the frigate, as long as it was movable, it was completely destroyed. Shurqian, who was originally in the fleet flagship, felt that he was dead for a moment. But fortunately, his feeling was wrong. He was pulled back to the Empire by the President's psychic power. The level 6 psychics, who returned to the Empire, were preparing for the day, waiting to be summoned to deal with some troublesome places that only they could deal with. It was not until now that the Sentinel Array reluctantly gave a warning that the Queen had arrived at the galaxy where the Colossus was located. This terrifying power was beyond anyone's imagination. And something even more terrifying was happening. The Queen stretched out her hand again and tore open the crack. And the torn dark and indescribable space crack appeared within the Empire, appeared at the place where Shurqian finally arrived. The piercing alarm had not yet sounded. The terrifying power had already acted on the planet, where the level 6 psychics usually stayed. The entire planet was completely torn apart and crushed at this moment. Of the 11 level 6 psychics on the planet, and the thousands of ordinary people who provided services to the psychics, only 5 survived. They each had their own way of escaping. But the rest of them had no room to struggle. There seemed to be no difference between one psychic and 11 psychics in front of the Queen. There was even a psychic who was capable of facing a super body. But he also died in the Queen's surprise attack. All those who knew what happened where the Queen was at the moment were silent, as if their throats were strangled. The hope of mankind seemed to be completely crushed at this moment. The Empire only had more than 30 level 6 psychics. Losing 1/5 of them in just a few seconds was an absolutely unacceptable result. This meant that the upper limit of the psychic power of the Empire was greatly reduced, and it also meant that the Empire might have truly lost all threats to the Queen. It could even be said that the Empire seemed to have never been qualified to fight the Queen. The Minister of Psychic Power, who was also paying attention to this place, suddenly noticed the metallic liquid overflowing from the corner of the Queen's left eye. He saw the slight pain in the Queen's slightly open nanomachine eyes. At this moment, the minister realized that Wu En's death was not so easy. The life and death of the Empire, survival and extinction, seemed to be only between his thoughts at this moment. He made the calmest decision he had ever made in his life. President, send all the level 6 psychics, including me. All over. No one can escape the disaster of the Empire's demise. Only when everyone gathers together can they launch the final and most effective counterattack at this moment. If it succeeds, the Empire can continue to exist. If it fails, it is better than a long journey to hell. I can't do it. What? The minister didn't have time to ask in detail, because at the same time he spoke, a black spot with completely different properties from the dark space torn by the Queen appeared beside the Queen. This black spot, that was difficult to see with the naked eye, suddenly became larger, as if the gravity that could attract everything was telling everyone, this is a black hole. Chapter 450 from the Black Hole. The appearance of the black hole was not expected by anyone, nor by the Queen, and the location where it appeared was very coincidentally in the wreckage of the planet that the Queen had just crushed, and where she was personally. The Queen standing nearby frowned slightly, while slightly avoiding the black hole. The spiritual energy waves released toward the space near the black hole, and once again created that dark area that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, to annihilate the black hole that suddenly appeared. Two seemingly identical, but completely different shades of black are colliding. The black hole, which was not even the size of a grain of rice, was constantly swallowing up the crushed planetary matter around it in the collision with the dark space created by the Queen's psychic energy, and was still growing wildly in a way that clearly violated the normal laws of physics. A planet with a diameter similar to that of the Earth would only have a diameter of 10 millimeters at most when it was transformed into a black hole, but the black hole that appeared at this moment had a diameter that skyrocketed by thousands of meters in the process of swallowing these planetary matter. The Queen was forced to distance herself from the black hole once again, and the black hole continued to grow as the amount of matter it swallowed increased. Its growth scale was almost the same as the planet it swallowed. Every point of matter with normal planetary density was being transformed into the densest matter in the universe. This situation was very strange. The Queen's face, which was originally slightly angry, became even colder under the influence of the increasingly powerful black hole power, and the metallic tear marks at the corners of her eyes became more and more conspicuous. She seemed to be in some kind of mental pain, but this pain soon turned into anger. Another large area of dark space was torn out from the nausea of the black hole that had not yet completely expanded, as if it was going to completely swallow up the entire broken planet. But at the same time as the Queen did this, the expansion speed of the black hole once again broke through the upper limit. The black hole that was originally expanding near the core of the broken planet almost instantly swallowed up the broken planet, completely transforming the planet into a black hole. All the people who were watching here, whether they were psychics or ordinary people, lost a lot of light in the pictures they saw and felt, leaving only a whole piece of darkness. Even though the black hole had completely swallowed up the broken planet, no new matter entered the black hole. The black hole continued to expand unrestricted on the scale of the original planet. The dark space surrounding the planet torn by the Queen was squeezed crazily from the inside out by the black hole matter. The dark space seemed to be filled with black hole matter, and lost the property that seemed to be able to isolate and tear everything apart. Even after breaking the Queen's restrictions, these black hole substances continued to spread in the Queen's direction, wanting to swallow the Queen into the black hole. The Queen seemed to hate the existence of black hole substances. She tore open the dark space again and stepped into it. The exit of the space suddenly appeared in a place that the black hole could not affect in a short time. The Queen looked at the original planet, the current black hole. Around the black hole, the Empire and the only 5 remaining level 6 psychics on standby were desperately using their own psychic powers to escape from the black hole and the Queen. The psychic's perception ability allows everyone to clearly confirm the gaze and perception of others. After discovering that the Queen seemed to have some strength left, the psychics who barely escaped suddenly felt extremely terrified. Fortunately, the Queen did not continue to pursue. She just tore open the dark space again, entered it, and disappeared into the Empire. The Sentinel Array did not find any traces of the Queen's subsequent appearance. She was likely to have returned to the vehicle that even the Sentinel Array could not detect. The black hole stopped expanding after the Queen disappeared. The gravity that should have swallowed the star did not have any further bad effects. It just revolved around the star like a normal planet. The desperate silence seemed to completely cover the Empire at this moment. However, a voice suddenly appeared in the command center, "Save people first." As this voice was shouted by someone unknown, the originally quiet command center suddenly became chaotic. They hurriedly contacted the nearest garrison troops to immediately go to the vicinity of the black hole to rescue people. There was no need to think about the destroyed Colossus and its escort fleet. The dead were irreparable, but at least the living could not be allowed to die in the space environment. While the military was busy, the president, who had just wanted the president to gather all the psychics of the Empire together to launch the final counterattack against the Queen, still maintained the posture of holographic projection. He looked at the planet that had just turned into a black hole on the screen transmitted back by the Sentinel Array, as if he could see the bodies of the 6 level 6 psychics that had been swallowed up in the black hole. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He was happy that the Queen's retreat would not cause further damage and injury. He was also relieved that he was still alive after issuing an order with a high probability of death in battle. He also had concerns and fears that the possibility of defeating the Queen would be further reduced, as 5 psychics had died in the Empire. He also had doubts and expectations about the inexplicable black hole. This is really the worst situation. The minister took a look at the ships summoned by the command center. After discovering that Shurqian was still alive, he told the military to hand Shurqian over to him, and then temporarily left the somewhat chaotic command center. He contacted the president again and asked, "What happened to you? Why can't I use my psychic power?" The president seemed to have been paying attention to the situation here. When the minister asked the question, he immediately answered, "My psychic power was affected by the change in the scale of space. I don't know if it's because of the black hole or the power of the Queen. Anyway, the space in that galaxy is distorted. I can't confirm the coordinates, so I can't send people there or take them away. In my opinion, the power of the black hole and the black space created by the Queen can't be called space. But I'll say it this way for easy understanding. These two forces are absolutely conflicting forces." The minister seemed to have smelled a little taste of understanding the Queen's psychic power when he heard this. "What do you mean? What's wrong with that black space?" The president thought about it and explained. "Let me put it this way. That piece of black space that looks similar to space does not have spatial coordinates, so it cannot be considered a piece of space, but it is more like the nothingness left after all the space is completely squeezed out." The minister asked again, "Is the Queen's psychic power also space psychic power?" "No, absolutely not. Although the effect is very similar, it is definitely not the space psychic power similar to mine. You are the minister of the Imperial Psychic Department. You should know very well that many different psychics may have similar effects in the end. I can't give you a specific answer. You can only rely on you to figure it out. I understand. Although the understanding of the Queen's power is not sufficient, but at least this is a good start. But judging from the current situation, even if the Empire really has a very deep understanding of the Queen's psychic power, they may not be able to compete with the Queen in the most intuitive power. The minister did not dare to think too much, and could only sort out the information the president said first, and then pass it on. Speaking of which, how did you judge that you could summon all the psychics in the Empire? The minister responded seriously to the president's question, because I found that the Queen's condition was not right. Wu-En did more things before he died. The Queen's consciousness was definitely affected by Wu-En's psychic power. His psychic power can act on any conscious creature, even if the survivors become nano-machines. As long as they are still conscious, they will be affected. When the Queen came here, she was definitely injured by the means left by Wu-En. I feel that is the best and last chance for the Empire. The remaining psychics, even if they are all gathered together, may not be able to defeat them. The president felt bad when he heard it. If he had reacted faster, he might have been able to take all the people away at the moment when the Queen's pursuit arrived, and there would be no subsequent interference. The loss of the psychic really dealt a heavy blow to the already low confidence. Both of them sighed for a while. The minister suddenly asked, "You said that the black hole suddenly appeared." The president answered decisively at this time, "I don't believe there are such coincidences in the world. There must be a driving force behind some things. As far as I know, there is only one person in the Empire who has the ability to affect the black hole. But he may be back soon." The minister's comfort was of no use. Only facts can make the president change his mind. The two did not continue to say anything more about the Queen's matter. There is no benefit in saying more. "What are you going to do about the black hole?" "I will definitely arrange an investigation as soon as possible. I will try my best to give the authority to the right people. This black hole should be considered a cosmic wonder. I just don't know if this wonder can help us win the next war. I hope it will." The communication with the president had just ended. The minister suddenly heard gunshots from the holographic projection he placed in the command center. He immediately turned back to the command center and found someone lying on the ground with a pistol in his hand. Blood and brain matter constantly flowing out of the hole in his temple. The minister knew this person. He had been in the Imperial Army for more than 20 years, and was considered the backbone of the military. So he knew how powerful the Empire's army was, how powerful the Empire's psychics were, and he also saw how the Queen destroyed their power. He knew the huge gap in power between the Empire and the Queen, and he also saw how this gap widened again within a few seconds. Just now, he might have been tense because of the arrival of the Queen. But now that the Queen has disappeared, his tense nerves suddenly relaxed, without a slow release process, and as a result, his nerves were broken. His confidence collapsed. He could not bear it. He did not know how the Empire could win in front of such a Queen. So he made this choice. "Can you die in a better place?" Someone cursed in a low voice, and the command center instantly resumed its previous operation. Soon someone came to cover the body with a white cloth and carried the body out. In just a few minutes, the traces he left behind disappeared completely. This was the first person the minister knew who committed suicide because of what the Empire was experiencing now. But he would definitely not be the last. The minister actually couldn't see the direction of the future. He was also confused and desperate. He even felt more desperate than anyone else. The Queen was injured after her arrival, which was the last chance he could see. But this opportunity had been missed. But he was not ready to do the most extreme thing. He would continue to try in desperate situations. Alas, the news about the Queen spread quickly in the Empire. Especially the extremely alarming news that the Queen suddenly appeared and destroyed the planet, where 11 psychics in the Empire were located with the force of thunder, and killed 6 of them. On the other side of Qinming's colony, they learned this information almost simultaneously through the afterglow that Qinming had left in the Empire. Hui Wang immediately convened a regular meeting of the management team to explain the matter. Their colony might really become the last hope of mankind. Tianzhan suddenly thought of something. He took out his terminal and looked through a document he had saved before. Half of the content of this document was various records of the planet where he had tested the tolerance of Gaia plants in extreme environments. This planet was where Qinming disappeared last. The other half of the content of the document recorded the things, like cosmic tumors, left after the transformation of the planet. Tianzhan has been going to that planet regularly, so the contents recorded in the file have been added. although it is impossible to conduct a deep exploration of the interior of this thing. Any psychic can clearly sense the scarlet as long as he gets close. And the power of the phase is restricted inside. There are even other forces operating in it. This power. Tianjin suddenly stood up and said hello to Hui Wang and hurriedly left the meeting room. Hui Wang's questioning immediately followed him. Tianjin did not explain too much, he just did some things. He first found his daughter on the space station, and borrowed the Hope Spirit Stone that represented endless power. He went to Gaia again and talked with Gaia, who represented the will of the fairy tree, which made his mental state reach an unprecedented peak. He then boarded a spaceship, planning to pass through the Stargate and go to the Empire. He did not hesitate at all throughout the whole process, and his goal was extremely clear. When facing Hui Wang's repeated questioning, he only said one sentence. Qinming may be there, I'm going to take him out of the black hole. Chapter 451 Retrieval. Whoever listens to Tianjin's words will think it's nonsense. But Hui Wang's memory bank still contains the last time Tianjin suddenly had to go out at a very strange time. At that time, he used his own spiritual power to protect the Scarlet Gaia planet, protecting the hope of the Gaia plan to transform all planets into habitable planets. This time Hui Wang didn't want to bet that Tianjin's idea was wrong. And it also hoped that what Tianjin said was correct. It was also waiting for Qinming to return. Hui Wang immediately helped Tianjin contact the president, wanting the entire empire to get the fastest access to the black hole that had just appeared. The minister also had this idea, and quickly arranged things related to Tianjin. This made Tianjin one of the first people to get close to the black hole. From the Stargate of the Origin Galaxy, which has now merged two galaxies, it doesn't take much time to reach the galaxy where the special black hole that forced the Queen back is located. Especially when Tianjin didn't bring anyone else with him, and he was the only one traveling alone. It's not that Tianjin doesn't trust others, but he alone is enough to do what he can do. Tianjin's shuttle passed through the Stargate soon and arrived at the destination. At the edge of the galaxy, in addition to the various special exploration ships temporarily summoned by the Empire, and the highest point of the special scientific research ship among the exploration ships, he could also see the purpose of his trip. That special black hole. Tianjin has never seen such a black hole. It orbits around the star, and has an abnormally small gravity. And the biggest difference between it and other black holes is that it almost only emits a faint breath of the black hole dimension. Tianjin has seen many types of black holes, especially the two black holes protecting the origin on the edge of the Origin Galaxy. He knows that every black hole in a normal universe has a deep connection with the black hole dimension. It's just that the blockage between the normal universe and the black hole dimension is far deeper than that with other dimensions, even more serious than the scarlet dimension. So the black hole dimension and the normal universe have only had a half-plane nightmare connection for so many years. At this moment, the black hole he was facing had almost no breath of the black hole dimension. It was just like touching a black hole in the phase space, a dimension that cuts off everything. This made Tianjin sure that this black hole had almost no connection with the black hole dimension. Then there was basically only one option left that might be related. What he saw and heard after arriving at the target galaxy made Tianjin more convinced. After he greeted the fleet stationed at the edge of the galaxy, he became the first person to enter the galaxy and get close to the special black hole. The shuttle kept accelerating and approaching the black hole, entering the black hole's horizon. Relying on the superluminal navigation technology of this specially modified shuttle, Tianjin just brought the spacecraft to the edge of the real range of the black hole. His eyes could no longer see anything at this moment, but his perception was showing everything around him in his mind. But then he found that he had no idea how to deal with the black hole. He knew that the black hole must be related to Qinming, and he knew that Qinming was probably behind the black hole. But he didn't know what to do. The black hole was there, the size of a planet, the gravity was abnormally low, and the dimensional fluctuations were also very weak. Other than that, it was just a black hole. There was nothing special that could be seen intuitively. Tianjin's intuition told him that the black hole was a door, with a lock on it. The problem now was not that he couldn't open the lock, but that he couldn't find where the lock was. Tianjin was thinking subconsciously. He was thinking about the things that had happened near the black hole before, and he was qualified to know these. Tianjin thought for a long time. The final decision was to push the joystick of the spacecraft directly to the bottom. Let the shuttle accelerate into the black hole. At this time, the psychic minister, who was distracted by Tianjin's actions after arriving at the galaxy of the special black hole, spit out the water he had just drunk. He coughed continuously, and hurriedly called the escort fleet in the galaxy to check. But he knew it was too late. Even if Tianjin's spaceship had been modified, it had the technology of superluminal navigation, and could move freely within the event horizon of the black hole. But he definitely has no ability to move within the real range of the black hole. The spaceship should be torn apart by the terrifying force in an instant. Tianjin's psychic power may help him for a while, but he definitely can't hold on. They have no time to react, nor to rescue. Tianjin was the only one on his spaceship, and no one could stop him. No one could have thought that he would suddenly do such a thing. The minister wiped his mouth and couldn't help saying, "Even Shenming can't stand it." While the psychic minister was thinking about how to explain Tianjin's death to the people in Shenming's colony, and the psychic society with a headache, Tianjin's spaceship had actually entered the black hole. But the spaceship was not torn apart by the gravity of the black hole, and he entered the space inside the black hole intact. Although it was still dark here, Tianjin's perception helped him find the remains of the planets that were previously swallowed by the black hole in this space. Just as he thought when he was thinking just now. Those remains did not become part of the black hole at all, they were just brought here. If you think about it for a moment, you can find out without even thinking about it, or looking with your eyes, that the growth of the special black hole is not proportional to the consumption of matter. And the gravitational strength of the black hole is also obviously different. Tianjin did not feel the irresistible danger like when he approached the two black holes in the origin galaxy. Under the influence of these factors, he chose to enter the black hole. His choice was correct. After entering the real range of the black hole that appeared outside, in addition to discovering the remains of the planet, he also discovered a real black hole. Right in the center of the planetary debris torn apart by the Queen, there was only the right-sized black hole at the beginning. Everything around it was just a fake thing constructed by special means. Although there was no trace of psychic fluctuations, it was obvious that only psychic energy could do this. Tianjin had a very deep impression of this situation where psychic energy was clearly relied on, but there was no psychic fluctuation. As he drove the spaceship closer to the real black hole, his heart began to fluctuate uncontrollably. He was expecting something to happen. The shuttle approached the black hole. At this moment, this right-sized black hole had obvious psychic fluctuations, which also gave Tianjin a sense of danger. He knew that he could not directly contact it, but the appearance of psychic fluctuations made him know what he should do. Tianjin released his own psychic energy, and the psychic energy that wiped out all dimensional power acted on the black hole. He wiped out the dangerous power of the black hole dimension, and held his breath and concentrated his consciousness, and threw this consciousness into the black hole. In a world limited by the speed of light, throwing it into the horizon of a black hole means eternity. But in a world where the speed of light has been surpassed, even if you really enter a black hole, you can still come back. And for Tianjin, the process of throwing himself into a black hole is more like a process of sinking into a well. The heavy, suffocating feeling soon entangled him. He felt that his consciousness was being completely compressed, and he was losing the stability of his consciousness. He could feel that as his consciousness went deeper into the black hole, more and more malicious gazes were focused on him. But they seemed to be on guard. They were on guard against Tianjin's spiritual energy, and also against certain things in the black hole. Tianjin suddenly realized that his mental power was almost exhausted. Even though he had deliberately sought Gaia's consciousness to obtain extra mental power before setting off, it was still difficult to sustain a horrific consumption when entering the black hole. However, the Hope Spirit Stone he brought with him before setting off was still continuously providing him with mental power. Although this mental power was not much, it was indeed the hope for Tianjin to continue to persevere at this moment. His consciousness was constantly passing through the narrow road in the black hole, continuously going deeper into the black hole. Suddenly, a sense of panic, as if he was on the edge of the abyss, suddenly enveloped him. It seemed that an endless number of dark entities were approaching him. His consciousness really entered the black hole, and he saw that familiar face. Tianjin's consciousness struggled to hold his hand, and tried his best to pull himself out of the black hole. His consciousness instantly returned to his own body, and Shenming's figure appeared near the black hole in front of the spacecraft, floating near the black hole. But at this moment, the black hole that was originally the size of a grain of rice also expanded several meters for some reason, and a sharp and thick black arthropod-like limb came out of the black hole, waving wildly. Tianjin knew very well what it was. He squeezed out the few spiritual energy fluctuations it had, and rushed the fluctuations to the vicinity of the black hole, completely tearing the arthropod limbs apart. The black hole also returned to the original size of a grain of rice. Qin closed his eyes tightly near the black hole and quietly floated there. Tianjin suddenly felt something was wrong. He hurriedly drove the shuttle closer and pulled Qin back into the spacecraft. The moment Tianjin touched Qin, he found that this was not the complete Qin, it was just Qin body, and his consciousness was not in his body. This was just an empty shell with a little spiritual energy fluctuation. The previous hope and excitement instantly turned into bubbles at this moment. Tianjin felt that his whole body was filled with fatigue from the huge consumption of mental power. His body swayed twice, and he almost fell to the ground. He leaned against the wall of the shuttle. I entered the Hope Spirit Stone, and took a breath for a while, standing firm again, suppressing the disappointment in his heart. At least this body is the key clue to find Qin consciousness. He must bring Qin body back to the colony. Wait, what is this? Tianjin suddenly noticed a strange black spiral pattern on Qin right hand. Although the pattern did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations, it was strange to see such a thing on Qin body. But Tianjin didn't have time to dwell on this, because he soon noticed another thing happening. As soon as he left the black hole in the eyes of the outside world, he was discovered by some fleets near the black hole. Immediately, a ship sent him a communication request, obviously wanting to ask him what he had just encountered. Tianjin looked back at Qin unconscious body leaning on the seat of the shuttle. He knew that this scene must not be discovered by others. Qin body may not be a big deal to Qin. After all, his body can be mass-produced. But at this moment when Qin is out of contact, if his body comes back, but his consciousness does not, there will definitely be rumors that Qin consciousness cannot come back. It will definitely have a very negative impact on their colony. Qin current situation must not be discovered by others. Glorious. I saw it. But there is a space stabilization device in the galaxy, which should be used to prevent the Queen from coming back. My psychic power will not work. I will send a fleet to pick you up immediately. A person is respected when he has power. But when he loses his power, no one knows what will happen. Although the probability is low. The troubles facing the Empire now make it impossible for the Empire to do anything unnecessary. But Tianjin does not want to gamble on human nature. And the Empire is not without people who have bad relations with Qin. The signal of the rescue fleet was quickly connected to Tianjin's shuttle. Tianjin also immediately began to play it safe, not wanting to reveal anything. But Tianjin's spaceship entered the black hole in front of everyone in the galaxy, and then came out without any incident. So it is impossible for him not to have noticed. Everyone wants to find out what is in the black hole. Fortunately, the rescue fleet that is in contact with Tianjin at this moment has not taken too many actions. If Tianjin does not want to disclose information, they need to consult their superiors. Currently, the entire galaxy is under the supervision of multiple departments of the Empire. Who to report to is a very important question. For the rescue fleet next to Tianjin's spacecraft, who to report to is not a problem. They are basically people from the Fanchao Research Institute. They approach the black hole under the pretext of rescue, taking the risk of not fully observing the black hole. The cooperation between Fanchao and Qin was based on the relationship with the Minister of Spiritual Energy. So Tianjin was relieved at this time. The situation in the galaxy was soon presented to the Minister of Spiritual Energy, who was still having a headache just now. The moment he learned that Tianjin came out of the black hole, the minister's headache was gone. Instead, he hoped that Tianjin really found something in the black hole. But he didn't have time to do anything. All the ships in the special black hole galaxy received an alarm at the same time. No one read the content of the alarm, because all the ships in the galaxy clearly detected the dark cracks that appeared near the black hole. At this moment, it had been several hours since the Queen was forced to retreat. She had obviously adjusted her state and relieved the mental pressure. Although she didn't know enough about the Empire, she couldn't confirm which star field of the Empire was more important, but she could confirm that there were many top psychics in the star field where the special black hole was located. As long as she came back here, she would always be able to find something. So she came. Chapter 452 The Power of Instinct. The Queen has come again. The Empire has no means to deal with it. The psychics have not yet gathered, and even the affairs of the psychics, who died a few hours ago, have not been adequately explained. Not to mention dealing with the Queen's next. Or this time. At this time, no one in the galaxy where the special black hole is located has a combat power of level 6, and all the psychics who survived before were temporarily sent to the neighboring star field for medical examination. The strongest fighting force left in the galaxy is Tianjin, who just arrived. But even level 6 is only the basic condition to face the Queen. Tianjin can't be the Queen's opponent, and the Empire has no time to respond. The minister's face is already dark. Not only did he watch Tianjin go through life and death and suffer disasters, but also because he knew that in order to prevent the Queen from coming back, the military prepared a device to block the space in the galaxy to prevent the invasion from happening again. But the fact now is that the space cannot be locked, and the Queen is not restricted at all. Just as the President said, the Queen's means of arrival was not space psychic power at all. And the space blockade had just begun not long ago, the equipment had just been started, and it had just been debugged not long ago. The special space frequency band reserved for their own people had not been shared in time. Even the minister had not received any information from the military. Not to mention the possibility that the President could send people who could come to support in time with psychic power. No one could arrive in the first time. Even if the minister wanted to repeat his previous idea, there was no basis for concentrating the last strength of the Empire to fight. If there is no way to stop the Queen, then everyone in the galaxy will die. At this moment, in the galaxy where the black hole is located, the spacecraft did not pull away from the black hole. It can be said that Tianjin, who was almost facing the Queen, did not have too many emotions. His psychic strength is currently only about level 5. Although he is indeed growing very fast, he is just an ant when facing the Queen. He may be crushed to death at any time. When death is just around the corner, Tianjin is calmer than ever before. He even had the leisure to ask Hui Wang, "Didn't the Empire block the space in the galaxy?" Hui Wang still responded in that mechanical tone, "At least my psychic power can't act directly on you. And it doesn't look like the psychic power used by the Queen." Hui Wang was very sure of this. Because if the Queen used the psychic power of space, even if her power would definitely exceed the upper limit of the blockade equipment in the galaxy, overloading the equipment and causing damage, Hui Wang's psychic power would definitely penetrate in. The Queen did not start a massacre the second time she came, so she had time to take Tianjin away. But obviously, that was not the case. Hui Wang's hand still could not reach in. All he could do was to make some ordinary modifications to the shuttle, which might make it run faster. But this ability could not save Tianjin's life under such circumstances. "Sorry, but I can't save you." Tianjin was quite open-minded about this matter. "It's okay. I had already made such preparations before I came out. But it's a pity that I didn't see him come back." Wait. Tianjin originally wanted to take a last look at Qinming's body, who had just been taken out of the black hole by him. With some regret, Qinming was the benefactor who brought him out of the lowest point in his life. But when he turned around, he found that Qinming's body was no longer in the seat just now. Instead, he was standing on the side of the shuttle. He was looking through the porthole, looking at the Queen floating on the edge of the black hole. The Queen was also looking at him. This was why the Queen did not take action as soon as she arrived. Qinming's body moved again, and the whole person penetrated the wall of the spacecraft without any obstacles and entered the universe. Before his body penetrated the wall of the spaceship, Tianjin still clearly saw that his eyes were still empty, and his expression was still empty. Qinming still didn't come back. His current actions were just his body's instinctive reaction. At a little distance from Tianjin's shuttle, the Queen's demeanor had changed greatly compared to before. Her contemptuous look had disappeared, and her demeanor was no longer so high and mighty. In her eyes that reflected Qinming's figure, there was only solemnity. Even though Qinming who appeared here had no spiritual fluctuations, even though his body's expression was obviously abnormal. But the Queen still maintained respect for Qinming. She even said the first sentence after contacting humans, "Qinming." Although the Queen was in space, the sound would not spread. But among the people who watched the changes in the situation in the galaxy, there were many who understood lip reading, and many who could shine civilized language. After the news spread quickly, the minister who was originally worried suddenly relaxed a lot, and immediately became excited. He couldn't help but whisper in his office as if to vent, "It's Qinming, he's back." The minister really thought that humanity was doomed, but he didn't expect that there would be a sudden turnaround at this time. He hurriedly asked the president to gather the Empire's psychers to the edge of the galaxy. Although the space blockade in the galaxy had been lifted at this time, but based on the minister's understanding of Qinming's battle obviously did not require the assistance of others. He only needed to watch, and watch Qinming perform. At the same time, the psychic fluctuations on Qinming's body suspended outside the shuttle suddenly began to slowly release and strengthen. At first, The speed of this release and strengthening was not fast, but it only took a blink of an eye. This psychic fluctuation grew from a weak one that might be difficult to detect on a spaceship to a level that the entire galaxy must pay attention to. Qin Ming's body did not just have a little psychic fluctuation, but all the psychic power was hidden deep in the body. After the body's spiritual energy was stimulated to the limit, the body's surface gradually began to condense a set of biological armor that Qin Ming used most frequently. The dark shell gradually covered his whole body, making Qin Ming look like a dark beast. But Qin Ming's body suddenly moved a few times awkwardly, as if he was not used to this armor. The next moment, the biological armor disintegrated instantly. The metallic liquid around Qin Ming appeared out of thin air and began to reconstruct a new set of armor. Tianzhan could observe all the details of Qin Ming's new armor from a close distance. The new armor was not made of any substance he knew. It was not biological cells, it was not metal materials, but a special substance that he had never seen before, and that might not even have been recorded, and that emitted extremely strong psychic radiation. From the inside to the outside, every inch of the structure, every line was more powerful than before, and it was even likely that the effect had exceeded Tianzhan's understanding. Even though the shape of the armor has not changed much, the material inside has been completely updated. On the outside of this new armor, the structure that is still shining due to psychic radiation is covered with a layer of material that seems to absorb all light. Tianzhan has seen the material that constitutes the outermost layer this time. This is black hole material. These materials have gathered all the materials with strong psychic radiation used to make Qin Ming's body armor, and restored the armor to its dark appearance again. It looked like there was no difference from before, but the strength of the new armor was definitely different from the old one. At the moment the new armor was formed, Qin Ming disappeared near the shuttle and appeared behind the queen. He clenched his fists and hit the back of the queen's neck. The body did not use Qin Ming's special abilities in other aspects of spiritual energy. It almost relied on the pure power brought by the armor to drive the black hole matter to punch and hammer. Although the action was extremely simple, the power of even an ordinary hammer in front of the densest celestial body in the universe could never be directly confronted. Even the queen did not dare to resist. She tore the space in front of her, took a step forward, let the darkness of nothingness wrap around her, and disappeared on the spot. And the aftermath of the power, she tore open the nothingness space, exploded in the direction of Qin Ming. The black hole material on the surface of the new armor was distorted under the action of this force. Although these black hole materials recovered instantly, it also showed the horror of the queen's psychic power. And Qin Ming's body continued to launch another active attack towards the position where the queen appeared the next moment. Obviously, the queen has been regarded as an enemy. Even though it is just a shell here, it still has the ability to judge the enemy and the instinct to fight. Tianzhan collapsed in the driver's seat. A bunch of things came and went, stimulating him, making his nerves tense again and again. Finally, when Qin Ming's body moved, he also completely lost the strength to persist, because the real power had appeared in front of him. After the queen dodged the two attacks, Qin Ming's body in the new armor did not pursue the queen further. Instead, he flicked his hand and used psychic energy to send all nearby ships out of the galaxy. He cleared the surrounding environment and created a place suitable for fighting. The queen did not take this opportunity to attack. She looked down on the ants that Qin Ming had saved, and she knew that a sneak attack would never work. So she chose to readjust her fighting posture and mentality when facing the enemy. Facing the most powerful psychic in the human empire, she must give respect. Even though she learned from her subordinates that Qin Ming was suppressed by the means she had left behind, she would never take it lightly. The test just now had clearly told her that even if Qin Ming did not use his own psychic power and only relied on external objects, it was enough to kill her thoroughly. Now, the real battle began. The moment the battle between the two most powerful psychics of the civilization broke out, the darkness engulfed the entire galaxy. The Imperial fleet at the edge of the galaxy could not see any valuable information from the darkness. Even the Empire's Sentinel array could not survive the extremely long 15 minutes. From the gap between the black hole matter and the void space in the galaxy, an extremely grand light overflowed. That was the light emitted by the broken stars and the overflowing energy. The stars that should have exploded at the end of their lifespan were detonated in advance, creating an energy flow that was even more powerful than a normal supernova explosion. No matter what, the Empire's fleet at the edge of the galaxy could not face the power of the supernova explosion, and could only choose to jump and retreat. Fortunately, the Sentinel array can still monitor the situation at the edge of the galaxy. Moreover, the black hole matter and void space in the galaxy are gradually dissipating. The Sentinel Array recalibrated the parameters, and once again covered the galaxy within its reach. The entire galaxy was now in a state of chaos. The spatial curvature of the entire galaxy has undergone unprecedented drastic changes, from the void with no curvature at all to the largest curvature in the universe, which repeatedly appeared in a small galaxy. This makes this place almost the most dangerous place in the entire universe. The weak queen is standing in the center of this chaotic space. Her left eye is tightly closed, and metallic nanomachines that look like blood are flowing out, forming a series of teardrop-like existences around her within the range not affected by the gravity of the black hole. This makes her look extremely fragile. But Qin, who is corresponding to her, is no longer in human form at this moment. His body is torn apart by some kind of force, and even the spiritual energy fluctuations have been shattered. Death seemed to have come upon him. Tianjin, who had been connected to the nearby star field and was watching this scene through a remote signal, felt a knot in his heart. But at this moment, he saw that the lines on Qin's right hand that he had noticed before seemed to tremble. Before he could react too much, Qin's body completely recovered in an instant. All the injuries disappeared in an instant. It seemed that what was torn apart just now was not Qin's body, but an illusion that only existed in the past. For a moment, Tianjin seemed to see a trace of fear in the queen's opened eyes. He was not sure if he saw it clearly. But the queen, the next moment when Qin's body recovered, torn open the void space, disappeared in the galaxy, disappeared in the human territory. Qin's body did not chase, but suddenly used psychic power to bring back the shuttle that Tianjin had just driven. This modified shuttle, like Qin's armor, has undergone a thorough transformation. Afterwards, Qin boarded the shuttle and also disappeared into the galaxy. The Empire became lively almost instantly. Everyone who knew that Qin had returned tried frantically to contact Qin, but all they could get was a busy tone. The minister did not desperately contact Qin, but found Tianjin instead. He wanted to ask why Qin did not contact the outside world after returning, but seemed to have only talked with Tianjin about some things. But when he found Tianjin, he found that Tianjin's expression did not show any joy for Qin's return, and he seemed to realize that something was wrong. At the same time, the shuttle driven by Qin's body arrived at his destination. That is, the place where the brainwashed psychic exchanged his life for a chance to drag Qin into another dimension. That place seemed like a cosmic tumor. Qin's body left the shuttle hovering in front of the scarlet rift that enveloped those unknown things. Without any hesitation, the scarlet was completely torn apart, revealing an independent, narrow special dimension wrapped in the scarlet rift. This dimension does not belong to the normal universe, does not belong to the scarlet, or even to the black hole dimension. It just exists here abruptly, and it is in chaos. After doing this, Qin's body fell into silence again, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were retracted into the body again, and there was no more movement. Not long after, Tianjin arrived here first in a new spaceship. After discovering Qin's body, he brought his body back to the spaceship. Tianjin carried Qin's body on his back, and carried him to a row of seats on the spaceship. At the same time, he said to the psychic minister, who was also on the spacecraft, "I have said what I should say, and you have seen what you should see. It is up to you to explain it reasonably." After that, Tianjin closed his eyes, once again mobilized his consciousness, and connected his consciousness to this chaotic universe. He was using his last strength at this moment. It was painful, but it was worth it. While Tianjin was vomiting blood because of the huge mental trauma, Qin's body was agile for a moment, and then it returned to silence. And at this moment, Qin slightly raised his right arm, exposing the spiral pattern on his right arm. Tianjin held Qin's raised arm, and raised it in front of the minister. "Did you see it?" Tianjin's eyes turned to the chaotic fusion dimension, as if he could see through the heavy distortion, and see Qin's consciousness in it. He must still be alive, he must be there. Chapter 453 The Curse of Time. Soon after, the Minister of Psychic Energy took the unconscious Tianjin and Qin's body, and went to the current origin galaxy through the Stargate. He used himself as a cover to completely cover up all the news about Qin. The accuracy of the Sentinel Array is not high enough to see clearly whether a person's eyes are empty, and his actions are effective. So far, everyone in the Empire except the Minister still believes that Qin is really back, and repelled the Queen. But for unknown reasons and considerations, Qin chose to return to his colony. As for the Minister, in addition to the excitement of Qin Ming's return at the beginning. He later learned about Qin Ming's true situation through Tianzhan. He knew that Qin Ming's news must not be made public. It was not good news that Qin Ming only came back physically. At least for most people. Because the body is just a tool. And there is a possibility that tools can be restrained. Many people have already reacted. And want to learn about Qin Ming's current situation through the minister. The minister cannot tell the truth. So it also chose the same approach as Qin Ming's colony leaders. No matter. That is, pretend to be dead. Completely ignore other people's thoughts and attitudes. Just to conceal the situation. This approach is not a good approach. But it is indeed an approach that will not have much impact in the short term. As long as Qin Ming's subordinates continue to try to bring Qin Ming's consciousness out of that chaotic space. The negative impact of this approach in the future can be minimized. If they can't bring it out, then humanity is basically doomed. Even if Qin Ming's body is still there. God knows whether the Queen will find a way to target Qin Ming's body after returning. If she really finds it, without Qin Ming's consciousness returning to the body to counter it, there is no need to worry about the subsequent problems. So, the minister did the same. He had analyzed the pros and cons of the matter. And he certainly knew what to do right. And he would also contribute to the search for Qin Ming's consciousness. Just like now. Under his cover, Hui Wang controlled Tianzhan's spaceship and the shuttle after Qin Ming's body transformation through the Stargate in the Empire, and successfully arrived at Qin Ming's colony. The two spaceships landed in the newly built city on Gaia 2, which was only for the core members of the colony to settle. After handing over the bodies of the unconscious Tianzhan and Qin Ming to Hui Wang, the minister did not leave, but followed the rescue shuttle sent by Hui Wang and arrived at Gaia 2. Hui Wang had not yet opened a hospital in the area because the population of Gaia 2 was too sparse. He wanted to wait for Tianzhan to wake up and talk more with Tianzhan about Qin Ming's body. No one and Yue stopped him from doing so. While waiting, he was also constantly sorting out the current situation in his mind. Although Qin Ming only came back physically, it still gave the Empire a big sigh of relief. The desperate situation that the Empire was facing seemed like a joke in front of Qin Ming. Not only was the Queen forced to retreat, but the mechanical clan also seemed to have a solution. As long as Qin Ming went, the mechanical clan would be finished. But this was all based on the premise that Qin Ming really came back. At present, the Empire has not changed its bad situation in a practical sense. The Empire has been able to maintain a balance with the mechanical clan for a long time. So let's not worry about it for now. But the Empire still has no means to go out and target the Queen. If the Queen invades again next time, you can't just throw Qin Ming's body in front of the Queen. Right? The Empire must have a plan for the next step. In fact, Tianzhan has already laid out this plan. He has proved that Qin Ming's consciousness has not disappeared, but encountered some accidents that caused his body to return to the normal universe earlier than him. On the premise that it has been clear that Qin Ming's body alone can force the Queen back, isn't there only one thing left to do? Bring Qin Ming's consciousness back. How to enter the chaotic dimension? How to bring people out? Also, Qin Ming finally raised his arm. And what did it mean to show the tattoo-like mark on his body that seemed to have never appeared before? Perhaps he could discuss it with Hui Wang and do some research on Qin Ming's body. 3 hours later, Tianzhan opened his eyes. He saw the pure white ceiling of the hospital, and a nursing robot beside his bed, and the Minister of Psychic Power. Tianzhan, I have something I want to discuss with you. Tianzhan propped himself up, leaning on the backrest of the hospital bed, rubbing his face with his hands, trying to suppress his fatigue, but the effect was obviously not very good. He shook his head and asked, "What is it?" "I want to study Qin Ming's body." Tianzhan's first reaction was to refuse. "No, we can't do something we shouldn't do to his body. It's not an excessive study. I just want to see if there are some clues on his body that can find his consciousness. You also saw that Qin Ming showed us the mark on his body at the end. There must be some clues on his body." Right? What the minister said was indeed correct. Not only had no one seen the special pattern on Qin Ming's body, it also helped his body recover completely in the battle with the Queen. Finally, Qin Ming came back and his consciousness was raised on his own initiative, which meant that there must be a problem. But Tianzhan always felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. He always felt that doing this was not a good thing for Qin Ming or them. He tried very hard to consider the plan mentioned by the minister, but the pain in his brain seemed to be constantly affecting his thinking. In the end, Tianzhan gave up thinking and refused. No. The Queen will definitely not come again in a short time after being defeated this time. Can't the Empire think of a way to solve the problem by itself? Although Tianzhan lay down for 3 hours, the consumption of entering other dimensions through consciousness twice in a short period of time made his mental state very bad, and there was no way to recover in such a short time. The minister did not continue to disturb Tianzhan's rest and left the ward. After leaving, Hui Huang's voice sounded from the terminal in the minister's hand. I told you. Tianzhan is unlikely to agree, and he is an important member of ours. It was his desperate efforts that brought back Qinming's body. We must respect his ideas. The minister also had some understanding of the internal situation of Qinming's management, but he had to give it a try. He should understand later. Do you have a place to live? I don't plan to go back for the time being. Just find a place to live in the city. Huang had no intention of driving people away. It was obvious that his ideas were different from Tianzhan's. Instead, they were more similar to the president's. He didn't care much about Qinming's body. It was completely fine to use it for research, because he had really seen Qinming do all kinds of inhumane things to the clones created with his own genes. In Qinming's own words, it doesn't affect what I do to myself. And these things are not even clones. They are all transformed from insects. Hui Huang was once worried that Qinming would lower his bottom line because of these things. Fortunately, Qinming had never done anything out of line except for his clones. But this has little to do with the present. But anyway, it was because Qinming had done similar things before. So when conducting various studies on Qinming's body, Hui Huang didn't mind at all. Just when the minister came to ask when Tianzhan was unconscious, it agreed immediately. As long as Qinming's consciousness can be restored, it doesn't matter if this body is damaged. Xiaofan, who is also very interested in Qinming's body, is even more excited. He has also seen Qinming use his clone to do all kinds of things. So he has basically the same idea as Hui Huang about using Qinming's body for experiments, and is even more radical. However, Xiaofan was sent away by Hui Huang, and Hui Huang himself will deal with Qinming's matter. As he just said, he needs to respect Tianzhan's ideas. So even if it agrees, it can't start the experiment right away. It needs to think about how to persuade Tianzhan, and how to study Qinming's body afterwards. But it is indeed necessary to convince Tianzhan first before doing any research. But if it is just a basic observation and research on Qinming's body, it will not have any impact at all. Then just do it casually. First observe and figure out the general situation, then there will be a better reason to persuade Tianzhan. 2 days later, Tianzhan woke up from his coma. Being in Gaia and sharing the same power with him, his condition recovered quickly. Then, he was called by Hui Huang to Gaia 2, a research institute in an unopened area. Tianzhan arrived at the place quickly. After entering the institute, and arriving at the experimental area, he found that Qinming's body was placed safely on a laboratory table, and there were many equipments around the laboratory table. Tianzhan was not angry because of this situation, because of his increased level of understanding of various life states through Gaia. Qinming's body had indeed not been experimented on, and the equipment was just observing. In addition to Qinming's body and equipment, the Minister of Psychic Energy was also here, and greeted Tianzhan. You're here. Tianzhan nodded, walked to the side of the experimental table and asked, Is there anything you want to tell me? Yes. This time it was not the minister who said it, but Hui Huang's voice that sounded in the laboratory. I want to persuade you to agree to experiment on Qinming's body. Why? You'll know soon. Just wait a moment. How long do you have to wait? 3 seconds. Hui Huang's voice fell. Tianzhan saw the spiral mark on the right hand of Qinming lying on the experimental table suddenly light up, just like when his body was torn apart by the queen's power before. But when the mark dimmed again, Tianzhan did not find any changes in Qinming's body. The surrounding observation equipment was activated again to check Qinming's body after what happened just now. Hui Huang did not continue to keep the secret, and handed Tianzhan several documents, all of which were observation reports on Qinming's body. It explained, during the 2 days you rested, this situation has happened 4 times. Although it seems that there is no change every time the mark lights up, his physical condition will actually recover. Tianzhan could understand the word recovery, but he was a little confused when he heard the words the mark will recover every time it lights up. What do you mean? We observed that his cells recovered to a better state after the mark lit up. In the simplest terms, his life is flowing backwards. The minister also spoke at this time. We found traces of time reversal, and Qinming's body seems to be trapped in a time loop. Judging from what we see now, About every 12 hours is a cycle. And at the end of each cycle, Qinming's body will return to 12 hours ago. Tianzhan glanced at Qinming's body, which had just recovered to 12 hours ago, and said, "This sounds good. This should be considered a disguised form of immortality." The minister said again, "Brain cells will also recover to 12 hours ago." Tianzhan's face changed immediately. This doesn't sound like a good thing. Although Qinming doesn't rely on his body to survive, his consciousness already exists independently, but who knows whether the effect of time reversal will affect his consciousness. If so, could this be the reason why Qinming didn't come back? The minister also expressed his thoughts again at this time. "We need to conduct in-depth research on this phenomenon, so that we may be able to figure out what happened to him." Tianzhan sighed and said, "In fact, I refused before not because of the research problem. I also know that there will be no chance without research. I am worried about the researcher problem. Who should conduct the research on Qinming's body? At present, Qinming's colony has sufficient equipment, but not enough personnel. Even if Qinming has been trying to recruit people, even after he lost contact, Hui Wang has been trying hard to recruit people, but there are still not enough people. The strongest psychic in the entire colony before was Wuan, and after Wuan's death, he became Tianzhan. They lack psychic manpower, and even more lack psychic research manpower. People who understand psychic power must be transferred from other places. So if you want to study, you can, but you must bring people to us for research. And it must be done in our colony. We can't give Qinming's body to anyone. And confidentiality must be done well. If the news is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous." After getting Tianzhan's reply, the minister immediately said, "I can guarantee this to you. The news will never be leaked from me or any other channels related to me. I also know the consequences of leaking the news." In order to prove his attitude, he even contacted the Grand Archon directly on the spot with his private number. The Grand Consul was also very curious about what the minister was doing in the past 2 days when he went to Qinming's place. He also wanted to confirm Qinming's attitude. After all, Qinming had clearly returned, but had not been seen for a few days. If nothing else, he should at least go back to the Empire to see Bai Quan and Cheng Xinghai after he came back. But he didn't, so the Grand Consul was always worried about this. However, the minister did not say anything about this, but simply requested the Personnel Dispatch Authority of Fanchao. Moreover, he also followed the template and got a newly drafted contract document, which required the signing of a confidentiality agreement after the assignment, and a closed management agreement for at least 2 months. He said that the assigned personnel would be required to sign it later. This strange request was of course questioned by the Archon. "What do you want to do?" "Do what I think is the most important thing." "The most important?" "The most important." "Then do as you say." Chapter 454, Attempts Outside the Battlefield. As the Grand Archon agreed to the request of the Minister of Psionics, a group of researchers from the Imperial Fanchao Research Institute signed a secret contract and went to the Origin Galaxy with the necessary equipment and curiosity about the unknown. Although the answer to their curiosity was not a happy answer, at least it would satisfy their curiosity. After all, Qinming had not undergone a standard psychic test so far, and they would be the first batch. Although it was only Qinming's body that needed to be tested, not the whole person, this was also a rare opportunity. In addition, there were also researchers from the Empire sent to the galaxy where Qinming lost contact. The originally stable space rift here was torn apart by Qinming, personally exposing a chaotic and distorted space. It seems that Qinming sent people to conduct some investigations, but no space station was set up, so the Empire had a reasonable excuse to occupy this place for research. Under the promotion of the minister, the research results here will be shared through the information exchange channels within Fanchao. Assist Qinming's colony in the research on the mark on Qinming's hand, under the full and unreserved support of the Empire, without even delving into the specific content of the research project. The research progress on the mark has grown rapidly. In just 3 days, the dispatched Fanchao researcher has confirmed that the source of the power of the mark engraved on Qinming's hand lies inside the black hole dimension, and has nothing to do with Qinming's own power. At the same time, it was confirmed that the power of the mark is similar to the psychic power of the plane nightmare. In addition, it was confirmed that in the psychic power composition of the mark, there are psychic fluctuations similar to the psychic power structure inside the spirit stone. If a powerful psychic creature dies with strong emotions, there will be special psychic fluctuations left. These residual fluctuations are often preserved in various stone objects. If there are no stone objects around, then there is a high probability that this fluctuation will dissipate directly, and there is also a very small probability that it will be preserved in non-stone objects. This should be the first time that it appears on a human. But it is not impossible as long as the dead psychic creature is strong enough. With this information, it can be basically inferred. After entering the black hole dimension, Qin Ning killed a plane nightmare that was more powerful than the plane nightmare that invaded the normal universe. And this plane nightmare has a great probability of being strong enough to master the power of time. Before dying, it used its last power to curse Qin Ning, leaving this mark. God knows how Qin Ning managed to kill a creature that controls the power of time. But judging from the characteristics of the mark, this is the fact. Then, perhaps because of the negative impact of the mark, Qin Ning temporarily abandoned this body. Therefore, the body returned earlier than the consciousness. No wonder Qin Ning was able to repel the queen with only a body without consciousness and only fighting instinct. This is the reason. As long as Qin Ning's consciousness can come back, the war between humans and the survivors can be won. As more and more information about Qin Ning was obtained, the attitudes of the researchers who were somewhat discouraged after learning about the research goals of their arrival in Qin Ning's colony became more and more positive. The one-sided communication with the chaotic space became more and more frequent. It seemed that real results would be achieved soon, bringing Qin Ning's consciousness out of that chaotic dimension. Internal affairs were thriving, and the external situation had also improved in recent times. Although the improvement was not too much, it was still an improvement. It is not only a war between the Empire and the survivors and the Queen, but also a war between the Empire and the Mechanids. In the fringe star field of the Empire, the Gallows Star Field, the army commanded by Baiquan has now recaptured the Gallows Star Field and stationed in the star field that was once the branch of the Legion. This means that the fleet controlled by Bituan's army has rushed out of the border of the Empire and occupied the star field that the Mechanids once occupied. After all, only in this way can the safety of the soldiers entering the neural connection device in the Gallows Star Field be guaranteed. With his cooperation, the armies of the surrounding star regions also took steps to recover lost territory. All the generals who could survive such a high-intensity war were constantly breaking through their limits, constantly growing on their original limits, and mastering more powerful command techniques. And because of the survivors' nano-fleet, the Empire has also recently developed various technologies that can significantly improve the armed forces of the Empire's army. Many of these technologies will be used in the conflict with the nano-fleet for testing. Those that are effective will continue to be developed and put into service. Those that are ineffective will not be thrown away directly, but will be thrown into the mechanical battlefield for secondary testing after certain targeted modifications. As the spearhead in the direction of the Gallows Star Field, Baiquan can naturally obtain the most technical reinforcements. The mechanical race in this direction has been completely forced out of the Empire, especially after Qin Ning came back. The intelligence network of the mechanical race seemed to have successfully investigated this news. Not only did the offensive slow down, they even took the initiative to give the Empire a buffer zone in many places. The Omega Corps seemed to be afraid. Baiquan could understand it very well. If he were a mechanical race, he would also be afraid, especially when the mechanical race had a core that coordinated everything. If the core had problems, the entire mechanical race would be completely finished. So far, the intensity of the war between the Empire and the mechanical race has begun to slow down. All the generals and soldiers who have been in the war finally have a chance to breathe. Baiquan, who was already a bit emaciated, is gradually recovering. At least he is not as weak as before due to the long-term use of neuron connection equipment, which requires the brain to be highly active for a long time. Judging from the current situation, the Gallows Star Field will have at least 72 hours of stability in the near future, and there will be no foreign invasion. Baiquan can finally leave the front line for a short time and rest for a few days. He needs to adjust his own state and prepare for the next war. However, just when Baiquan had handed over his work and was about to go back to his residence to have a good sleep for a few days, he suddenly received a message from an unknown source on his terminal. There was no information about the sender, only a special record. It recorded the whole process of the last conflict between Qin Ning's body and the Queen. It included the video footage of Qin Ning walking out of the shuttle with lifeless eyes, fighting with the Queen, and being almost torn into pieces under the Queen's attack, and a text explaining Qin Ning's current situation. Baiquan was also very curious about why Qin Ning didn't come to see him after he came back, or at least call him to chat. But after Hui Wan contacted him specifically, he had no problem. But now, Bai Quan immediately gave up the idea of resting and immediately checked with other people through his circle of contacts. After more than 10 minutes of investigation and questioning, he found that at least 1/3 of the prominent figures in the empire had received this inexplicable message from an unknown source. Obviously, the empire leaked extremely important high-level information, and the person who announced this news could only be the queen. After all, the only two people in the entire universe who recorded Qin Ming's complete combat posture after his return were Tianzhan and the queen. This news is obviously not good for Qin Ming, and Tianzhan would not do it. It is clear who did it. It seems that the queen is really scared. Otherwise she would never use this method to try to disintegrate the empire from within. The principle can be guessed easily. It relies on nanorobots hidden in various places in the empire that cannot be observed by the naked eye, and even many devices may not be able to detect them. And 1 hour after Qin Ming's information was disclosed, Bai Chuan's terminal received a new message again. This time, the message is not related to Bai Quan, but the news of another faction in the Legion that has conflicts with Bai Quan. And all of them are those messages that cannot be seen in the light of day. Bai Quan immediately understood what the survivors were trying to do. This was to force internal conflicts in the empire. Many things were hidden in the dark, and no one would delve into them. In many cases, delving into them might not be good for oneself. But if such things were brought to light, the problem would be a little bigger. But it was just a little. No one in the empire was clean. As long as nothing that really crossed the bottom line was revealed, all of this could be ignored. If there is, then the Grand Council will definitely deal with a person without mercy at this moment. The saying that severe punishment is used in troubled times is not at all inconsistent with the current situation of the empire. And anyone with a brain knows what is the most important thing at this time. If there are still people who don't have a brain, then there will be many people to help him. Of course, this is for those things that cannot be put on the table. The situation of the matter related to Qin Ming that can be put on the table is a little different. Many people knew how to deal with Qin Ming's news and knew the best response plan. But not everyone could restrain their inappropriate thoughts and use the best response plan. 2 hours after Qin Ming's information was disclosed, Qin Ming's colony and the capital of the empire held a meeting at the same time. After Qin Ming's colony discussed and confirmed that it was the queen's plan, the meeting was adjourned. Hui Wang will change the way of cooperation with Fan Chao in the future. There is nothing else to say. At the meeting of the top leaders of the empire, the situation was obviously very different. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was very tense. Obviously, the attitude of the survivors towards the empire has changed significantly. They no longer look down on us. Their civilization has begun to start a war from the civilization itself. The infiltration of nano-machines has actually always been within the empire's expectations. After all, it is really difficult to detect nano-machines within the empire. If nano-machines can infiltrate, it is possible to kill the top leaders of the empire. But unless all the top leaders of the entire empire are killed together, otherwise the people will soon fill in. And it is basically meaningless. Besides, who among the high-ranking officials of the empire does not have psychic guards? Although the empire has relatively few 5th and 6th level psychics, there are plenty of 3rd level psychics in the empire. And there are also quite a few 4th level psychics. It is still possible to prevent sneak attacks by those who cannot have enough nanorobots to infiltrate the empire. In the absence of a way to carry out large-scale assassinations of the high-ranking officials of the empire, the survivors chose to use this method to discuss the empire. To be honest, it is indeed very surprising, but it is very reasonable when you think about it carefully. At the same time, it did make all the people in the empire who could understand the purpose of the queen's actions very worried. Before the meeting started, some people had already begun to worry about problems. After all, the facts were there. Qin Ming had not communicated with the outside world since he came back. And his colony had been hiding something. It was only Qin Ming's body that came back. He had no self-awareness, he was just a pure tool. As for Qin Ming, his only high-level combat force had died in battle not long ago. Would anyone have special ideas? Many people's eyes were wandering on the faces of the people in the conference room, but no one would write their thoughts on their faces. The meeting continued, and the discussion about Qin Ming's situation soon began. However, this discussion did not last long, because the commander of the First Legion suddenly said, "Perhaps it is best to let Qin Ming remain in his current state. He can become the guardian of the empire." The meeting room fell silent instantly. This is what many people are worried about, and it is probably what the queen wants to see the most. Moreover, although the First Legion is an independent legion of the empire, It can be regarded as the legion closest to the Empire itself, and the closest to the Grand Archon. Together with the Second Legion, the people of the First Legion came out to speak. Does this mean? The Minister of Psionics, who participated in the holographic projection, tapped the table and said, "Opposition." He did not give more reasons, but just expressed his attitude. This situation made the people present even more frightened. The top leader and the second in command of the Empire had different ideas, and there might even be a conflict. This situation made everyone feel uncontrollably worried. The Grand Archon suddenly spoke. "Su Lei, you are quite old." Several exclamations rang out uncontrollably in the conference room. The demeanor of Su Lei, the commander of the First Legion, changed instantly, becoming somewhat unbelievable. The Grand Archon emphasized once again, "Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have." Su Lei opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he looked into the Grand Archon's eyes and didn't dare to continue. After he nodded, he left the meeting room. The Grand Archon expressed his attitude in the most direct, the most ruthless, and even the most damaging way to his own power. This would hurt many people in the First Legion, and many people close to the Grand Archon. But he still did it. The meeting continued. The Empire insisted on the original plan with a resolute attitude. The research experiment on Qinming that was originally hidden was made public. More people could be called in to investigate the black hole dimension and the mark. The attempt of the survivors that was not a frontal battlefield was easily resolved. It even helped Qinming's consciousness to return. And here in Qinming's colony, after participating in the research on the mark for a period of time, Tianzhan had no intention of continuing to participate in the experiment. On the 5th night after Qinming's body returned, he left home after putting his daughter to sleep. He took the shuttle through the Stargate and left the colony. Hui Wang appeared like a shadow and asked with the help of the shuttle's communication equipment, "Are you going again?" "Well, my spirit has almost recovered. I have to give it a try. I can feel him there every time. So I have to go." Hui Wang warned, "It's not safe outside these days. The queen has completely torn her face and let go of her posture." "I know. She has been relying on her psychic power to enter the Empire and attack everywhere in recent days. It can only be said that in the face of the survival of the race, the face of the strongest is not important at all. The face she loses will become the respect of the civilization she leads." In short, the queen shamelessly repeatedly arrived at the Empire to cause damage. Both ordinary galaxies and military galaxies were affected, and the Empire really had no effective countermeasures. Qinming's body would not react to things that happened too far away. The Empire also had no way to deliver Qinming's body before the queen arrived, caused damage and left. Even if there was the president's psychic power, it would not work. Once the president's psychic power delivered Qinming's body, the queen would directly abandon all targets and evacuate. She had a grasp of Qinming's state. There were even a few times when the Empire had only a few level 6 psychics blocking the queen, and the queen didn't want to fight them head-on. Even if there was a high probability of winning, she would never take risks. Some important galaxies in the Empire are well protected. Information is not leaked, and nano-machines cannot penetrate, so the queen will not cause trouble to these galaxies. Although there are no losses at present, problems will arise sooner or later if this continues. No one knows where the queen's next target will be. This is what Hui Wang is worried about. But Tianzhan is not worried, and asked, "Will you watch me?" "Yes." "Isn't that enough?" Chapter 455 Return. Tianzhan once again drove the shuttle back to the vicinity of the chaotic space. As before, he planned to build a consciousness link, put his own consciousness into it, trying to find Qinming's part of consciousness. But the colony suddenly sent him a document. Tianzhan took a rough look. It was sent by the contact person on the Fan Chao side, because most of the Fan Chao Research Institute on the colony had moved over there to study Qinming's body. So the current director has set up a special docking account to share research results with Qinming's people every day. This is very good for the people in Qinming's colony. At least it is really reassuring. And from the information just sent, it shows that there happened to be an experiment today using the time flow core to slow down the time of Qinming's body. Qinming's body is trapped in the curse of time. So it is of course a logical choice to start with time. I have tried to use the acceleration effect of the time flow core before, but it didn't have any positive effect. The acceleration time would only cause the mark on Qinming to be triggered repeatedly. And each time the mark is triggered, the mark will be engraved deeper on Qinming's body. It is not easy to see at ordinary times. But when the acceleration effect of the time flow core is triggered repeatedly, It will be very obvious. So after the last attempt, the content of this experiment is to use the effect of the time flow core to slow down. It still sounds very convincing, but the effect still depends on the results. Tianjin took a quick look and put away the terminal. Others are trying hard to make different attempts, so he certainly can't be idle. Soon, Tianjin's shuttle approached this chaotic space after being released by the Imperial fleet guarding the chaotic space. It hovered at the edge of the limit distance of the chaotic space. Tianjin sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes, slowed down his breathing, concentrated his mind, completely concentrated his mental power, and completely released his consciousness and entered this chaotic space. Tianjin once asked Qinming if this was a method similar to his method of leaving the body. However, Qinming said that this was not the case. Tianjin's psychic power was similar to the will of Gaia planet, which was extended through plants. His psychic power was awakened under the fairy tree on Gaia planet, which resulted in his psychic power not only having a powerful effect, but also having some additional characteristics. This was also the reason why he was able to contact Qinming briefly in the black hole. So now he has to do the same thing, looking for Qinming in this chaos. The chaotic space is only the size of a planet in the normal universe, but its interior exhibits multiple dimensional characteristics, making its internal space much larger than imagined. It is even enough to be called a dimension. And the chaotic space in the normal universe is just the entrance to this chaotic dimension. There is another big difference between this chaotic dimension and other dimensions, that is, there is no vitality in this space. The normal universe has a lot of life, the phase space has phase monsters, and the scarlet dimension is also full of various scarlet creatures. Even in the black hole dimension, there are life forms such as the nightmare of the plane, but in this chaotic dimension, there is no life at all. There is only the space that is changing all the time, which is enough to tear apart anything that steps into it. Tianjin must be careful in every step he takes in exploring and moving forward. If his consciousness is not careful, it will be torn apart by the chaotic space. He will feel an unprecedented pain, more painful than the time when he awakened his psychic power. He will not die, but he does not want to experience that kind of pain for the third time. Time passed by minute by minute. Tianjin's mental power gradually dried up as his consciousness moved in the chaotic dimension. Just as he was about to try for a while, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This feeling of something wrong did not come from the chaotic dimension, but from outside. Tianjin immediately drew out a part of his mental power and returned to the normal universe to sense the galaxy he was in. Then, he saw the familiar traces of the void space that tore everything apart. The Queen really came, and happened to come here. Tianjin was not panicked. He knew that this was only a matter of time. Since the Queen announced the information about Qinming, they did not continue to conceal their research on Qinming's body. Therefore, it is quite normal that the information about the galaxy he is in at the moment is leaked. This is all expected. Even the leak of information is the initiative of the Empire. There should be more than a dozen swordsmen ambushed in the galaxy at this time, level 6 psychics. Most of the Empire's psychics have given up the idea of relying on the President's psychic power to get through after the Queen invades. That simply cannot keep up with the Queen's escape speed. Only in this way can the Queen fall into the trap. The psychic fluctuations against the Queen have filled the entire galaxy. Tianjin, who was on the shuttle, knew very well that the aftermath of the battle between the level 6 psychics would easily kill him. So he immediately asked for help. Glorious. I'm doing it. The psychic power of Glorious had also appeared on Tianjin's spaceship as the conflicting psychic fluctuations in the galaxy intensified. But the Queen's mental power had also swept across the entire galaxy at this moment, and found Tianjin at the edge of the chaotic space. She suddenly changed her normal behavior, and did not flee directly before the psychics of the Empire surrounded her like before. This time, she changed her mind and changed her goal. The brilliant psychic energy wave that drove Tianjin to escape was instantly overwhelmed by a stronger psychic energy wave. And even the scarlet dimension that supported the transmission was affected. The brilliant psychic energy was interrupted. The void space surrounded Tianjin's spaceship. Even if Tianjin started the spaceship, he could not move at all in the void where there was no concept of space. He who existed in the material world could not step into the dimension of nothingness. But the Queen could pass through the void and walk into Tianjin's shuttle. She looked at Tianjin as if she saw the key prey. The Queen pointed at Tianjin, and the void space around Tianjin was torn apart. But this did not tear Tianjin apart, but only dragged him into the void. Tianjin was a little flustered, but not too scared. He cast a contemptuous look in the direction of the Queen. He was completely dragged into the void. Everything on the spaceship stopped at this moment. Not only the spaceship, but also Tianjin himself was stagnant. His movements froze in place, without any trace of movement. However, this did not affect his spirit, because his consciousness was also stagnant in an instant, and he no longer thought about anything. All concepts about the existence of space and dimensions in this space were erased. Even time. When Tianjin entered the void, his time stopped. The same was true for the part of consciousness he released that was connected to the chaotic dimension. The Queen had captured the spoils, and no longer entangled with the Empire's psychics. Although she was forced back by Qinming's body, she was not surrounded and killed by the Empire's psychics. She did not waste much time killing the Empire's psychics. If the Empire sent Qinming's body, her next move might also be affected. The Queen disappeared in the galaxy, leaving only pieces of torn space in the galaxy. At the same time, in the laboratory of Qinming's colony, a new experiment was underway, and the minister was following up on it. He was watching and waiting for the results of the experiment in the observation room. But before the results of the experiment came out, he received news of the Queen's invasion. Not only that, but also the news that the psychics deployed there had failed to cause any effective damage to the Queen, and that Tianjin, who happened to be there, had been abducted. And there was another equally bad thing happening. That is, the time slowing down was indeed correct, but it had no valuable effect or meaning. The slowing down of time did affect the changes in Qinming's body, reducing the frequency of periodic time retracing. But the deepening of the mark did not change. It was still deepening at the original frequency. They did not get enough valuable information in this experiment. The experiment failed when everything was extremely bad. The minister felt a lump in his heart. But at this moment, Qinming's body underwent new changes. The experimental instruments observed that Qinming's body's physiological activities were completely stagnant, real stagnation, no longer just relying on the rapid deceleration of the core of the time flow. Even the marks on Qinming's body seemed to melt and seep into his body. This strange situation was completely incomprehensible. The researchers around him kept adjusting the surrounding equipment like crazy, trying to figure out the reason. But before they figured out what happened, Qinming's body disappeared in the laboratory. No trace was left. The president immediately contacted the Sentinel Array. He wanted to try to track Qinming through the special marks on his body. This is not difficult, and the result seems to be expected. Qinming's body appeared in the galaxy of the chaotic space. At this moment, the darkness in the galaxy is still expanding. But what is expanding at this time is not the nothingness, but the black hole. The endless black hole matter is displacing the nothingness. Qinming stepped out of the black hole and looked at the outside world within the black hole's horizon. Ordinary people have no way to see him directly through the black hole's horizon. But the psychics and the operators of the Sentinel Array can clearly see Qinming's actions. At this moment, Qinming's eyes swept across the galaxy. The nothingness in the galaxy had not yet completely dissipated. Qinming in the black hole rushed directly into the nothingness. His actions were like the black hole matter pouring into the canyon like a tsunami, cracking the nothingness space that was not so nothingness because of Tianjin, and could not be captured by psychic energy, and forcibly pulling the Queen out of the nothingness. Let the Queen and Tianjin return to the normal material universe again. After leaving the nothingness, Tianjin instantly regained normal consciousness, and a familiar voice came to his ears that made him a little unbelievable. Well done. Qinming's psychic energy protected Tianjin. Then he shifted his target to the Queen. Qinming immediately noticed the metallic liquid in the corner of the Queen's eyes, and her eyes. Her expression suddenly changed. Her expression instantly became extremely terrifying, and a fierce look that had never appeared before appeared on her face. Qinming's psychic power became extremely aggressive, as if it had condensed into a substantial killing intent. The Queen had no intention of resisting at all, and once again tore through the void space, and chose to escape. Qinming did not pursue directly, but passed through the bulkhead of Tianjin's shuttle, and entered the spacecraft. Tianjin felt an unprecedented sense of relief at this moment. He pointed outside and asked, "Aren't you going to chase her?" "No hurry, she can't escape. Let's go back first. I've been away for so long, I have a lot of things to ask." Qinming took Tianjin back to the coordinates of the current origin galaxy in an instant. When he saw the Queen, he knew that his original two galaxies must no longer be there. He returned to the origin, and returned to his giant dock. The director of the ship was the first person to arrive. The moment he saw Qinming, he seemed to see hope for humanity. "You are finally back. It's not too late." right? It's not too late to come back. The director looked at Qinming with great nostalgia. Compared with half a year ago, Qinming didn't seem to have changed at all. Do you remember how to get to the boathouse? Do you want me to take you there? Qinming certainly remembered the internal structure of the dock clearly, but he did not refuse the director's kindness. On the way, he also asked some questions and learned about the current situation of the entire empire. When the group arrived at the door of the shipyard, the director suddenly said solemnly, "It's ready." Qinming smiled and opened the door of the shipyard of the giant dock that had been sealed for a long time. The warship that had been built half a year was parked in it. It doesn't have a name yet. Now it has one. Qinming looked at the main battleship built with the corpse of the phase behemoth patriarch as the framework, and said, "The Psychic Tower-class phase battleship, named after the mythical Babylonian Tower of Babel. It is the real Tower of the Gods." Qinming walked towards the Psychic Tower. "It's also thanks to you that you used the core I left behind to control it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so relaxed in the black hole. But that can't be considered complete control. There's still one last step." Qinming came to the spaceship and stretched out his hand to press on the spaceship. At this moment, Qinming's restrained psychic fluctuations showed violent shocks, which could not be suppressed at all. The turbulent but gentle fluctuations filled the entire giant dock, and expanded to the entire galaxy, the entire star field, and the entire empire, announcing Qinming's return to everyone. This was not Qinming's pretense, but his psychic power was obviously improved after contacting the main battleship. Tianzhan thought Qinming was already in the strongest state, but he didn't expect that he would become stronger after controlling this spiritual tower. It's just a little stronger. Chapter 456, I Am the Future, Finale. Qinming clenched his hands, and a little black matter flashed between his movements. This is black hole matter. It is also the power overload caused by the stability of the outside space after he just left the chaotic space. After a short period of adaptation, Qinming quickly converged and completely got used to the difference in spatial stability between the normal universe and the chaotic dimension. The black matter completely disappeared. Qinming nodded slightly and looked at Tianzhan. "I think your change is a lot." This is not what Tianbai said, it comes from the room. Hearing this familiar mechanical voice, Qinming too also said, "It's quite big, but what are you?" Qinming's eyes, on the spirit panel that has not been used for a long time, the glorious data changed. From the core of Alpha level Yue to a new term. "I am evolving towards the core of Omega." Tianbai couldn't help confirming, "Omega?" Right at that time. My downtime was really not as simple as me and you. I did not be affected at all after resisting the Omega program in the core. The biggest impact I have suffered, I am becoming Omega itself. Tianbai recalled what the Glory said and asked, "Isn't Omega a cluster?" Cluster, it is the fastest core to build the core of Omega, most effective, it's the most cruel, the most wasteful way. I master the way to build Omega, it is the core of other Yue. Glory tells Qinming's truth without reservation. It can say this. Of course. Because he will never do this. Qinming led them out of the fate of cannon fodder, maintained respect for them, took back the replica of Kleka, and allowed Yue's tribe to expand again. It will never do anything to betray. Even if this is not a betrayal, it is actually just a way for it to become stronger. And he will never do it before Qinming makes a judgment. He always believes in Qinming. Except for the sentence just now that Qinming said, then he did not become too strong. It can feel that Qinming's power has completely broken through the previous limitations. He is now definitely the strongest in the entire universe. Far more powerful than the Queen. Qinming can of course clearly feel that he is very powerful. His psychic power is actually very interesting. The three basic psychic effects are repair, transformation and manufacturing. These three psychic powers have been integrated into every aspect of his life, and have been strengthened as his psychic power grows. Deep repair, deep transformation. These two psychic powers are evolved from the basic psychic effects. Both act from the macro level to the micro level, and provide additional effects from a deeper perspective. The two psychic effects played an irreplaceable role in everything Qinming experienced, and the linkage between them also allowed Qinming to master many extremely powerful abilities. And manufacturing, the means that allowed him to manufacture things that he mastered, the manufacturing method has not changed. Before, Qinming was always stuck before the bottleneck, that is, he was stuck before the evolution of deep manufacturing psychic energy. And now, with his return, he controlled the battleship, his psychic energy finally broke through the bottleneck, and mastered a more powerful power. The power of deep manufacturing. The power to manufacture everything from a microscopic level, as long as he has the necessary raw materials. Everything in the world is made of particles, from atoms to electrons, from nuclei to quarks. Nothing is not made of particles. Qin has the raw materials to manufacture everything, and now, he has mastered the way to use these raw materials. Constructing any element, extracting a proton from a mercury atom to turn it into a gold atom, to truly turn stone into gold is just a matter of moving his hands. The key to his power is not the basic elements, or the elements known to humans. It is that he can use such psychic energy to create elements that do not exist in nature. Qin knew that his body relied on instinct to create new armor. Although this armor is not a purely acquired psychic material, but it is also his body in the extreme state under the bottleneck, creating a material with some new properties through the original material, and using the special structural material to make armor. It is not strong enough for him now, but for a body without consciousness, and with only partial psychic effects. This is the limit of what he can do. The process of creating these substances is the precursor of Qin power. He is the creator of these new elements. The properties of these elements are not only related to the structure that constitutes them, but also to Qin psychic power. This is a kind of power like the power of the creator god. Of course, Qin is not so arrogant. He still maintained his awe of psychic power, especially after he entered the chaotic dimension. Because of this, he also knew that he had become the strongest in the observable universe. And he was a human. So, all beings that offended humans must die. The chat time was over. Qin had understood everything he should know. Except for one thing. The boss should have been killed by the queen. Right? Qin side fell into silence instantly. The few people who followed Qin were silent, and dared not speak. Especially Tianjin. Because the real killing intent he just felt coming straight at the queen was directed at this matter. Without waiting for the others to answer, Qin continued, I saw him in the queen's eyes. It's okay. I will find a way to bring him back from hell. At this time, the minister who was also in Qin colony finally rushed over, and just heard Qin last words. But before the minister could speak, Qin took the lead to greet him. Minister. Long time no see. Indeed. Long time no see. Qin shook hands with the minister and asked, I heard from Tianjin that you have a new large equipment. I was just about to tell you this. A few minutes later, Qin led a group of people directly to the galaxy where the Sentinel Array was located. This is a composite giant antenna structure located in a close orbit of a star in the galaxy. Qin directly controlled the Sentinel Array, optimized the psychic power, strengthened the psychic power, and completely replaced the Sentinel Array with new manufacturing materials. With the monitoring range almost doubled, the detection accuracy has been reduced from the original 50 centimeters to 3 centimeters. The Sentinel Array clearly found Qin target, right in the place where the special wormhole galaxy is located. The queen in the car. The minister took the initiative to speak. The queen is an enemy that we are completely unable to deal with now. And we can't even understand her power. It's okay. I understand. Qin said, her power is the strong interaction force. Strong interaction? Yes. It is the most powerful force in the universe. The strong interaction force itself only exists between microscopic particles and constitutes the particles themselves. But when this power was enough to affect the macroscopic world because of the impression of psychic energy, it was not surprising that the queen became the most powerful psychic of the shining civilization. When the power really reached its limit, tearing reality apart was no longer just a dream. But it was just that. Qin could not let the queen survive today. But at this time, Qin phone suddenly rang. He took a look and answered the phone directly. Hello? Are you back? I'm back. I'm glad you're back. I'm curious about what you encountered. Qin recalled his experiences in the past 6 months and said, brainwash psychic. Using his life to exchange for a chance to drag me into the black hole. As soon as I entered the black hole, I encountered half of the nightmare of the plane. The half I killed before. Plus a bunch of nightmares of the plane surrounding the corpse. The people around who listened to Qin story subconsciously imagined the scene and shuddered. Then came what should be regarded as the leader of the plane nightmare. I dragged it until someone helped me connect to my spaceship. And then I killed it. Then I was cursed by it. It dragged me into the cycle of time. You know, my consciousness can leave the body. So my consciousness escaped, and my body was trapped in the cycle. Then the plane nightmare interfered with my way out of the black hole, creating a chaotic space. My consciousness was dragged into the chaotic space. And by the way, I was still affected by the curse. Every time I wanted to leave, I would be cursed and dragged back to the deepest part of the chaotic space. It was quite desperate. But the space itself was very interesting. Qinming said it very easily. But what he said really made people feel painful. But I was lucky. Tianzhan helped me drag my body out, slowed it down with the time core, and reduced the effect of the curse. It just so happened that his consciousness was still connected to mine, and he was dragged into the void, and lost the concept of time. So, I came back. Bai Quan couldn't help but say, "It sounds difficult. At least I'm back, and I should do what I should do. And it will be over soon." Well, Shanghai misses you a lot. I'll go see her after I finish my work here. I'm glad that I didn't encounter any mess when I came back, so I can start arranging that thing as soon as possible. Bai Quan's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. Okay. This sentence was not only a promise from Qinming, but also a way to reassure the psychic minister beside him. After Qinming came back, he had learned a lot from Tianzhan. After he lost contact, the empire treated his colonists the same as before, and even treated them better, until his body came back. Some people had thoughts about him after he lost his consciousness, which was normal. At least Qinming was very satisfied with the result. Therefore, his attitude towards the empire would not change, and he would still do his duty as a human being. Any other civilizations, other species, that have ideas about humans must perish. Qinming's face had turned cold. He glanced at the data sent back by the new Sentinel array and said, "Glorious, I have a task for you." "What task?" "Here is the location of the Omega core of the mechanical race. Deal with it." "Understood." The super body docked next to the psychic tower inside the giant dock started up immediately. The core of Glorious was installed on the super body at the fastest speed. During the process of starting to leave the port, the entire super body was undergoing unprecedented changes. Its structure had undergone new changes, and its materials were also being transformed from the original basic materials to the ultimate materials created by Qinming's spiritual power. The power brought by the double changes made the super body's combat power increase dozens of times in an instant. Nothing could stop it. The super body disappeared in the port. Qinming did not track Huiwan's whereabouts, because he knew that the Omega core of the mechanical race would not have it tomorrow. At the same time, the signal of the Sentinel array has also locked onto the Queen. The next one is her. Near the wormhole galaxy, in the Queen's car, the Queen sat on one way, holding a gorgeously decorated long sword pointed at her throat. This long sword is not made of pure metal, but also has an extremely complex psychic structure inside. It will release its power the moment it pierces the Queen's body. It can definitely destroy the nanomachines that make up the Queen. Obviously, the Queen's behavior at this time is telling everyone one thing. In front of absolute power, she was really scared. However, at this moment, Wuen's voice was ringing in her consciousness. "What's wrong? Are you going to commit suicide when you meet someone you can't beat? You don't even want to try. Worried that you will be controlled by Qinming's psychic power, and can only wag your tail in front of him like a dog? Think about that scene. The leader of a civilization is servile in front of the leader of another civilization, just to survive." The Queen suddenly stretched out her hand and dug out her left eye from her eye socket, and threw it to the ground with force. But Wuen's voice continued to ring in her mind. "Was it useful? You seemed to despise me at the beginning, and you were unwilling to check your consciousness even after killing me. What was the result?" Wuen sneered. But the Queen's attention was no longer on him at this time. She suddenly turned her head and looked outside her carriage. From the direction of the Empire, a pitch-black spear had penetrated the stars. It pierced the armor and hull of the Queen's carriage, and penetrated her brain in a time when the Queen could not even react with her strength. The Queen's body is made of pure nanomachines. Under normal circumstances, directly piercing her brain will never kill her. But this black hole spear is infused with Qinming's will. The Queen's will is being hit by a stronger force, and is on the verge of collapse. Ha ha. Wuen's consciousness remaining in the Queen's consciousness laughed. "It's finally here." Wuen's consciousness completely let go of himself. At the moment, when the Queen was extremely vulnerable, he continued to damage his last existence at the cost of assisting Qinming's willpower to wreak havoc. Another black hole spear pierced through the starry sky, piercing the Queen's chest. The liquid nanomachine splashed out, sprinkling the entire throne. The Queen's body limply knelt on the ground. She continued to repair her own injuries, and continued to maintain her own will. Her remaining consciousness tore the space around her, creating a void. However, the third black hole spear still pierced through the universe without any hindrance, pierced through the ship, pierced through the void, and once again pierced the Queen's head. The Queen's will was completely shattered at this moment. Under the throne, there was only a pool of helpless nanomachine polymer. After a while, the Queen's vehicle suddenly moved. The pool of metal liquid left after the Queen's death disappeared into the spacecraft. The vehicle left the orbit and entered the nanoplanet below the orbit. At the moment the mothership landed, the entire planet lost the vitality of its former civilization and fell into a lost silence at this moment. This was of course the influence of Qinming's psychic power. After the Queen's death, the remnants of the survivors still exist, and he must deal with them as well. Deal with them thoroughly. Qinming used to respect Yu Wei, even though he could control it with psychic power, because Yu Wei is a man-made product. The conflict between them and humans is not a life and death struggle, and it is irreconcilable. But for the survivors, Qinming does not and will not have any sympathy. The war between civilizations can only end with the complete destruction of a civilization system. The Shining Civilization was forced to transform into a mechanical civilization due to the genetic virus of the mechanical race, which saved Qinming a lot of trouble. He only needed to clear the history of civilization in the memory of these nanomachines. Only the individuals of the survivors remained in the world. These survivors either completely gave their loyalty to humans, or died in this vast universe. As Qinming controlled a nanoplanet, under the influence of his psychic power, traces of the Afterglow core gradually appeared on other planets. As long as the Afterglow core appears, the influence of Qinming's power will explode, just like a virus spreading, completely devouring the entire nanoplanet. The history of the Shining Civilization recorded in the memories of all the survivors, and even in the physical records, will be completely erased. At the same time that Qinming received the reply from the brilliant mission completion, Qinming also completely erased the history of the entire nano survivors. After losing history, the survivors have lost everything about civilization. From this moment on, the Shining Civilization has officially perished. Here at the Sentry Array, the minister was watching Qinming's actions, and was constantly shocked. This is really... It's only been half a year. Can you beat several of you now? Qinming shook his head and said, this is not a matter of a few, the spiritual power level is crushing, no matter how many of me came before. It will be useless. The minister couldn't help but say after hearing this, I really want to know how you did it. Because Qinming's power change was too obvious, he was worried whether Qinming used some means that might affect the future. Qinming was silent for a while, and said, to be honest, I'm not sure. I actually feel that what I experienced is a bit unreal. But I remember one sentence clearly. What sentence? Life is 50 years. Like a dream and an illusion. What do you mean? Qinming's mind appeared from the plane called the Virtual Realm, where he arrived before entering the chaotic dimension after he passed through the black hole, killed the nightmare of the plane, and separated his consciousness from his body at the moment of being cursed. There was also the psychic contract he signed, which gave him everything in a 50-year cycle. But he would lose everything. And when he signed the contract, he played a little trick. He was a time traveler, and he never belonged to the dimension he was in at the moment. It doesn't matter what it means. What matters is this thing in my hand. Qinming stretched out his right hand and brought out the mark again. Is this the mark of the nightmare of the plane? You know a lot. But it is not just the mark of the nightmare of the plane now. It is part of my power. And 50 years of life is just a repetitive day and night for me. I don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. You just need to know that I will solve all the problems. I already have this ability now. I can let humans digest the entire legacy of the mechanical race and the Shining Civilization, completely get out of the predicament, and move towards the entire universe. I am the future. In a laboratory in Qinming's colony, Wuen's body was being reshaped by nanomachines. Qinming implanted a spiritual awakening nerve into the body, and completely transferred Wuen's consciousness, which was originally in the Queen's body, into it. Wuen opened his eyes, and after a few movements, he completely adapted to his new body. He saw Qinming in front of him, and showed a smile that he had not had since Qinming disappeared. Long time no see. Is it over? It's all over, whether it's the mechanical race or the survivors. I even dealt with the black hole by the way. Wuen chuckled. When will you invite me to the wedding? Have old Wu and the others invited? I've invited everyone I know. Next month.